Good morning and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me starting out today is Ironic, Nagara, and Dratnos. And today, it's the last day of Group A. We get to find out who's going to the Global Finals. It's going to be two teams. And, you know, the question is Epic and who, right? I mean, does somebody have a chance to knock Echo out of the spot? I don't know. What do you think, Ironic? I'm going to go to you first.
Echo's getting out of this bracket. They've already guaranteed that, right? It's just a matter
Seems
of who the
reasonable,
second team is going to be. Well, actually, they haven't guaranteed it. They have to win first, but I'm assuming they're going to be BALDY
They do.
today. Let's see. The question for me is who the second team is going to be, and honestly, BALDY has been the best second team this entire weekend, right? They looked great in their second round match against Evolved, and if they continue to play like that today, they should easily make it through.
I don't know. Evolved
go ahead.
has shown some brilliance, right? Like you've seen their Necrotic Wake faster than Echoes. Evolved in their first match of the day or of the series, right, of the tournament on Friday. I thought looked better than BALDY in their first match on Friday, but then when the two teams actually met on Saturday, it did look like, of course, BALDY had the upper edge there, given that they won. So I could see either of those teams making it through, depending on who plays better today, because I think that they are both capable of beating or losing each other.
Well, that's the thing. It's a brand new day, right? Isn't it, Nagura? So, like, is there a chance of an upset? Is there a chance of possibly even Incarnation getting through as we look at our bracket here? We see they're playing Evolved in our lower matchup a little bit later.
Yeah, I think both the semifinal and also that lower game that we're playing afterwards are both going to be really close. Because as Syro mentioned, BALDY did play really well. So even though Echo, of course, you know, they 2-0'd both of their games yesterday, I do think that there's a chance for BALDY to actually win against Echo. And same goes for Evolved versus Incarnation. Evolved looked really good in some dungeons and not so good in others. And same for Incarnation, right? So I think they're going to be really close.
Well, is that kind of what it comes down to? Is it just a matter of, like, teams getting to play the dungeons that they're best at? I would expect that we would have more of a sort of a broad skill across multiple dungeons, but it really does seem like certain teams are quite good in some dungeons and having a really hard time in other ones. That doesn't seem as normal to me as, you know, looking fairly consistent across all of those. Like, for instance, we did see teams like really struggle with Tazavesh and really struggle with that Murloc start and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, are we looking for teams that kind of have the best average ability across these dungeons?
Yeah, I'd think so. I would definitely favor a team that was, like, just good in every dungeon rather than great in some dungeons and kind of average in other dungeons, right? I think that's why I'm personally favoring BALDY over a team like Evolved, because first of all, BALDY has a lot more experience in general. Even though Evolved is also an experienced team of their own, BALDY has been there. They've won championships before, and Evolved hasn't. So, I mean, BALDY's just a much more consistent playing team this weekend. Now, if Evolved was able to actually play like they played in that Necrotic Wake in every single game of a series against BALDY, then then we could talk a little bit, because it'd be really close then. But just from what we've seen already this weekend, I think BALDY's just a bit ahead of those other teams in the lower bracket right now.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see when the matches actually happen here. As you can see, though, two teams coming out of each group, one team coming out of China, and then one final team will get to go to the Global Finals from our Last Stand tournament, which is going to happen a little bit later this year. And anyone who doesn't make it out of the three groups we're going to see over the next few weeks still has a chance to qualify through that Last Stand tournament. But, like, as time goes on, that Last Stand tournament is going to be ultra stacked, isn't it, Dratnos?
Yeah, there's going to be so many good teams in there. I would be terrified of competing in that one. And signups are still open as well. If you want to compete in that Last Stand tournament, if you think you can get in there and beat some of these teams, those are open, and you can earn that cool encrypted banner of the Opportune as well by doing that. We are starting off, though, with Echo versus BALDY. Echo have opted to ban Tazavesh Gambit, which means they haven't banned Streets, and neither has BALDY. Spires of Ascension is going to be their map removed. So we're starting off in Necrotic Wake, and we will also definitely get to see the Streets. I'm actually really excited to see Echo in a Tazavesh dungeon, because we haven't seen that much yet, and those are some pathing and strategies that I think are going to be really cool to see what they've come up with.
Well, they did show us a really cool Streets a little earlier in the week, if I remember correctly.
The Gambit
so I think
is the one that they're hiding. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's also just one of the dungeons that it feels like it's been a little bit less consistent for teams. Like, even the good teams can take losses on a big giant stomp or a Murloc swarm, right? It's ironic. So it's like, maybe it's just kind of like a comfort pick and the assumption that you're not going to go to Court of Stars. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that's the cool thing is we do have the Court of Stars unbanned if we get to a game 3. So
Yeah.
we saw a really clean-looking Court of Stars from Baldy. I mean, we mentioned it yesterday. That would have been a very clean run if it wasn't for that Inquisitor just wreaking havoc on their team. So,
Yep.
yeah, they had a 14-minute run despite that, which is incredibly fast. So, Echo, they played back in Legion. They probably have a good strat too. But man, this is shaping up to be a really cool series.
It will. I mean, it's so the question is, will Baldy be able to? I feel like things are going to be kind of decided a bit on Necrotic Wake because we know Echo Hell already has a really, really good streets. They seem to play that extremely cleanly. They seem to have like a better plan, I think, than any of the other teams we had coming in with some of the mob interactions that they were able to kind of figure out. So does it seem accurate, Nagura, to say that like Necrotic Wake could be kind of the defining dungeon of this, that they need to get a good start here because streets look so good for Echo already?
I think so, because the strategy that Echo showed us on streets seemed really something that you can't really adapt to on the fly, like within one day. So if Baldy didn't try that before, if they didn't already know about this whole snapping thing onto the last boss, then it's hard for them to adapt to it. While I do think Necrotic Wake is an easier dungeon for Baldy to have watched Echo and say, okay, we're going to do something similar, or even something faster, because we've seen Evolved actually have a faster time than Echo in Necrotic Wake. So their strategy in Necrotic Wake is not something that is like way beyond every other team, right? So I do think Necrotic Wake is the dungeon that Baldy has to win if they want to advance in the series.
Yeah, Baldy's been watching too, so they know what they need to get done. But we've seen kind of the Echo effect we've talked about, where we've seen teams end up taking like bigger risks on dungeons than they would have otherwise against Echo, because like otherwise, they're just going to play it cleanly either way. So like you have to kind of like go the extra mile to have a chance. But let's take a look at our live stats for Necrotic Wake, presented by Raider.io. Obviously, we've seen that 21 minute 45 seconds fastest runtime on live, completely destroyed in this on this weekend. But I mean, it's MDI. You're not expecting people to do these kinds of pulls in the live servers, are you?
No, you are very unhappy when your tank decides to pull all of the first room onto Gorchop on the live servers.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, sometimes that's a path to a 3 chest. Get your key up to a nice 25 real quick, start of the week. Can be a good move. Yeah.
True.
I mean, the thing about Necrotic Wake is this is a dungeon with a very high degree of volatility historically. This season, we are so much more powerful than we were in earlier seasons. So these same sorts of big pulls that were so threatening in the previous seasons are a little bit less dangerous. But when you're pulling the whole Necropolis, when you're pulling all that trash onto a Marth and onto the first boss, like those are still places where even a team like Echo it's not impossible for them to have a full wipe and to have this run then cascade into this disaster where they don't have weapons and they're trying to come back and they lose 5 minutes off of one wipe. So I would never count out Necrotic Wake as being like a potentially deadly dungeon.
Yeah, it certainly has the capability to do that. Every time my tank in like a pug tries to go for the big pull and all that, I always type MDI pull in all caps in chat, and then people say, "What's MDI?" And then I'm like, "Oh, /psi." We get it done eventually, but I've done that a couple times.
Oh yeah, I as the tank, I usually just yell "fun pull," and then I'm running in there, and we're seeing what comes into the pull.
Makes me wanna rank up a DK tank again.
Oh yeah,
I remember back in the day when Wrath of the Lich King came out. I was a DK tank for a long time. The good old days. Try specking it up,
Cyrus is laughing.
I remember we were talking about adding more caster vocabulary cards, and there was one that we just decided we wouldn't do. And I was thinking, man, if we only had that card to pop up on the screen right now.
Be my guest. Be my guest. Come on, though. Like, you play during Wrath, though, right?
No, I started in Cataclysm.
I did.
Did none of you play? You did. Okay, the girl played during Wrath. All right.
Dude,
I
played a Holy Paladin and a Feral Druid.
That
doesn't mean you couldn't
school,
play
man. I was
That's
playing
when a lot of
World
people
of Warcraft
start
at the
playing
time,
WoW.
though. Yeah.
Exactly. See? All right. So Zyronic is the only one. So only 25% of the desk right now did not play during Wrath of the Lich King. See, I'm not so
Zyro.
Yeah. So let's have a young Zyro over there. Coming in Cataclysm. Didn't even know the Winter Grasp glory days,
The epic Lich King fight. I mean, I loved it.
Lich King
that was a great fight.
Dude,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about the Defile on Lich King compared to the Defile on Jailer, and just like, oh, these are completely different animal. These two mechanics
But
that are like
don't you
inspired
know
by
that-
each other.
Don't you know the Jailer taught the Lich King how
Right.
to defile in the first place? Didn't you
Yeah.
get like an inkling of that when you did the Lich King fight way back
Yeah,
when?
but the Lich King did it better though, because it doesn't have a grace period
Yeah.
where you can just stand in it and it doesn't grow.
You know, that's just the younger generation for you, right? They take what
True.
the older generation started, they expand on it, they improve it, right? It's impressive stuff. Good on you,
Yeah.
Lich King.
Well done.
Sorry
well
that
done.
you turned into blue mist. Poor Arthas. Well, we got to get some lore in there, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks
I'm
for
not
your
sure about
enthusiasm.
that one.
Yeah.
The
I
last
guess we
time
have
they
to get
decided
some
to
lore
mess
in.
with Arthas's stuff, they kind of cracked the sky open.
Yeah.
I don't know
True.
about that.
Dude, could you imagine
I mean-
you're going to prank your friend and you like break their hat and it just cracks reality in half? You're like, oh.
Ooh.
But remember that the Jailer was behind all of it. So first he had the crown made and given to Arthas, and then all that stuff happened. And then he had Sylvanas take the crown that he made and gave to Arthas and break it, right? So that they could hang out.
All right,
It
so
was like, it's time.
we have
I
a
guess.
little word on what's going on in the game. You
Yeah,
guys ever
we
been
got a
about to
little
start
delay.
your key and then somebody like pre-metas and it pulls trash or something and then you can't start the key because you're in combat?
Yep.
Something like that has occurred for one of our teams. So we're resetting it all up, making sure
It
that we
keeps
start on the
happening,
countdown.
It keeps happening with me with the 2-set of the of Moonkins.
Yeah.
So when you enter Eclipse, it procs like the Fury of Elune. So sometimes it's like the countdown is on 1 second and I press my cooldowns and then it procs a Fury of Elune on some random mob close by. It's like, oh.
Stand way back. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it was... I don't think it was a Fury of Elune out of either of these groups. I guess I can't prove it yet, but I suspect that ability
unlikely.
is
Very
going to see
unlikely.
hmm
any Sunday screen time.
Which ability do you think it is? Which ability do you think actually did it? Was it just meta, you think?
Maybe.
I'm gonna guess-
Actually, I don't know if any Havocs are involved in this dungeon for either team.
I'm gonna guess
Did we
it was an
see
auto shot from
one,
I'm fired
maybe?
up.
Oh, auto shot.
There's
fire,
hunters
that's a
in the
good bet.
groups.
Yeah, that does
for
happen.
sure, right? So it has to be
Yep.
hunters.
That does happen. See, I did that a couple times on bosses where I'd played like melee for a long time, for like years and years and years, and so I'd get used to like right-clicking on the boss to get
Yeah.
into my cool battle stance before the fight starts, and then I switched to hunter, and then I would just still do that by reflex, and I'd just auto the boss before people were ready. I was not popular.
Listen, I'm just happy that we don't have Tettles on desk, because he'd be picking Echo as the dark horse to win this series right now.
I mean, you just take out the word dark horse, and then he'd be right, you know.
Man, do you think that he knew when he made that prediction that for the next several years we would never stop telling him about it every single day that we casted with him, or when he wasn't here?
You should have known.
Yeah, he
Yep.
certainly deserves it.
You don't live that one down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just heard that there's going to be an Eagle allied race, and that face option for Baldy's icon is going to be an option in the game, too. Is that exciting or what?
I would love to play whatever that is.
Eagle people? We do have bird
I would love
people
to play
now.
eagle people. You
Yeah.
know, when you use Coin of Many Faces, sometimes you turn into these fish people.
Oh, yeah.
What are they called?
What are those called again? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
And I
not much of
love
a lore
them, and I
expert,
wish
guess.
that would be a playable race. But
Hold on, I'm going to
Druid
look it up.
probably cannot play it because Druid can
The-
never play any race because I
Like
guess
the
it's-
ones from
I
Mop,
don't
the
know.
Oh.
the fish.
Yeah, it's from
Ji-
Mob. Yeah.
They're called Jinyu.
Jinyu, yeah.
Jinyu, there we go.
Jinyu. Yep, that's
Yeah,
right.
I love them.
There was the whole Jinyu versus Hosen, you know, antagonism. And
I'd
then
play as a Jinyu. They're pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Same.
but the Jinyu are Alliance. Like they sort of
That's
teamed up with
true.
the Alliance.
Oh,
Yeah.
now that's a problem.
Although in 9.2.5,
Not
cross-faction
exactly.
yeah,
True.
What would the Druid forms look like for Jinyu?
they just don't get to do any of the
Just
druid
flop
forms
around.
except for aquatic form.
Yep. Sounds appropriate. I'm sure it's gonna go nicely. I've heard that the game is ready, so here we go. Time to get into it. Enjoy Echo versus Baldy, dungeon number 1. Let's go.
Ooh, there's a fire mage on Baldy's side. Very
Oh,
interesting.
let's go! Fired up playing Fire Mage. This is his bread and butter, his specialty. He can do some things with this spec that are completely absurd in terms of damage. So we'll see how that works out. That does mean there's no Survival Hunter, though, for Baldy. Meanwhile, Echo going with the more kind of... I would say this is the most meta comp of this season in MDI. Sometimes we see some deviation from some of these elements, but the Rogue spot in particular, a little bit open. You can sometimes play Havoc in some dungeons in that spot. But the Destro Survival, Holy Priest, Blood Death Knight, all so good right now.
It also looks like both Warlocks decided to play Kyrian as well.
Yeah.
So interesting. Makes sense, I guess, when you have a lot of mobs that they're pulling on top of the bosses. But I don't think we have seen that before in this dungeon. We've seen it in Gambit.
Shelly was using it in most dungeons yesterday as well. Oh. So I think that it's something that... I think that the share of Kyrian as a Covenant for Warlocks is going to be going up. Like, next weekend, I think we'll see even more of it than we did this weekend, because to me, it just looks so consistently great on basically every dungeon with MDI pulls. Like, even if the bosses don't have ads, you're often fighting them with trash. And even worst case, you always get your Relic and then your Automa to target with the Scouring type. So, yeah, I mean, I think the Kyrian Warlock has looked really compelling. We do have the first boss going down about 10 seconds later for Baldy, but note that they did pick up 3% more enemy forces. I don't know what that changes for them in terms of what they can pull from here, though.
Yeah, very interesting. It also looked like Lip on Baldy's side was doing quite a lot more damage than Clicks. It might have something to do with the extra mobs that they pulled, of course, having that extra AoE damage in there. But yeah, Echo finishing that boss a little bit quicker. And now they're doing a very similar pull. They picked up the Goliath orbs from that second broken Goliath, and now they're just pulling the mini-boss on top of some other trash as well, and both of them killing the Woe Drifter again, just getting the extra movement speed, the stealth, damage reduction to move on. And Echo now, we do know that their strategy is to activate this third Goliath and then walk all the way to the boss afterwards. Well, we'll see what Baldy does on their side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is going to be for them. You know, you were talking about that damage meter at the start of the dungeon as well. I think that's a really little thought of concept of, like, if you have the Warlock and the Survival Hunter, you know, the Survival Hunter is obviously going to do a lot of damage, but some of that damage on a pull like that is going to the flesh bags, to the soldiers, to these mobs that have pretty low amounts of health and that are going to die anyways and aren't that important. And so even though the Survival Hunter is doing a lot of damage in that sort of pull, as long as you have a Warlock or a Serv Hunter, the second one maybe isn't actually adding any relevant damage to those sorts of big AoE irrelevant mobs that are in some of these pulls, right? And so as long as you have one, maybe playing something like a mage that's a little bit better on just the single target aspect is actually speeding up your dungeon more, because all that damage is still going to get done anyways. All those mobs are still dying on time. They're just going to die 100% to the Warlock instead of 50-50 to the Warlock and the Serv Hunter.
And we did get an updated Covenant now for Baldy. So it looked like Lip was playing Kyrian at the start, but he is actually playing Night Fae,
okay.
while Clix is playing Kyrian. So I saw him cast a Scoring Tithe, which is the ability for Kyrian, right? So Clix definitely is playing Kyrian, while Baldy decided to go with Night Fae on their Warlock. So that might also be why there was a difference in DPS as well. Additionally, because I guess Night Fae is just a little bit better for those bursty moments when you can activate that Mastery proc, while Clix on the other hand maybe did a little bit more single target damage, which is going to be lower on the damage meters. But Echo already done with that pull, and what a huge pull this is. Baldy doing the exact same thing, by the way, on their side, just like a little bit less fast, right?
So the thing is as well, Baldy has 68% trash, whereas Echo has 70. That means that Echo are not going to have to kill the Fleshcrafter at the end of this dungeon, but Baldy are. So that's another difference that we're going to have to look out for as we get towards the end here. And you can see something on the order of 30 seconds is the advantage that Echo have created with the first two bosses of this dungeon. As we're still not even 5 minutes into it, they are now starting the big Necropolis pull. Every single mob in the Necropolis is now in combat.
Yeah, and we have a cool addition to the group frames as well. We can see who's carrying the weapons now. Echo, of course, doing that pull where they get the whole Necropolis together, and they're using some Kyrian weapons here to nuke this trash down. Now dropping really low, though, on some of this damage just incoming.
So one thing to note as well is that Echo used a spear already, whereas Baldy still have 2 spears in the tank. The spear is the big damage weapon. The hammers are, you know, moderately big hits of damage, but the spear is huge. So an extra spear on the side of Baldy, yeah, they are 40 seconds behind or so, but they do have an extra spear that, if used well, I'm not saying it can be worth 40 seconds, but it can definitely help close that gap.
Yeah, I agree. And we do have 3 hammers on both sides, but this one additional spear on Baldy's side, well, Echo only has 1 left on Gingy. As they're now already on the 2 assistant pool, they did, of course, mind control that Flashcrafter to advance the gauntlet here. And
Angel
JB
spotted.
went down. Unfortunately, on one of their pulls here, did immediately release, it looks like, because they don't necessarily need JB to be alive here, right? Unfortunately, though, he would have been the one who was mind controlling the Flashcrafter to advance the gauntlet, and he couldn't do that. So now he's here, now he's mind controlling it, but that cost them another couple of seconds for him to get back.
Yeah, they are going to still have this Fleshcrafter around to use during this part of the fight, and the Loyal Creation is mind-controlled with the DK as well, so that entire side of the room, they actually just didn't even pull during the whole Necropolis. A little bit different than how Echo chose to attack that area. Meanwhile, Echo are on the second of 3 pulls of this gauntlet, while Baldy's still working on that first one. So something like a minute's lead for Echo at this point, but that's still not factoring in the extra spear that Baldy have to potentially even the odds.
Yeah, should keep proccing his Sheet Death there. I do think either was a Vi ability, Interceptor ability, or it was maybe a Cleaver not actually hitting the correct target. We'll see, but Echo is already on that on the last couple of packs. We do have 1 more on the right side that they're gonna have to do before they find the boss. But yeah, still utilizing that Flashcraft in the back for that friendly damage with the Cleavers, and they're doing a really good job positioning the mobs as well to make sure that the highest HP target is getting hit. You can also see the positioning of the players. They're all positioned kind of behind the Rod Spew so they can get the Cleavers in if they have to.
Yeah, making sure that those Cleavers are hitting the big mob in this pack rather than the bits, the little the little mobs, right? That is really important for damage efficiency as well. That is something that will save you a lot of time because, again, those little mobs are going to die either way. And actually, you can see Polymorph being spammed on the Fleshcrafter here just to keep it alive. One of the nice things about Raging as well is mobs will stay Raging even if you Polymorph them and they heal back up to 100% health. And then you can use that to continue to get that Raging damage increase on those Throw Cleavers. So Baldy have done just that. They actually cleaved that Fleshcrafter down with the previous pull, and then they polyed it back up to full health, and now they're just bringing it into the next pull, but it is throwing Raging Cleavers, or at least it would be if Braun weren't messing with the plan, and those are going to do double damage. The Cleavers, they do scale with Raging. They don't scale with Bolstering anymore. You can't bolster them up to do extra damage, but you can do extra damage by enraging the Fleshcrafter.
Yeah, now Echo is on the boss as they finish off to get the extra cooldown reduction on everybody, and you can see the Cleaver also has been used to get extra damage in. They didn't use any weapons. You can still see they have the 3 hammers and the spear that they're saving for the last boss. And the last time we also saw some issues there with the hooks not quite missing the boss when they need to get the boss back down. So let's see if Fragnance does position that properly, but it is looking good.
It looks like there's a dot on the Fleshcrafter on the side of Baldy, which is causing them to use a bunch of polymorphs on it. It also looks like the first hook of this fight went awry because you can see there's 2 creations already, and Stitchflesh is still at full health for Baldy. That's actually really bad, I think. I have to imagine this wasn't part of the plan, unless they have some really genius way that this lets them just... I mean, I have to imagine this was just an error from the side of Baldy. Echo have already got Stitchflesh now taken care of. 0% health left on that boss, and they are going to be heading upstairs to the last boss. They are well in the lead here, but Baldy did deploy that spear that Echo didn't have on this fight, and the spear is actually so good with how bursty their damage cooldowns are. As Fired Up gets hooked in.
Oh no.
Trying to hook the front of the room. Oh no, and the next hook also misses for Baldy. And Stitchflesh at 8% health, just taunting them at the front of the room. Lepan now being chased by 3 creations, and he's trying to stay alive. They're trying to land 1 hook just so they can finish off this boss, but at this point, Echo have such a lead. They went into the last boss with the same suite of weapons that Baldy will, since Baldy used a spear on Stitchflesh, and they now already have it sub 70%, where JP goes down for Baldy. This is rough.
Echo is so fast, you don't even have Bloodlust available just yet. 3 seconds on that cooldown to go off. You can see Fragnance actually dropping pretty low, going down. I do think he got possibly exiled, so he was
Oh, maybe
dying on
intentional.
purpose to get him
Yeah.
back up. Yeah. And now they still have 2 hammers left that they can use, one on Zalia, one on Gingy. So the boss is going to drop really quickly. I assume they are saving them for certain shield timers, because then you can immediately just break through that shield to not get the extra damage. It is tyrannical after all. Yeah, the boss is dropping so fast now with that Bloodlust being used, and I think they might actually beat the fastest time that we've seen before in this tournament, and it was 11:36 by Evolved. Echo definitely looking to beat that timer.
Yeah, is this going to be sub 11 minutes from Echo? It is!
Wow.
10:59 looks to me like when that clock potentially stopped. We'll get an official ruling to see what the timer was afterwards, but what an incredible run from Echo. Baldy, not bad either, but that is not going to be enough for them. 1-0 in the series so far for Echo.
That was incredible with Echo. I mean, Zyronic, you were right yesterday when you said Echo saw that time that Evolve put up, and they were like, I took that personally, because they came back and slammed this dungeon like I have never seen it slam before. And I mean, Baldy played great too. I mean, I think a lot of the deaths towards the end were just from like trying to push things to the limit to keep up, you know. But it's impossible to keep up with Echo. It just seems impossible at this point, doesn't it?
They are that good. Like, people who think we're up here just trying to sing the praises of everyone who does something good, when we're talking about Echo, they actually just are that good, and they proved it again here. We thought that Evolve's time was impressive here. Let's go 40 seconds faster with a perfectly clean run. Man,
I think this is the first time we saw the Kieran weapons actually being #1 overall. Like, they utilized the weapons so well that they did 29 million damage with those weapons, 51k DPS.
Wow. I mean, they did everything so cleanly. I mean, we had maybe, what was it? Yeah, just like 1 death, right? Yep, and that was it.
Now, the thing is, I don't want to, talk down about Baldy either. They had a clean run too. We'll go over this in a bit here, but they were on pace to be very, very close with Echo. If they didn't have that missed hook on the 3rd boss, they would have been like right up there. But this pull from Echo was the one spot in the dungeon where they actually had problems yesterday. I remember Clix used his pod tender here. He ended up using that cheat death, which meant he couldn't do damage for 10 seconds, which dragged this pull out a little bit more. They had to, focus on the Hunter DPS here a little bit as well yesterday. Didn't happen here. Pull just absolutely melted. It was pretty much perfection all the way through, and that's one of the major things that led them to that 30-second advantage. I liked the idea from Baldy's comp, right? Fired up, playing the Fire Mage instead of the Hunter. The Warlock can do most of the AoE damage on his own, and your Hunter and your Mage could just focus on single target damage, and he was heavily focused into that single target build. He was playing Sun King's Blessing, which is just a pure single target focused legendary. Normally, if you have a Fire Mage and a Key and they want to do AoE damage, they'll use something like Disciplinary Command. So if they didn't miss that hook on the 3rd boss, I could maybe see them coming back and like making this a very close game, but with the way Echo played, I don't think there was anything that Baldy could have done to really give themselves an advantage here.
I mean, I think the big thing out of this is that no matter how this goes, if Baldy does go down to the lower bracket, like that is terrifying for anybody down there. I mean, no matter which team goes down, it's terrifying, right? But like Baldy, independently, if you take Echo out of the equation, put on a performance that probably would have beaten like any other team pretty handily,
Yeah. I think they were probably on pace to beat the Evolved time, or to at least come very close to it. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. No, I just wanted to say that I liked the adaptation by Echo, because as Cyril mentioned earlier, Clix actually went down on that pool, and I looked at the group frames, and Clix was just using Unending Resolve before he got any damage at all. Like, he just walked into the pool and pressed Unending Resolve, because maybe he died to some just residual damage that happened at the last pool. So they just adapted that, making sure that that's not going to happen again. So I like that as well.
Oh, there's that missed hook that we were talking about too.
There was one of many on that fight. Yeah, once you miss the first hook of that fight, it is tragic, because then you get that second creation, and it is so much harder to manage those hooks when you have more creations out, because they're just flying all over the place, hitting each other, and you got them coming at you from multiple angles. So rough turn of events there for Baldy for sure. But I think a compelling showing for them in the dungeon, and definitely from Zyro's belief that they are the team that's going to claim that second ticket out of this group. I think this dungeon looked very good for them on that front for sure. I liked Echo's. I mean, we didn't talk about it, but we talked about it a little bit, but it's worth noting, Clix, he had the pod tender that we were in this dungeon last time. This time he swapped to Kyrian, so Echo they're not sitting on their laurels, right? When they see some other team do something, and they're like, oh, that might be a good idea. Then they just immediately, the next day you come into the tournament, even if you had a better idea than Echo the previous day, the next day you wake up, they have that all practiced and planned, and they are also ready with Kyrian Warlock, and you're just like, oh, this is so unfair.
Yeah, and you talk about like risk taking too. You know, if you don't have the pod tender bringing you back up sometimes, like that's just kind of another situation where it kind of pushes the limit to like how perfect you need to play, right? So Echo not afraid to, you know, take even more quote unquote risks, right? If it comes down to execution, it's not really much of a risk for them, it seems like.
Yeah, I agree. Now, one interesting thing that we'll have to see how they can shape up here is this Tazavest Streets for them was like the only kind of question mark for us all weekend, right? They had a 22 tyrannical Tazavest Streets earlier this weekend that we thought looked kind of slow for them, honestly, because when you look at the streets, the time trials time for this key was 12 minutes or something, right? They had an 1830 streets after the fact, which we thought, you know, with Echo, 21 to 22, fortified to tyrannical, does that really equal 6 minutes? Do we think they can go faster here, right?
Well, my thinking
I'm not
is
sure.
that they may have been holding their secret tech in the bag, right? Like if you're playing against a 24th seeded team or something, and you have something that's like a 5-minute time save, if you think you can get away with not showing that until, say, Global Finals, right? Like that is a big advantage, and maybe that's what Echo were up to there, but maybe they got to pull the trigger on all the secret tech against Baldy, because I don't know if you can beat Baldy with holding anything in reserve.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll see, because they already showed us like a pretty intricate streets compared to what we saw from the other teams in the tournament so far. So like, what more can they build on from that? I'm intrigued. This is the dungeon I was really looking forward to in this series. I'm glad we get to see it.
Yeah, the thing with streets is, in my opinion, there's just so many bosses, right? So I do think that tyrannical on 5 bosses might actually just equal that much time, because it's so hard to speed up a boss fight. Well, it's a lot easier to do trash quicker, right? But we'll see if Echo has any improvements on their strategy.
All right, well, we are underway with the first pull of the dungeon here, needing to get through security. I'm really glad the fight starts instantly when you start the key now, which is so nice here. Both teams are on the same composition. They have swapped out that rogue for the Havoc Demon Hunter. It does also look like Clix is staying on Team Kyrian, and Lip is staying on Team Nightfey, at least as far as we can tell now, although that may update after the first couple pulls if they have actually swapped since then.
Yeah, and we do know that Echo is stealing this really huge pull in that first boss room. You saw the Shining Force being used by Azalea to get that CC'd mob away because it was inspired. So very cool tech, first being CC'd by Fragments and the Demon Hunter, then Shining Force away to make sure the mobs can be interrupted, that they all pull together. And we also see a Vi Interceptor here, so they did focus that plus an which is the perfect combination of relics you do want to kill if you want to maximize your damage.
Yeah, two great tastes that taste great together. The Vi Cypher and the the Cypher just combined to do so much damage on a couple of these specs. We are going to see them now go into the first boss and immediately deploy that Bloodlust as well. 31% trash count for both teams, as Baldy not far behind, also pulling this boss, and it looks like they're actually pulling it over onto the side, onto this trash, whereas Echo have brought the trash to the boss.
Yeah, and Clix is just standing in that weapon with his Death Pact activated.
Yeah. It is so...
It's always nice to see.
It's so frustrating as somebody who plays an actual, difficult to survive on spec sometimes, watching a Warlock press just either Dark Pact or Unending Resolve, or just like Soul Leech through it and just standing in stuff. You're just like, that's not supposed... You're supposed to move out of that, and they're just like, I don't have to. I can shield myself for 400% of my health. Alright, dude.
But they are now just... They killed so many relics within this 2-minute time that they're in a dungeon right now. I think they've already killed 4. 2 Urs and like 2 Vi's, and now they're pulling another set of relics. And I do believe they're finishing off Woe on this one because they want to get the stealth plus the movement speed to skip some trash into the next area. And they're also utilizing the movement speed here to get Zalia into the room to do the guessing game basically with the gifts. So it will be nice to see a point of view of Zalia when they do that skip to see how exactly he's handling that area.
Yeah, so the way that this works on our tournament realm, it's pretty similar to Mists of Tir-Nasyth. Both teams will have the same set of items, so they'll have the same path that they'll need to run, but it changes from match to match, and they don't know in advance what the items are going to be. So they actually do need to know, just like in the Maze and Mists of Tir-Nasyth, how to handle all the possibilities, but the match isn't going to be decided by one team getting a short path and the other team getting a long path.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Sally just kind of walked in there. I guess
starts the RP.
RP, yeah, starting the RP and walked back. So it's going to be Fragnance later, I believe, that is doing the RP afterwards, while the rest of the team is doing all of the trash in the second boss room. So after, when we are in the second boss room, when they do the trash pull, maybe we can... Oh yeah, Fragnance is moving off right now, actually. He did use his immunity there and just moved off. So maybe he's just doing it right now as everyone else is moving to the left. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, let's see what item he's got there. Actually, oh, this is a close one. All right, nice,
that's
easy
really
one.
nice.
Yeah, picks up the book. Fell Rush. Oh my goodness, is this going to be the speed run? He's on the last item already.
Oh wow!
No way. Okay.
Okay, I thought for a second.
All right, we're still really, really close.
Wow.
That's it. They've got their password already, and you can see on the side of Baldy,
Nice thing.
Shakib also getting it done. Actually, getting it done even a little bit faster, and going to be rejoining the team. That's got to be the best possible set of items you could get right there.
Definitely. Unfortunately, JB did go down, though, while this was all happening. They used the Battle Rest to get him back up, so they're not going to have that available for a while. And this trash pull that Echo is doing is actually really dangerous. We've seen other teams pull it with the boss even, but that's not some... Actually, they did pull the boss. Yeah, they're just pulling everything. Yeah, they just got all the trash plus the boss. Now dropping really low. Quaking can be very unfortunate here in this area as well.
Yeah, especially if it comes out when you have to soak that money order, that gold soak. There's not enough space in there to not quake each other if you're trying to soak it. So depending on the timings, it can actually be really punishing. You can potentially, Echo even does, like, track the quaking timer and make sure that they're pulling the boss at a time where that overlap doesn't happen. That's the kind of thing that Echo would do. But meanwhile, on the side of Baldy, we have another death coming out here, followed by a few more. And I actually think this is going to end up being a full wipe, given they're in combat with the boss here. Not much they can do except maybe try and finish off this low health enforcer before going down. And it looks like Lepan is indeed going to pull some more trash just to speed up his demise here.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Not having the Battle Rest available there for JB, and the boss is still really high HP, so no Battle Rest for the healer is going to be a disaster in this tyrannical streets. So they have to just reset and go again. But Echo having no issues on their side, and I do think they're actually quite a bit faster than we saw previously in their street run, right? So this is definitely a little bit of an improvement from their own time, which is already the fastest time we have seen in this dungeon, this tournament, which is an 1841.
Fragnance applying sharpening stones to his swords there, as we now pull towards the Grand Menagerie. They've got some relics. It's actually only going to be a pack of relics. They've pulled the relics here without the associated trash. Fragnance going to kill off that relic, and then he's going to gateway and meld off combat with the Automa. So they actually have an Automa spawned in the hallway leading out of the Grand Menagerie that they can then kill later. Interesting.
I really like this optimization, just because they have to wait for the boss to spawn here, so there's not much else they can do, right? So just getting Automa ready for the buff, maybe it's a woe, right, that they want the speed buff afterwards, is really cool to see. But now they have to fight this boss, and this is gonna take quite a long time, because yeah, this boss is just really hard to speed up, even though they have this really cool strategy where they drag the boss to the side and make it easier for you to gather up the buffs.
Yeah, it's something that I expect they will do as that when that boss comes out, but I'm curious to see exactly where Echo decides to position it. I think it probably will just be over in that back right corner. They do have to finish off the Devourer first before they can focus too much on that Goliath positioning, though. And they are moving over towards one of those edges of the room here, again, just to minimize the amount of directions that those balls will bounce to.
And there we go. We do see the buffs are going to be moving up on the group frame. You can see, I believe it's on Fragrance right now. So once those balls spawn in just a second, he's going to get a lot of buffs. Actually, no, it's on now. Which, honestly, if you look at the damage meter, not too bad of an idea.
We don't mind that. You know, the tank Tanks do a lot of damage this patch, and Blood Death Knights on single target are probably the best example of that. They just deal so much damage if you can play them sufficiently well to keep that rune weapon up basically the whole time, which, especially when there are multiple targets around and you're playing Kyrian, is not actually all that difficult to do with the levels of haste that they have here on the Tournament Realm.
Yeah, and now the buff did move over to Fragment, so he's going to get some buffs as well. But they were so quick with the previous one that he didn't manage to get the full stack. So really quick.
One thing they did there, actually, I think to even optimize Now's damage some more, they life gripped Clicks in as he was being targeted by the chains so that it would spawn right next to the boss. And that's actually just good to get the chains killed as quickly as possible. But then it also lined right up with when Now was pressing his shackle, and that let him spread it to an extra target, which is really big for Blood Death Knight for keeping their single target high, is spreading that debuff around and getting all those extra runes. That keeps the rune weapon up. You can see rune weapon has just ended for Now, and it's going to be back up in the next 30 seconds. I mean, this thing is such high uptime, and Now is doing so. He's second place on damage still.
Yeah, and the Woe Drifter also just came in. I assume it was aggroed Now. So now the Woe Drifter was killed on a perfect timing as well, because now they get the movement speed buff, the stealth, that damage reduction exactly when the boss dies. This is perfect optimization by them here.
82% enemy forces for Echo as they make their way now towards Mize's Oasis. That boss they still have yet to deal with, the one that Baldy is currently fighting. Baldy trying to stay in it, but they are certainly behind at this point. And Clix is going to put a gateway down from the top of this area. This lets you escape the room faster because you can use this gateway to come out. So a really good thing to do if you are a warlock or play with one is set up that gateway before coming down to this room. And you can see they've actually brought a little bit of trash with them here.
Yeah, and he also put the demonic circle right next to the gateway, because we do know that on the last boss they have this special strategy where they actually pull some trash and snap it onto the boss.
It looks
to
like
get
that's
that
what they've done here
damage
as well. I think they snapped this thing down onto the into this room, so they have the damage amp for the trash and potentially for the boss here also.
Yeah, this is really nicely done by them to get those extra trash mobs in. Especially on Tyrannical, right? Getting that damage amp onto the bosses speeds up the dungeon so much.
Yeah, this is a huge optimization here. And Echo, almost a full boss encounter ahead of Baldy at this point. This Streets is looking so clean for them. What did we have their time as in this dungeon yesterday? 1830? I do wonder...
I think it was 1831,
yeah.
1840? Yeah.
And actually, it was the mini boss that they brought with them. They snapped the mini boss before the teleporter down to this boss area while they're fighting this trash. It's actually such a good way to have something useful to do while you're doing these musical interludes. And they have so much count as a result of that.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were questioning yesterday on their route, right? I remember talking about this because they were basically soloing the mini boss before they went to the last boss, and it looked like pretty inefficient thing to do for a team like Echo, right? So we were sitting there and thinking, okay, maybe this is like a mistake, or maybe they're just hiding their strategies. And it looks like they were hiding their strategy, that they can do this and snap it to this boss, because now they're not going to be having to deal with this mini boss alone by itself before they move up to the last boss. I think this is going to speed up their time by a few minutes even compared to yesterday.
Yeah, really speedy tactic there to get that snap. So that's, I mean, it's just such a huge amount of free enemy forces count, given that you're waiting on all these RP segments during the boss encounter anyways. They are now working on that boss, and look at how fast this boss is getting melted. Even on Tyrannical here, they're just doing so much damage.
Yeah, and they also have the Woe Drifter again to speed up their return to the last boss area, right? So they want that movement speed plus the stealth as well. And they don't finish off the Woe Drifter here until the boss is lower, because they don't want to waste any of that buff time. And we also now see the update on the Covenant of Clix, and he actually switched to Night Fae for this dungeon. So I guess there weren't enough trash pulls you could do on top of bosses, because that's where that Covenant shines for Warlocks, right? Where you have extra mobs into boss fights.
Yeah, so they updated the plan in Necrotic Wake, but they didn't yet change anything about the way that they wanted to handle streets, it looks like, as they get that woe buff, and they'll now be taking that gateway potentially back up. Looks like not even taking the gateway. Looks like they're just running around to the side here. Zooming
Maybe because of quaking. Maybe they were scared to.
You can see Clicks took the gateway, but maybe nobody else did because the quaking was overlapping with it exactly. Unfortunate timing there, but they are still at 96% trash count, and they're now going to be bringing up one of these mobs with them to the last boss room. That's because these mobs apply an AoE enrage to themselves and to any other enemies that are near them that increases damage done, but also increases damage taken. And Echo, that is a trade offer that they are very interested in.
Yeah, there we go. The mobs have been snapped up. It was Clicks that somehow aggroed them and then used his demonic circle / gateway to get up.
Oh.
Gingy actually going down, unfortunately, due to some aggro issues, I would assume. Did use the battle rest to get him up immediately, though. I'm not sure if he had already used his cooldowns and maybe even lost the bloodlust, so that could potentially be a problem for them. But still, they should be able to kill this boss really quickly because of that extra buff they have from the trash mob they snapped.
Yeah, so much damage coming out here on Soazmi. Echo on pace here for a sub 15-minute Streets of Wonder. Wow. I mean, the boss is dying so fast. What is happening to this thing? They're just going to use the AMZ, and they're not even going to bother using the portals as well to escape the damage of that circle. Literally just going to pop AMZ and stand in it.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage. Sally, I was probably having a good time healing up that debuff on everybody. Now they're using the gateway to get over to the boss again. So really nice optimizations by Echo to finish up this boss quickly. And yeah, the boss would have been dead already, I think, if Gingy wouldn't have died at the very start. So I think this could have been an even quicker time. But compared to their best time yesterday, 1841, they shaved off 4 minutes of their street run. That's just insane.
Yeah, there it is, 1440 for Echo in Streets of Wonder. That's going to stamp their ticket to the finals of this weekend, and also the first team to qualify for our global finals. Huge congratulations to Echo.
Wow.
Well, there you have it, Echo with the quick 2-0 victory. A total of 2 deaths in the entire match. That's pretty insane. They're going to the global finals. I think no big surprise there, but man, like no team plays on the level that Echo does that we've seen yet in this tournament. It really is kind of like mind-blowing how they can do this.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, we were all wondering what they had left to show in this dungeon after their first showing here this weekend, and I don't know if any of us were expecting 4 minutes faster. That was pretty
Seriously.
wild. And it probably could have been faster still, like Dratnos mentioned at the end of the key there. If Gingy didn't dive to that snap right at the last second, man, that could have been blazing fast.
Mm-hmm. It like always like it gives me a bit of a heart attack when they tank the first like wall that goes across on the last boss with the anti-magic zone. I'm like, no, don't you know that's gonna kill you? But it's they're ready for it. But it always makes me sweat when I see that. But man, 14 minutes 39 seconds, like you were saying, absolutely demolishing their time from earlier in the weekend. And Baldy, I think Baldy again played pretty well. They had a couple unfortunate incidents, but again, a huge threat for the lower bracket and still a team that's definitely capable of going through the global finals a little bit later today.
Yeah, 100%. Just having a death there on that boss fight, just having to completely reset a boss pool is just always going to be such a huge time loss. I just quickly wanted to mention though, look at the tank's DPS, both Now and Lepun. He's doing a casual 18k overall DPS as a tank. I mean, that's just partially MDI things, right? Because these big pulls enable the higher DPS. But yeah, just insane. Also giving Now the stacks on that boss as well to increase his single target damage. That is something that I would never even think about, buffing the tank instead of a damage dealer. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
It's a team effort. Everybody's contributing, right?
Yeah, he probably is one of the more consistent DPS to put that on, to be honest.
Probably,
that's kind of wild.
I mean, he's if you think about the person that's always going to be hitting the boss nonstop no matter what happens, yeah, I guess that is true. But yeah, here's an unfortunate moment for Baldy a little bit earlier.
Yeah, focusing in on what the problem is here, if you looked at JB's debuffs right before he went down there, he had not only a Scintillate debuff from one of the ads, that they pulled into the fight to make the boss take extra damage, but he also had the debuff from soaking a puddle from the boss, on top of the fan mail going out on the group, which is just a ton of AoE damage. And you also have to factor in the fact that they have this Enforcer on top of the group, which is causing everyone to take 20% increased damage. That is pretty much just unhealable damage if you aren't prepared for it, and unfortunately they just weren't set up to go for it. Now, the way that Echo does this, everyone should definitely like focus this under the live keys. Only if you get that 20% damage taken buff on boss for a little while, this is something that'll help you get this final boss down that much more quickly. Warlock sets a portal up top, jumps off, tags one of those Enforcer mobs, then ports back up, and here you go. You have an Enforcer and 2 Sparkcasters ready to go with you on the boss. You can start generating resources, getting ready to pull that with the boss, and then when you do get that burst onto the boss when the boss spawns, you're good to go. One thing you have to focus on, though, these mobs will be evading for a few seconds when you come back upstairs. If you're a melee player like a hunter, Gingy, you could die here. Be careful. Don't let that happen to you. Oh, we cut his death out of the clip.
Oh,
man.
Dude,
we're too nice. We're too
the
friendly.
boss. Just the boss turned
It
hostile.
may be the
bopped
boss.
him. Yeah.
It made him
Because
in the
I
boss.
saw him
Okay.
actually waiting, right?
Yeah.
Like he was standing there doing nothing for like a couple of seconds, and then I guess as soon as he started hitting, maybe the boss was the one that actually meleeed him.
You gotta wait for tank aggro. Doesn't matter how good your tank is, you still have to wait for that tank to get the first hit. It happens to the best of us, though.
Well, you don't
know?
if you're a hunter is the thing. You can just press misdirect, but they
Well, that's
never
true.
do. They never do. And then they complain when they die to
Oh.
threat, and you're just like,
I don't know. I think Echo's pretty well known for using misdirect, so that's yeah. But yeah,
Okay,
it was
we've got
super
the-
clean. And
the sped up replay to see the part where Gingy died. Here we go.
Oh,
you've
perfect.
got the
Exactly what it
RP too
was.
to do this.
See, he's AFK.
All right,
he's
watch
not.
him.
Yeah, he's not
touching
attacking them.
right now.
Oh,
They're evading, and
oh.
now they're done evading. They're taking damage and stuff again. And what's going to happen to Gingy? Here it comes. Boss about to be hostile. There it is. The boss is hostile. Gingy
Oh, here
instantly
it comes.
tags it.
Okay.
And the boss was like, and I took that personally. You know? He was apparently Gingy, just like in an RP sense, he upset the boss the most, I guess. You know, how dare you bring that filthy pet animal like up into my terrace or whatever it is the boss is hanging out at? I don't know. There you go. You can't. That wasn't really his fault. You can't really worry about that too much. Yeah, that's really like, come on now, pick
Hunters.
it up. Yep. Well, what can you say? Echo 2-0 going on to the Global Finals, and our finals a little bit later today. We still get to watch them play one more series, which is great because they are a ton of fun to watch. But Baldy, conversely, goes down to the lower bracket. We're going to see them face the winner of our next series, which is going to be Evolved versus Incarnation. Now, Evolved, again, they did set a record time on Necrotic Wake, which stood about a little less than 24 hours until Echo snatched away again today, but a very capable team, no doubt. And Incarnation, a team that seems to be kind of like ramping up each day, but you know, maybe not putting as much practice into some of the other teams we've heard rumors of, but still a team obviously with a lot of MDI history too, and one that would not be surprising to see go through, right, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, Incarnation is a team that is capable of brilliance. We've seen it out of them before. They have got the ability to do some amazing things and make some really difficult pulls work and come up with really good ideas. But coming into this tournament, they are a little bit less prepared than they were last season. And so definitely they are, I have them as pretty solid underdogs in this series against Evolved. But again, that is not a team that I'm ever going to be comfortable counting out.
I don't want to throw around the word dark horse, but you know, we could apply it. We could apply it to a lot of these teams, though. But while we mull that over, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our second matchup of the day, it's going to be Evolve versus Incarnation here on MDI. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe here along with Nagura, Mr. X, and Tuttles. And guess what? We're already in the match too because Echo just decided to speedrun theirs against Baldy. Echo just doing Echo things, but now we're moving on to the lower bracket. It's another elimination match. It is going to be Evolved versus Incarnation. And this is actually a rematch of a match we saw on day one, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it was a winners round one match between these two teams. It was like a Spires of Ascension, I think, to kick things off. That's where we saw the Sanguine shenanigans, I think, throughout the weekend. And then I think the next was a Plaguefall, where after like an Invis skip at the beginning, everything went a little bit sideways for Incarnation. So I don't think you saw the best out of them, obviously, that match. You'd expect it to be much different this time.
Yeah, that was day one Incarnation, right? Day two Incarnation looked quite a bit better, didn't they, Tuttles?
Yep, they had 2-2-0s after that. It was, and in all honesty as well, they didn't look like they were putting in some absolute trailblazing strategies, but they were very clean and very consistent, which is what you're going to need from them today, especially in that Plaguefall. That Plaguefall, it's starting off our series, and I hope it doesn't come back to haunt them because, yeah, having like 7 deaths to the first boss, like they rezzed multiple times and having to reset it, and then the boss got healed, and it's like, wait,
yeah.
that was really bad. They need to make sure that first part of the dungeon doesn't look as bad today.
It was a bit awkward. I mean, Incarnation is a team that we've seen in MDI. We've seen them do really well in Great Push, things like that as well. But Nagura, it seems like the practice hasn't been the same type of practice, per se, that we've seen from other teams in this tournament this weekend from Incarnation. I mean, we had a little bit of Jailer prog, yesterday. That's I call it mechanics practice, I guess. If you're playing the same class, maybe I'm stretching here, but you get the idea. But so Incarnation, Are they just good enough that they don't need to worry about it? They're just going to show up?
I do think they definitely have the potential. We know they have the potential to be an incredibly good team. But yeah, not having so much practice definitely might cost them against Evolved, especially because I looked at the dungeon pool that they have in the series, and the only dungeon they have already played from the series before is Plaguefall, and that's the dungeon where they had 13 deaths in total, and they lost 2 Evolved. Which means that the dungeons that they are playing today are not going to be something they, got at least some practice in from the yesterday or the day before. So either they have practiced it off stream, or they're just going to improvise, which probably is going to be a hard time against Evolved, I would say.
Oh, I believe in the secret tech. Let's see it. I've been around for both the great pushes so far. That's made me a bit of a fan of Incarnation, and so I want to see them do well here too.
I will say, also looking at this dungeon pool, if for some reason the Gambit does go through, then okay, so Evolved has played Gambit twice. And it's a very difficult dungeon, but oh gosh, please, Lord, get them away from Gambit. They need some reprieve because that is not their best dungeon. But I have a strong suspicion that they've practiced it a ton. It is just a very difficult dungeon to be able to deal with, but it's their kryptonite a little bit. Oh no, they didn't ban it.
We might see it. Here we go.
No.
We might not get there, but I do want to see it too. I want to see if they can handle the Giants this time. Third time's a charm, right? But we'll see if we get there. No.
Just all beefed up. I want to kind of see what happens there. Just for science purposes, science purposes.
Yeah.
All right. Science. For science.
It's academic.
Yeah.
It really surprised me that they didn't ban Theater of Pain, because neither of the teams have played the dungeon before. It's not in the lower final or in the grand finals map pools. And we have only seen the dungeon once. And it was Yeppers that had the fastest time with 24 minutes, which is not like a speed run by any means. So it's interesting that it stayed open.
I'm not surprised that the Incarnation guys did end up banning Court of Stars, though. We saw Evolved play that court yesterday, and while it wasn't perfect, it actually ended up looking pretty good. It looked relatively competitive versus Baldy's Court of Stars. And if Incarnation hadn't practiced it, or they thought that other teams would potentially ban it, they knew that Evolved was never going to ban that dungeon. So they're like, "Oh, this game of chicken is we're gonna have to ban it." That's unfortunate.
Probably, yeah. I mean, come on, Incarnation's got all that great push experience on Court of Stars. They've done way harder Court of Stars in 21. Come on.
Well,
come on.
During if I remember correctly, during the Great Push, they were struggling mightily in the
It's
Legion
all about
dungeons.
experience. You don't learn from the dungeons you do well,
Okay.
right?
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so can you run that
Yeah.
one by me? Can you run that one by me real quick, Doa?
yeah.
Well, if you absolutely crush a dungeon, you're not learning anything, right?
And I should be really
gotta
good at
wipe
dungeons
to
then,
learn.
if that's how it works.
Exactly. Yeah. More GG, more skill. You know,
Uh-huh.
lose to learn. That's a dope.
That's
I
why
am
now
today.
always depletes so many keys. Now the Tank of Echo, he depletes keys all day. Maybe that's the secret strategy.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Oh.
I've learned so much. Here we go. Here it goes. The map. Evolve versus Incarnation. Dungeon 1. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, I was going to mention, Naguri, yesterday Evolved actually ran, when we saw them play the first time, they ran the Windwalker Monk here against Incarnation. They run it again. We see a Holy Paladin come in?
Yes, that's what's confusing me right now.
So
Graal is playing Holy Pala. Wow.
it probably is for the Necro, right? You can play Necro Holy Paladin now. It's actually really strong. Everybody else probably is not going to be the Necrolord for this team. Yeah, it looks like the sub-rogue would be Venthyr and whatnot. So, yeah, the Holy Paladin. This is the first time we've seen a Holy Paladin this weekend, which I'm a big fan of. I play a ton of Holy Paladin on live. Has not seemed to been the healer of choice so far this weekend, though.
Definitely not. I didn't even know there's any other healer specs other than Holy Priest, to be honest.
Yeah,
after watching
the
this,
occasional
yeah.
Resto Shaman shenanigans, but
True,
yeah.
true. Wow, alright, well, it looks like Evolved did pull the boss with a lot of trash, and thankfully they have the Master Spell, right? Which makes this whole pull a lot easier because of bursting. While Incarnation, because they dropped the Holy Priest, which they played before, yesterday when they played against Evolved, or actually the first day they played against Evolved, they did play Holy Priest as well, and now they switched. So that means they're not going to have that Master Spell, but I don't think there's too many pulls in Plaguefall where it's incredibly important to have it, other than this like very first pull with the slimes. And then maybe also in the last boss room when you have all of these tiny mobs that also proc bursting.
Yeah, and the last time they actually played, they didn't even run a Necro on this Incarnation, because if you think about it with the Blood DK, H-Priest, Warlock, Rogue, Hunter combo, there's not a Necro in there, so...
I mean, Blood DK can play
Could
Necrolord,
play it, yeah.
right?
I think Dorky,
it's not that bad.
he said he did it by accident the other day.
True,
but-
I guess that's why probably. He probably played Necrolord in Plaguefall, and then forgot to switch for the Mists dungeon in the next series. That's probably what happened.
It might be.
So, you know what? I think that might be their way of thinking now as well. Since Dorky will forget to switch to Covenant, they need to play the Holy Paladin so that doesn't happen again, you know? So they won't have Necrolord Dorky in the next dungeon.
And typically you would have brought Holy Paladin in the past, the Venthyr version with like the kick a buff to Ashen, right, for the extra damage, but Holy Priest with the boon like out damages it now at this point. It's a little sad to see, but the Holy Paladin healing, right, with the the Necro ability where you get the extra Light of Dawns, it's really good at the kind of that burst healing. When you have the Vanquisher's Hammer, you have 2 charges with the Unity Legendary as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna have any issues with healing at all, and of course, Paladin also provides a lot of utility as well. On top of that, when you think about it, you have the Bob, you have I think, yeah, Paladin can also dispel disease as well, right? So that's not gonna be an issue for Plaguefall either, because in Evolved you also have the Windwalker that helps out with that. So yeah, lots of utility from the Paladin. They should be fine. Damage output wise, I do think Holy Priest is going to be stronger overall, but if they're comfortable playing the Paladin, then they should be fine. But Evolves quite a bit quicker here at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah, I was going to say, they are a bit ahead. I mean, 30% in, get through that boss like in a minute faster. Definitely really clean look from Evolved yet again, as we've seen from them outside of Gambit for most of the weekend. But Incarnation looks like they're going to go for a big pull, trying to make up some time.
Yeah, Evolved still holds the fastest time of the tournament in Plaguefall with a 15 minutes, 4 seconds clear that they had against Incarnation, right? So we'll see if they maybe even improve their strategy and can have a faster time this time around, as they're looking really clean with the 0 deaths on the board. You can see they also finished off the Woe Drifter here to get the movement speed and the stealth. After this pack, I do think they're just going to skip those tentacles, because the tentacles are usually very inefficient to deal with because they just don't move along. So you just have to play the trash on top of them.
Yeah, and already a much better showing from Incarnation than the other day. You know, not being able to kind of get that first boss down, and really in trouble there, running out of the CC. But Evolve making their way. Let's see what they decide to do here. Which relic? Maybe they grab an here. It looks like you have the Infernal on cooldown. No, they're gonna get the Woe. So. Do you think they're going to use the Woe to skip here, like a little bit further, or kind of just wrangle some of these mobs together, like before this next boss?
Yeah, maybe just again for the movement speed, because I don't think skipping makes a lot of sense, because then you would just be backtracking to the boss afterwards. Yeah, we've seen it a lot in the previous season because there was a Tormentor there, right? We saw. Sometimes teams would go past the boss, kill the Tormentor first to get the buff, and then come back. But nothing like that anymore in this season. So it looks like they're just using the Woe Drifter for some move speed. Maybe it was even a mistake that they killed it, because there's also not that much moving you have to do. Sometimes it just happens when you have so much AoE damage, especially looking at their comp, right? They're just like full AoE.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they're going to use maybe just for the damage reduction to be able to pull all of this on top of each other. No, we have an Angel form here.
It's really bad because they just used the Battle Rest on the Hunter. That means they don't have a Battle Rest for the healer anymore. So that means they probably have to reset the boss unless they think they can kill that 23 tyrannical boss without a healer, which seems
They do have a blood
unlikely.
DK. You know, it does seem unlikely though. This is one of those situations, though, that we've seen where, like, a team is committed to not reset the boss, and it ends up kind of backfiring, where, you know, Incarnation a bit behind, right? You see they still have to kind of get through this area with the tentacles, but this could get bad for Evolve, because, you know, Dr. Egg is still at 85%.
Yeah, I don't think there's actually that much group damage going on this boss. Oh, they're running to reset it now. Yeah. So one thing that is interesting as well, because the tank takes a lot of damage from like a magic effect that stacks up. You saw it on Alex right there. And usually the healer just dispels it and it's not an issue. But if it stacks up really high and you don't have a dispel, that can cause the tank to die. But they technically had a way to deal with it with Shella's imp, right? I saw Shella actually summoning that imp to dispel that debuff. But they decided, you know what, it's still not going to be possible for us to do this boss. So that's now the time for Incarnation to catch up to Evolve, right? Because Incarnation, they had some issues, so we're not as quick with the trash. But this is definitely their moment now to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have to pull Dr. Igus again now, and they're basically going to be pulling at just about the same time as Dorky's going to grab that mob, probably bring it right into the boss. As it looks like even getting out of the way. Yeah, so they're going to bring all of this into the boss, just like Evolved, and we're going to have a really close race here.
Wow, this is another big pull by Incarnation. They want to make sure there's nothing going wrong for them either, because they also don't have a Battle Rest available on their side. So this pull can be incredibly dangerous. They have to be very careful nothing goes wrong here. You see the Shadow Fury helping them out to just interrupt all of those casts going off by the Plague Binders. Some of them really dangerous. Like this cast, it just... Okay, never mind. They have freedom because it is a route that can cause some horrible issues if you just stand and just jump from the boss, for example, and you can't move out. But yeah, having freedom definitely makes that not an issue.
Yeah, you just see the wings up time as well with the Necrolord ability. He always has wings, even though it got nerfed a little bit recently. Still pretty decent, but Evolve just pummeling through the boss at this moment in time. You can see some of the damage that Holy Priest puts out, you know, the 7k DPS right now on the boss versus like the Holy Paladin is Holy Priest. It's interesting. They've even, like, you know, in terms of like damage as a healer, right? Like Disc is traditionally been the one who does more damage, but Holy Priest, they get a buff, and then with Boon they're able to put out even more than the Disc Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it's okay because Holy Priest always has been this
They need
spec that
something.
was right. Yeah, they were always like they were never really played, and Disc Priest was always like the favorite spec for most priests. So maybe they overdid it a little bit this patch, but still, they deserve their
They
time
deserve a
in the
moment.
spotlight.
They deserve
Yeah.
a moment. Eventually, they'll think that about us, that we deserve a moment as Boomkins, but you know, maybe eventually. As Dr. Icarus will go down. Oh, we actually have another death here from Bazookas. They're going to have a BALDY coming up, but the boss is pretty much dead, so won't really be that big of an issue. Yeah, he'll just kind of come right back up, join the rest of the squad. As Incarnation still 30% left here on Dr. Icarus, so they're going to take a little bit longer, as Evolve is going to take this route on the right-hand side and grab this set of relics.
Yeah, so Evolve decided to just completely ignore this last plague bomb and just hoped that they would survive it with the the AMC from Alex, and then also using some defensives. Chella actually died through his unending resolve. So that bomb does a lot of damage when it goes off, apparently. Incarnation, though, on their side, they decided to just finish off the plague bomb. They don't think they can survive the explosion at all, so they just finished it off and played the boss a little bit more safe on their side.
Yeah, it's kind of what we've seen from Incarnation a little bit throughout the weekend is like playing the routes pretty safe, kind of like comparatively to some of the other squads where they're kind of going with these like large pulls. We've talked about how a lot of their players have just been doing so many different things in the game, with Dorky just jumping in and doing some jailer pulls after as they get Dr. Icarus down, as just keeping those routes a little bit safer. As Evolved gonna have Woe gonna go all the way here. Let's see how they decide to pull this. They CC the first mob. It looks like a para on the one on the right, and then they're gonna grab the relics and some of the other packs. Looks like they got an ambusher there at the front CC. Don't believe I think it was a sniper on the other side, on the right. I'm gonna try and grab this pack with the relics, and then probably just take some of it into the boss.
Yeah, this is a pretty big pull, and they have to watch out that nothing goes wrong here. They also did finish off the relic now, so they have the herb buff, getting the cooldown reduction, the mana regen, health regen on everybody, making sure that they're gonna be safe for the boss that they're pulling in now. The Dominant Venom Blade has been added. I assume they're finishing off this trash, and then they add that ambusher and that sniper that they CC'd into the pack afterwards when they feel like they're safe. They're also holding on to Bloodlust as well. Interestingly enough, because sometimes we see teams just use it on this boss, because on the last boss you don't get the full value of Bloodlust because she goes down and does the intermission phase. But still holding on to it, so maybe they just want to play it safe and make sure that you don't get too many rains on the last boss.
Yeah, either probably like for probably on the second phase of that last boss on Margrave, you end up popping the Lust, as Incarnation doing a large pull here. A lot of stealthlings end up. This is like one of the scariest pulls where you see the stealthlings come out, and they're actually going to grab a Vi here. So maybe that'll allow them to kind of save their Bloodlust, maybe take a little bit of that Vi haste into a Venom Blade, and maybe they're able to make up a little bit of time there. But Evolve just looks so clean thus far.
Yeah, definitely. Even though they have those 4 deaths on the board, I do think they have been playing really clean, and the deaths didn't really cost them too much time. It was really only the boss reset, right? They had to reset that second boss, and they're still ahead, even though they had to do that. So their strategy and their route is so much quicker that even though they had this whole thing going on, they're still faster than Incarnation right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They have to be careful, though, now, because they're already 15 seconds behind when it comes to death penalties, right? So I do think there's a chance for Incarnation to catch up if Evolved, does anything like really slow now or makes any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, it's crazy like how some of most of their time was just waiting for the boss, like the long trek of the DK to go reset the boss, and then even with the Holy Priest's death at the end of the second boss, at the end of Vicus, and then waiting for him to come back before pulling that relic back on the side. Like a lot of their time, it's just been standing waiting a little bit for things to come back or players to come back. But yeah, it's Incarnation. They'll end up being at about 60% on this boss as Evolved's finishing it. As everybody gets a little bit low there, but that's where once the group stacks up, that's where the Necro Holy Paladin shines with a lot of those Light of Dawn procs, and then just extra wings. And you also still have Sack available as well if anybody got quite low.
Yeah, and I mean, Shelly going down there at the end of the boss fight didn't cost him too much time, but again, another 5 seconds death penalty on the board. If Incarnation keeps playing really clean and doesn't have any deaths on their side, then it is definitely possible for them to just win off the death penalties, maybe. So we're gonna have to take a look at that. As Evolved is now moving on and dealing with this last boss area, and we saw a gateway being used by Shella there. Presumably because they want to pull some of the slimes into the last boss room to maybe get the haste buff from the Necrolord there.
Yeah, they it'll depend. You know, not a tank, but I think they may even need maybe some of those for percent as well. We'll have to see. I don't know the exact count that you need in terms of percent because I never have to deal with that. I either just heal or hit. Yeah, so I never know the exact count, but I know there's always a situation where my tank is like, we need a little bit more. Somebody who get the slime. So maybe some of those slimes actually needed, but on top of the buff to even kind of get that 100%. So. Let's see Evolve deal with some of these packs rather quickly. I know the rain of fire just kind of coming down from Shelly here, as some of those slimes should start entering the room towards the back. As we kind of see them come around towards this side.
They already killed the slime actually. So
they killed
the slime, I think it was it's barely visible because it was the yellow one, I think, which gives which buff again? I think isn't it the damage reduction that it gives?
I believe so because the red is haste.
Maybe they value that.
Yeah, that's
yeah, the red is haste, so maybe they just value that more over anything else. Or maybe it's also just because that's the closest one, and they just need that. You know?
Just grab whatever you can get. It doesn't really matter at that point. Timing really good there, as right as the rain comes out, just gives everybody a little bit more help. But you see how much that hurts there on the 23 Tyrannical, as Incarn still trying to finish off some of these packs before that. Before Margrave actually spawns. But like you mentioned, the 5 deaths in 25 seconds. That's a lot of time here for Evolve. It's going to get added. They can't afford to make any mistakes.
Yeah, and now that I see how much damage this rain does in this last boss, maybe it does make sense that we're saving the Bloodlust and also getting that slime as well. Just because that is scary. Right? They do have the double dispel that they can use to get some less damage on somebody, but still, now they're popping the Bloodlust as they are in phase 2 of Margrave, and you can see the Infernal also being popped by Shella, making sure they get through this phase as fast as possible to get as few rain casts off as possible, and maybe even less stacks too. Getting even the grip by Vasuk here on Shella so he doesn't have to move, because Dasher Warlock's not very mobile when it comes to a single target.
I was gonna say, I was like, especially playing the Kyrian version, like if you had like Soul Shape, if you're playing Night Fae, like yeah, maybe, but Warlock's just getting the pocket. Every Chaos Bolt matters. As he gets an extra one there, as he gets gripped directly across. And it looks like you do have Incarn, onto Margrave as well here. So both these teams really kind of going neck and neck, as Incarn may be a little bit slower after the first boss on Trash, but just playing it a little bit safer and not any deaths, just that one death early on.
Yeah, and I mean, Evolved not playing as well as they did last time because we're already close to 18 minutes in the dungeon, and their fastest clear was 15 minutes and 4 seconds, right? So that really cost them a lot of time, those deaths on the second boss, as we can see now. So now they are in the last phase, so they're about to finish off Stradama, and then there's going to be a 20 seconds timer that is starting for Incarnation to finish up. And with Yoda going down as well, it's going to be only 15 seconds, and I don't think it's going to be enough at this point, but I mean, Evolve definitely showing that they can make mistakes too on their side. Yeah,
I mean, they're going to have Bloodlust here, but it's still going to be, because you're going to have the next phase where Margrave goes down, some of the tentacles, a little bit of a dance. Looks like Yumi just jumping into the center there. It looks like everybody going into the center. Looks like that is kind of the Incarnation sign of defeat there, as Evolve will take map number 1, but still really close.
I guess so. Everybody jump in the pool. It's over, right? But Evolve did take it. It was maybe not that pool, but it was close. It was pretty close. It really did come down to a couple deaths here and there, but Evolve takes map 1, but I think we're in for a pretty tight series. This is one that could go to the 3rd dungeon, I think.
I was stunned to see the Holy Paladin.
Yeah,
that was kind of a surprise, wasn't it? Yeah,
I'm not super surprised. Like on live, Growl loves playing the Necrolord Holy Paladin. Anytime they go to this key, they always play it. I was kind of surprised to see it during the MDI, especially because it's like bursting and like I sat there and I was like, why did they pick this? But if this is something that they're super comfortable with, they've talked about it. Like the Incarnation team has talked about it. They haven't put in a ton of time in practice, and they're just kind of letting their natural ability carry them. They are still a very talented team. It makes sense that they were playing that. It's really hard for them to recover like a minute of time loss on this first boss. They were up. They were up 3% enemy forces coming out of the first boss, but they were down like 1 minute's worth of time just because of these slimy morsels contacting the boss, just having a little bit worse boss damage. Evolve did kind of throw there for a little bit, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to overcome the deficit. And Evolved honestly is in a position where I could see them reasonably getting second place today. They need to really make sure that they are super clean in all of the dungeons that they are running. I thought that this Plaguefall, it was okay. It would be able to capitalize on any other mistakes, but they need to be like 0 deaths through the remainder of the day if they want to get that second place slot over Baldy.
Yeah, to beat a team like Baldy, you're not going to be able to afford to have like the boss reset and everybody kind of like trekking on back. It's because we have seen Evolve play that clean, but then we've also kind of seen this Evolved a little bit throughout the weekend.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, when you compare these two teams in this first dungeon, at least, and yeah, it's Plaguefall, things are always going to get a little bit messy, like, for lore reasons, but also for just, like, difficulty reasons. But, you know, neither one of these teams look on the level of Baldy right now, who they're going to have to face, whoever gets through. So, Nagura, like, even, no matter who gets through here, do you think they have a chance against Baldy, or is it kind of like Baldy's match to lose at that point?
It's gonna be difficult, but the thing with Baldy, we saw them earlier in the series against Echo, they made quite a few mistakes, right? Where they had like this full team wipe on the boss in streets. They also had mistakes with the hook in the Necrotic Wake on that boss as well. So I do think if Evolved is having a clean run, then they can beat Baldy if Baldy is having some mistakes here and there. If both of the teams play clean, then I still think Baldy will have the edge, right? But they definitely have been making mistakes, so it can go either way, I think.
I think Evolved has just like landmine dungeons that
Yeah.
So they're dungeons that they're good in. There's like, oh, it's like 0 deaths, like really fast time. You're like, oh my god, this team is insane. And then it's like,
it's true.
There's a couple dungeons where I'm like, oh no.
So consistency is the key here for Evolved.
And that lower finals has some doozies of options to kind of go through in terms of bans. I mean, you have the Sanguine Depths in there, the Court of Stars, and you have the Halls of Atonement, which has like been one that we've seen teams like desperately try to avoid. Yeah, that's gonna be dangerous. I'm interested to see what we see from Theater of Pain coming up between both these.
I think this is gonna be something. Again, the fastest time we've seen is from Yeppers at 24 minutes clear, and no other team wanted to play this dungeon so far. And it's 45 bolstering 23. Like, that is actually a really difficult combination plus key level. And considering that, you know, maybe some of these teams, like Incarnation, for example, is just playing a Dreadnought's route, I don't know how this is going to turn out.
Oh, no. Oh, the Dreadnought's route comes back.
We saw 2 teams play this earlier in the weekend. I kind of forgot. Yeah, we get the Dreadnought's route. Where both teams, one of them used a Brewmaster for the Necro, I believe, and then the other used a Windwalker. But you could, if you're Incarnation, just bring the Holy Paladin back in, right? I mean, if that's kind of how you want to get it done.
They're gonna do that.
Yeah, for Necrolord, I wonder.
Also,
I mean,
haven't seen Warlocks though in this key, right? Like previously, we've seen like a full melee comp basically, where you have the Brewmaster or the Windwalker buffing the physical damage, and then you just drop the Warlock and just get a full melee comp. That is a pretty common thing that teams.
It's even better for Holy Paladin.
You could see double Hunter.
Everybody gets to be close,
Hunter, I like that actually.
MM plus Serve.
Like MM and Survival,
This has always been just such a sick dungeon for marksmanship. Like, how good Wild Spirits is in this dungeon is like pretty funny. And then, Serve has just been so dominant this whole entire patch. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a double Hunter. It would be kind of weird. I don't know where you're getting your Necrolord buff from at that point, though.
Yeah.
You can have plenty of Kyrian, but
because I think we only seen the Theater of Pain like once. I think.
Yeah.
Throughout the weekend, it was like in a Dwarf This match they ended up. It was like Dwarf This against Yeppers, and I mean you saw the Brewmaster. I mean Dwarf This ran the rest of the Shaman, but they always ran the rest of the Shaman. Yeah, this is one where they both actually dropped the Warlock. Dwarfus ran a warrior here. I don't know if you see the warrior come back.
Warrior's good.
I like
Likely.
it. You know,
Fury is really, really good in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Like we saw some warrior play last season. Obviously, it wasn't Fury, but Fury warrior is something that's I think pretty underrated just as a general rule. It's really good for live key pushing, and it does a high amount of DPS, and it's like especially pretty strong for a dungeon like Theater of Pain, low mob density. Fury's still a little bit target capped, so like you're looking for the low mob density dungeon whenever you're looking to play a Fury warrior. I could see it.
You know what's also good? Necrolord Resto Druid. You think that
The
might
Swarm?
be something?
I think
Yeah, it's actually
wow,
something
that
they
Tettles
play.
face right there. That was a visceral
Yeah.
reaction
They
from Tettles.
play
Wow.
Necrolords at the moment, the Resto
Yeah.
Druids, right? On live pools. Like, they actually do that.
Would be a recommendation?
It's not a meme. Like, they actually
Wait,
play Necrolord.
Which Resto Druids play that? All
Oh,
of them?
Resto Druids.
Oh,
Yeah.
all,
You know,
all one of them.
the ones.
Yes, the ones
mean-
of them.
There are dozens of us.
It's good for the damage output though. Like
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't put Resto Druid on par with like Resto Shaman, but it's better than like a Night Fae Resto Druid in terms
I'm
of
hearing
damage.
some hard
Yeah.
copium. I'm hearing some weird copium
I am,
coming out of the
I am,
casters.
I am huffing the copium here.
You know, if you just like random relics because of Convoke at the start of fights, and yeah, by all means, just go for it.
My room is just filling up with copium for.
Yeah. I mean, all I know is I timed a 14 Theater of Pain last night, so I'm feeling like I'm pretty good at this dungeon right now. So it's just sad I'm not casting it, but I gotta step away anyway. But have fun with this one.
So they both go with the Windwalker. Interesting, Incarnation drops the Warlock. So we talked a little bit about maybe dropping the Warlock for this one. It looks like the last time we saw this dungeon, they did drop the Warlock, both the teams we saw there, but they'll get the Necro buff from the Windwalker here, and then Incarnation with a little bit of a melee heavy comp.
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, we do know Shella is like a Warlock main and he loves Warlock. It's not that he cannot play other classes, right? We've seen him play Rogue before, for example, so they could have chosen to run Windwalker, Rogue, Hunter as well, but they decided not to. He's playing this Kyrian build again, where he does have a lot of single target damage whenever there are like extra ads on a boss fight. And I think on almost every boss you can pull stuff on top. Like for example on Xav, you have the banners that he can proc your Covenant ability on, and on Gorechop you pull trash on top, and you have the tiny little like ads that are jumping around. So I do think there's a lot of bosses where you can make use of that Covenant ability.
I also think if your main is doing what Warlock does right now, you refuse to swap. If somebody says, "Hey, do you want to move over and play something like that?" You kind of just say like, "Oh, I didn't hear you, DC, my bad," and then you just pick Warlock again and just go on in. They're both going to make it through this first boss, rather quickly, about at the same time. Incarnation a little bit behind, but it'll be interesting what wings they decide to attack first. So it looks like we'll see how Evolve sets up for this pull. Most likely they're going to get the banner. Yeah, it's going to be a life grip back of the DK.
Yeah, if you look at the first boss split, right, there's like 30 seconds difference. That's basically the Warlock difference. Warlock diff. I do think that's especially true on the first boss, though, because you have the 3 bosses, right?
Yeah.
Of course, a Warlock does more damage to 3 bosses than Rogue does, but I do think on other bosses it might not be as clear of a difference, because Rogues are, of course, really good on single target as well. But it looks like both of them are going to the first swing, and Alex is going down for Evolved, but the pool is still fine, because the mobs were really low, so not too big of a time loss there, and no disaster happening. But now they're changing around and actually going to Gorechop. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like using that relic pack, which we'll see what Incarnation decides to do with it, but they're going to skip all the way down here. Still some time left on... Whoa, yeah, they're going to have to grab some of these mobs. You're going to need this for percent anyway. Pull them right in. You're going to have all those gas bags in there. And this is a pretty big pull. This is a dangerous pull to do.
Super dangerous. You have the gas pack just constantly pulsing AoE on everybody. You have bolstering as well, which is something you have to consider because they pulled a butcher, they pulled a bunch of sludge spewers. They have to interrupt to make sure that the pass doesn't go off. You need to make sure they don't kill them too early so the gas pack doesn't get bolstered. And you can see everyone's just like cutting back a little bit. making sure that they're not gonna get jumped on and the gas spec doesn't kill them. But yeah, huge amounts of AoE damage coming into the group, and wow, what a single target focus damage there in the gas spec was really good. Even though they're running this like full kind of AoE comp,
Yeah.
they still managed to really focus that gas spec down.
And you can see, like, once some of the DR from the woe wears off, like, how much more damage they start to take.
Yeah.
Now you can probably pull maybe this Butcher and the Har right into Gore Chop. So they're already on their way to the second boss, but the huge skip where Incarnation taking a completely different route.
Yeah, Evolved, once they're done with Gorge Up, they're probably gonna be dealing with that trash that they skipped as well, because that's a lot of percentage. They have to get that back afterwards. Incarnation, though, they chose to go to just continue in that wing. They already pulled the souls in, and now they're moving to the pretty standard route when it comes to those platforms. Sometimes people decide to go to the left side and to the right side, where you have these like souls plus a soul binder instead of killing those two like mages. But Incarnation's going the more standard route, as they're now on that second platform with the Portal Guardians, and again, it's bolstering, so you want to make sure you don't have too much damage on those lower HP mobs.
And you never know, because, like, as Yoda again is going to get really low there.
Wow.
But maybe it's something where Incarnation can kind of find, you know, maybe there's a relic pack a little bit later that they can actually make up some of this with a skip onto Gore Chop, like we just saw Evolve did, and maybe not use you know, the relic, the same exact relic pack to make that type of play happen. I'm gonna have to get a little bit more here, the Bone Magus. So you're gonna have to grab these two mobs at the side, which would lead you to believe they may skip some stuff a little bit later on.
Yeah, this is interesting, because sometimes we saw on this platform they just pull all of the mobs together. But I assume because it's bolstering, it's really hard, because if you pull everything together, you need to make sure those mages die really quickly, because you're gonna run out of interrupts, and when the bone spears go through, someone is going to die. And you can't kill them so quickly when they're bolstering, and you have one guardian that has a lot more HP, so they just decided to go a little bit slower here. But Evolved now done with Gorge Up. You can see the amount of damage Shallow was doing on that pull as well, and the Blood Decay, second on DPS on a boss pull. Which is just insane.
And they skipped this up here, so they're going to come back into this room and pull this with that relic pack and just get everything on top of each other. A nice ring of peace to knock some of the mobs out. They're going to get woe again, so I'm interested where they take this, as it looks like Incarn's still pulling some more here on the platforms, as just trying to get more count.
Yeah, this is a very interesting route by Evolved. I think I like it. They definitely utilize the relics well here to get that movement speed buff, because Theater of Pain is a pretty big dungeon where you have to backtrack a lot, kind of, right? Because you have all of these wings that you go into and then out of again. So just using these movement speed relics to get between wings quicker, and maybe even like skip certain trash that you don't want to deal with, is really nicely done by them. But yeah, Incarnation having another death, unfortunately, on Yoda, so they're up to 2 now, but didn't cost them too much.
Yeah, Evolved is starting to like chain these relics together, right? They just grabbed the woe, they come in here, they still have a little bit of the woe buff left, and they get another one here as they kind of go into the gauntlet. So it'll be interesting where they decide to take it with this. You know, they do have a Blood Decay, so they can I know, kind of take the champion underneath their power, like that really tough pack, the bridge. I think we saw a team actually skip it originally the other day and then backtrack it and grab it. As they're going to grab some of these other mobs coming on in, but a few players getting quite low.
Yeah, so having some issues here, and yeah, as you said, just getting that Woe Drifter buff again, just continuing to having this damage reduction, which I'm sure the healer loves this, just not having to heal it as much, because you have the Arbalist as well that constantly throw out these bleed effects at people, which can be doing a lot of damage, especially when they're bolstered up a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what they do now with the stealth, as they're about to finish off this mini-boss, and now there we go, we have the movement speed, we have the stealth. Looks like they just skipped the mini-boss too, and maybe even this attack.
Yeah,
do you see a skull on it, like a marker?
It looks like they're going to skip both of the mini-bosses here and just go straight to Zav. Okay, so that's a really big skip. It'll be interesting. They're going to get, looks like they're going to get Vi here. So without a Lust, the Lust in 3 minutes, they're going to get the Vi here a little bit more. I'm always scared to grab here because if you time the kill wrong and then you get players sent down, it's impossible to just kill them. Don't think that would happen here, but also it becomes scarier, right? On this level of key when you have up and you know, the banner's slow and the boss is just obviously there as well. Looks like they're going to get the Vi. It looks like 2 players will get sent down. You'll have some of that haste buff here coming on in. For Incarnation, they're on Cult of the Rock, so this will actually be just their second boss, as they take a little bit of a longer route. But like you mentioned, Theater of Pain is a really long dungeon. Like, most of the travel time is in the wing that Incarnation just did.
Yeah, and Evolved also did get a little bit lucky with their with the players who got sent down, because Shadowlands, the Warlock, was the one who got to stay up, and I do think that's the best option for them as well, especially because he's playing that Kyrian Covenant, right? So getting to hit the banners and getting to get those soul shards or reset of the cooldown is really nice for them, and that's why the boss is dying so quick.
Yeah.
This is actually a really fast boss build for them, because Staff is usually a really long fight, even though it's not theoretical, but it's still at 23.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like we just said that they got here, and he's already at 5%, as they absolutely just blow through this boss. Looks like just going to eat some of that there at the end, and they're going to be done. It looks like they're going to backtrack here, though. Like we mentioned, so what are they going to do? Are they going to do this mini-boss, and then are they going to get a relic pack from this? So this is really... They're doing a really nice job of just chaining these relics together, like, because Theater of Pain... Like, it is a dungeon with the multiple wings, which gives you lots of options. But sometimes, like on live at least, it plays a little bit weird in kind of how you can kind of use some of these relics together. They're going to get a woe out of this one, so maybe going to use this to use that speed boost to make up some of that time, like going all the way across that dungeon.
Yeah, I definitely like this. They have to make sure they're not cleaving it too much, though, because this mini-boss on at 23 has a lot of health. So they want to make sure that their buff actually stays afterwards, not that they're just going to be wasting everything. Yeah, they're looking like they're even chaining this into the middle
bridge.
pack.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they might do what you said, right? Just getting the champion mind controlled. And they're just waiting to even out the HP, right? Because it's bolstering.
Yeah.
So they just hit the mini-boss. As long as the mobs that they're pulling now have the same HP as the mini-boss, then it's totally fine to just pull it and AoE it all down, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah, and they grab the captain, rain of fire just coming down everywhere, but yeah, pretty good AoE damage from this group, you know, with the Windwalker Monk included, and they're able to get everything down. I mean, that is a really difficult pull with that mini-boss. They still have some of the woe buff, so it looks like they're going to be able to, it looks like a Mind Soothe, then be able to skip back out towards the front side. So really interesting route from Evolved, one that I don't think we haven't seen much Theater of Pain this weekend, but really, you know, kind of using the relics in a way different manner than you would see groups do, like on live typically is Incarnation. They're doing they're kind of now in this wing with trying to pull 2 of the mini bosses at once, and then another pack is that's going to get a bit spicy.
Ooh, yeah, Incarnation actually committing Bloodlust for this pool. That seems incredibly dangerous, just having all of those axes being thrown out. You have the quaking, you have the bleed effects on everybody. You do have to dodge around and stop casting, because a lot of these mobs also have like stuff that interrupts you. You see him dropping really low, having that bleed on him, and just getting the AoE effect as well. Wow.
Because I think some of those axes you can like line of sight, right? But I don't think there's anything in this room to be able to do that. You usually kind of like drop down and use the staircase, and ooh, yeah. I mean, that's tough to be able to try to do both of those packs and live without you know, anything to line of sight that. And you know, you're the Holy Priest. You're just getting, you know, he looked like he got like 3 of them in a row there. You only have so much to use on yourself.
Yeah, did have the stone form available, I think, so could use that, but also possible that he wants to save it for something later on. Either way, Evolved is now in that last wing they still have to do, and I do think that is like the longest wing, right? Because it's all those platforms, and you cannot really just pull everything together, you just have to go through the platforms. So yeah, Incarnation, even though they have 2 wings still left to do, Evolved is now in the longest one. They also have their Bloodlust available at the moment. It is possible to just save it for the last boss instead of using it somewhere here, but we'll see what they do. And yeah, they are also pulling teams together, as I talked about earlier.
This was the pack that I think Incarnation did like separately from each other. And Evolve, they're just going for it. Bring everything in. And it may be because like that was a really nice ring of peace, right? For some of those casts, you can knock them out. The spinning crane kick, just keep going. You have leg sweep there, so they deal with that pack rather quickly as well.
Wow, yeah, that was really clean.
Fast.
A lot of damage on the Guardian as well, right? It looks like they just killed everything at the same time, which is difficult because the Guardian has like almost double the HP of everything else. So again, lots of focused target damage in their group, which really, really helps them out for this bolstering affix. And I mean, Shella just destroying this pack with all the Infernals that they procced on the previous.
Just a casual 78k on that pull, just going on through. Bazooka get actually just mana back, was really low on mana, gets it back here from the herb buff as Evolve speedrunning this part of the dungeon as on the Incarnation side, looks like they've actually still kind of dealing with that bridge pull. So it looked like they actually, they used Shroud to get by it, did the mini boss, then taking the champion under their control and then pulling these kind of last two mobs, just kind of kiting them up towards Zab.
Yeah, so both of the teams do have this captain controlled, and they can release it later on to get that extra percentage if they need it, or they can just like carry it through the whole dungeon if that's what they choose to do. But Evolved now on that second to last platform they still have to do before they manage to reach the boss. Looks like, again, they're just doing a really good job focus targeting down the higher HP targets and just chaining it into different kind of packs, making sure you just be as efficient as possible with the trash. And now they get to this tiniest platform, which is the worst platform.
Oh my
because
God,
there's just so much stuff going on there. I hate when it's storming and then you just have the frontals plus the tornadoes go everywhere.
It's chaos. Just trying to like see what's happening here can be really difficult because like some of the ground effects just kind of like blend together. The tornado you can't really see sometimes. You're just taking ticking damage. This platform is really tough.
And then you thought he played really well, and then a bone spear just like one-shots you because someone didn't drop. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, no, that's that definitely is a thing that happens often. Is looks like they're gonna lose Junkrat on the Incarnation side, so they're gonna use a B-res there. That's gonna be their last one here though, so they don't have one active. So have to be really careful. So it looks like Evolved, they're going to move on to the next boss here as Koltharok. This could be pretty dangerous. Did it look like Bazooka was going to try and pull one of the spirits up? Looked like, say they get a Shackled Soul up from down below. Just running it by the tank to make sure they get it.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a bit tricky with these, like any sort of mob that snaps onto their target, so basically teleports to their target. They evade for a couple of seconds, so it can be hard to get aggro because as soon as they stop evading, they'll just have aggro on some random target, mostly like some damage-related AoEs or the healer just from healing aggro. So definitely you need to be a bit careful with that, but they're looking just fine. And yeah, this boss can also be dangerous just because there's just so much damage going on with the debuffs. But having a Warlock, again, you can see the imp actually being out there, just helping with the Dispel is really nice.
Yeah, because typically people don't help with the Dispel. So as the healer, you are basically, as soon as the Dispel comes out, who has the better chance to survive and not dispelling that person? But having the second one for the Warlock definitely makes life easier, especially on a 23, just the amount of damage that would have. You do have a little bit of a damage reduction from the Captain. I think it's like a 2% damage buff, and I think like you get like a 5% damage reduction, I believe, from having the Captain in your control. But still, it's not on this type of key, not going to be the difference between living or dying with that debuff coming out.
Yeah, definitely not. So yeah, Basuk doing a really good job keeping everyone alive, as Incarnation is now in that last wing that they still have to do. But they have to catch up so much time at this point, because once Evolved is done with this boss, they're already on the last boss. They only have to do the last 6%, which is going to be the Captain plus the trash pack that they left at the very start of the dungeon. And they're just going to be dealing with that as the RP starts from Margrave.
Are they going to bring all of this into Gore Chop?
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's You're trying to make up time. Okay, they're not going to bring it in with the boss, but I was going to say, you're trying to make up time. This is one way to do it. As the Divine Hymn comes out, so that'll give Yuumi some extra healing to the rest of the group for a little bit longer, as you're definitely going to need it. They are doing a nice job though of kind of like controlling the health of each of these mobs, like not letting the bolstering getting insanely out of control. As a few players drop low, Suna's really low, Junkrat's low, and they're going to end up pulling Gourd Chop here as this is going. For Evolved, they're going back up. They're probably going to need to pull some of these packs towards the front of the dungeon, right? Because they're sitting at the 94%. They're going to get the captain down here. Oh no, actually they're going to put some little damage into the captain, maybe kind of just generate some shards or something like that from Shelly, and then pull that 3-pack.
Yeah, so they're waiting for the boss to spawn at this point, right? Because there's a little bit of an RP event happening. And now the boss has spawned, and they're looking like they're chaining the boss into the trash. So that's going to be a little bit risky, but they have saved the Bloodlust for this moment. So they have all of their offensive cooldowns available to just nuke down this trash with the boss. They also killed off the as well.
Look at the
Windwalker extra
damage
reduction.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah,
that's actually quite insane. Wow.
Yeah, you talk about the AoE of this group. We've been talking about the Warlocks and the survival all weekend. Like, Windwalker was super strong, I believe, like last season. It's kind of like fallen a little bit out of flavor with how like good the survival is, but Windwalker's still really strong in certain situations, like depending on anything how you're going to pull things. And right there, I think the spike was like up to like 125k there. That's pretty good to get some of those mobs down at the start. Is they're already like the boss already at 27%.
And the boss is just melting for Evolved here, and they really want to move on in this lower bracket as they're just like completely destroying this boss. 20 minutes into the dungeon, they still have that captain that they have to kill though, and either they probably know that they're a bit ahead at this point, so maybe they just decide, you know what, we're just gonna finish off this boss and then do the captain afterwards. We have enough time, because Incarnation just now downed the Gourd Chop, right? So they are gonna be on their way to the last boss as well, but they have to do the same thing. They have to kill off the captain, they have to do that trash pack, wait for their RP, for the boss to spawn. So yeah, Evolve doing a really good job. Now the captain has been released by Alex, by the DK, and now once they finish off this captain, they're gonna be the ones winning the series against Incarnation 2-0. I mean, really nicely done by Evolve. Wow.
Yeah, the dungeon doesn't really end on a boss kill, it ends on just killing the captain. As the captain gets the 40%, they'll finish it off, and that'll be Evolved. The really clean performance there on Theater of Pain. I also thought the routing from Evolved was really good there on Theater. Definitely something to look out for other teams to kind of copy.
Indeed. A victory for Evolved. They're going to 2-0 this series. They're going to move on to face Baldy in the lower bracket finals, I believe it is. And yeah, it seemed, honestly, pretty cut and dry, that series. You know, it evolved just faster. What can you say?
Yeah, exactly. Especially in that Theater run. I felt like that is the Evolve that we need to see in that Theater of Pain whenever they go into matchup versus Baldy. We talked about it. I talked about it last series. There's a couple landmines that I feel like Evolved has to kind of always avoid map-wise. But whenever they're doing their dungeons clean, like this Theater of Pain looked really good. They were utilizing the woe relics in a super smart way, and like Matt was saying, their pathing just looked fairly solid. They were able to avoid a bunch of these packs that cost a lot of time, and I thought like their Cool to Rockwing, for example, also saved them a decent amount of time just with what they were pulling and how they were getting it dealt with.
Yeah, and this is really the best choice to drop your Warlock here, because everyone else has been dropping their Warlock except Evolved, and look at the damage. I mean, doing 32k DPS in a Theater of Pain is pretty insane.
What is Warlock?
It's almost like Warlocks do a lot of damage right now. Who knew?
And the Windwalker like doesn't obviously bring as much damage as like the Hunter or the Warlock, but in certain situations though the damage is really good on some of those larger pulls.
Oh, dude, I wish... Okay, so we have the highlight here. I wish we could go back to that screen. I wanted to just point out that Shelly out-interrupted the Windwalker monk. Very important.
Wow.
But anyways, I don't think there's too much to harp on here. I thought that the Incarnation split for like their Cool to Rock, Evolved already had 2 bosses down by the time that Incarnation ended up killing off Cool to Rock, and while Cool to Rock Wing is a lot longer, it's not that much. It's not that much longer. And then Evolved was able to carry that momentum through the remainder of the key, and that was basically it. There's not too much to really say about it.
Wow. And, you know, why not get refreshed during the middle of your pulls, right?
What is the state
Look
of
at
the
that.
warlock?
78k, taking a swig. No big deal.
That is a lot of sugar intake right there.
Hey, look, when you got to do that type of damage, though, you need something to keep you going.
You know, that was me for like a whole summer once, where it was just like I was grilling steaks out, I was drinking a lot of sodas and stuff like that. And you know what happened to me at the end of that year? Kidney stone.
Oh.
Yep. That's what a high sugar diet's gonna do to you, and let me tell you, it is not a good time.
The Deli Invitational. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Back in my day. This was back during the time of the Lich King, the second time of the Lich King.
I feel like they need to do, whenever you start a story with the back in my day or reference an expansion from like before like everybody was born, is just like have the screen just go black and white. Just like get rid of all, get rid of the film over it and just get rid of all the color. Just go back black and white. Maybe like reduce the FPS to like 30 and just have Noah just tell some stories.
You know, I did so many jobs for those oracles. I never got my green proto drake. Let me tell you.
I have it, by the way.
Oh, thanks for rubbing it in. Do you have the time lost proto drake though?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I have Rivendare's Death Charge, right? And I wasn't even trying to get it.
Should I? Yeah, that is actually what happens.
It is actually what happens. Yeah.
What do you have, Tettles? What can you throw in the pot?
What have you sacrificed?
I'm sorry. Were we gonna start talking about zoned out for a while? You start talking about mounts.
I believe we're having a mount off between Doe and Nagura, and we're just going to be bystanders.
Hey,
here we are. Yep.
I remember when I got the Zevra mount back in BC. I had friends then.
Yep, standing online outside of his GameStop for the release. Getting his box.
Throw on the Brav peasant collar
Okay,
and toss you a happy fun ride.
Yeah, I did that.
It was
I
fun.
can't even hate.
I stood in line.
Yeah.
Midnight.
Yep.
I think one of the things from that dungeon from the Theater of Pain to talk
Oh, we're going back to that now.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
all right.
I just thought it was really cool.
There was a dungeon?
Yeah, there was a dungeon that happened there. There were two, actually. So the Theater of Pain, I actually really liked when Evolved, when they went and got the souls and the relic there and got the woe and then backtracked to like the gore chop area and used the speed all the way. Because typically, like, I mean, at least in live, like, you kill that pack with a relic and, like, you maybe just get an there and just kind of, like, proceed forward. But, like, that is a way better use of, like, time in the relic to get the woe there with the speed buff and go all the way.
I think skipping the chop monster and the shieldy boy there is actually a massive time save. And then they were able to make up some of the count in that Kultha Rock area with the some of those
side
bone
poles,
shield.
Yeah,
with the side poles, the bone shields.
Are they Maguses, I think, or the mages
or
one of them?
Bone mages.
Yeah.
I think that was
dudes.
really smart because then they were able to like also, I think it's just like a lot of count that those packs are super inefficient. Any of those blood shields is just awful. So any of those you can avoid, you definitely would like to.
Hey, enhancement shamans can come and purge those shields for you. I'm just saying.
Sure, you can bring a Necrolord Resto Druid too while you're at it.
I don't know. One of those has win for you totem, the other doesn't.
I mean,
the decision seems easy. It's true. Well, Baldy versus Evolved is going to be our next match. Moving on to look ahead, and the winner of that goes up to face Echo. Will we get our Baldy Echo rematch?
I would probably say so. Even though Evolved, I do think there's definitely some dungeons, if they play cleanly, they can beat Baldy. And one of those dungeons, I do think could be the other side, because Baldy have played the dungeon before, but it was 22:41 versus Echo's best time was like less than 19 minutes. So I do think if Evolved did a lot of research, looked into Echo's strategy, and maybe decided to just adapt the kind of strategy that Echo did, then I definitely think there's room for them to win at least one dungeon against Baldy.
Yeah, since this is a series we've seen already, I'm really interested in what the kind of like ban phase is in terms of maps, because the Court of Stars is in this lower final, which is one that Evolved lost to Baldy before. Although it wasn't like I think like Tettles mentioned earlier, it wasn't exactly like a clean from both sides. But you also have the Halls of Atonement and Sanguine Depths in here, which I don't know. Have we seen a Sanguine Depths this weekend? I don't think
one.
Maybe
only
one.
one.
I think we did see it once.
This?
Yeah.
This is Yepers, maybe?
Wasn't it? Yeah, because we remember we saw the Naru get stuck like way down the
Oh
hallway.
yes, he got
Remember?
stuck down
Yeah.
the hall. Yeah, we did see
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
So we did see one. Yep. Unforgettable. Well, on that note, more unforgettable moments coming up as we look ahead to our next match. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the lower bracket finals, Baldy versus Evolved here on MDI. Don't miss it. We'll be back in just a little bit. We are back here at MDI, that's right, Doe, your hosts here, along with Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic, getting ready for our lower bracket finals. It's going to be Baldy versus Evolved, yet another rematch. We're going to see a lot of rematches, I think, for the rest of the day here, but it's going to be an interesting one. Baldy looked pretty good against Echo, but Echo just obviously like a team that looks a little bit untouchable right now. Does Evolved have what it takes to maybe send Baldy home, though, Nagura?
I do think there's an opportunity for sure. Baldy didn't look so clean in some of their dungeons. I'm not sure if it was just because they played against Echo, so they tried to do some crazy things that they maybe don't have to do versus Evolved. But we will see. Evolved also had some dungeons where they just had lots of mistakes. Oh, okay.
Oh,
he was banning Sanguine Depths. Wow.
Yeah, so remember, these are blind bans. So it is possible for both teams to ban the same map, which is exactly what we had happen here. That means we will just play the first 3. So Necrotic Wake is out, but we do have the other side. And then that Court of Stars, Dratnos.
Yes.
It's going to get spicy.
This means that Evolved has seen Baldy's plan in Court of Stars and is not living in fear of it, right? They had the opportunity to ban that map and they chose not to, which means they might have something nice and up their sleeve as well. The thing about this tournament is I think that both of these teams could probably have predicted that they would meet each other in this exact spot in the bracket. So I suspect that this is something that they have prepared very heavily for, because knowing who was coming from which side of the bracket, that was potentially in question. But the fact that this was going to be such a pivotal match, because remember, the team that wins this series is going to global finals. The team that loses is going to have to go through the last stand tournament, which is orders of magnitude more difficult to do so. So this is potentially the most important match we're going to have today, about to start.
Yeah, this is a spicy series. This is a spicy series, starting off with bolstering DOS, where you can just pull everything in the Ardenwold's ring, but if it bolsters too much, your tank's just going to get one shot. Going into Court of Stars, man, this is going to be fun.
It is going to be a death-filled experience, I think, for both teams. Maybe. But, we'll see. Does anyone have, a running count of how many kills the Watchful Inquisitor in Court of Stars is getting? I think that's what we're going to have to keep an eye on, for that second dungeon, is how many one-shots will that mob claim? It was a lot yesterday.
My money is on 0. My money is on both teams are going to be hyper aware of that mob. While they're focusing on stopping that mob from killing them, something else is going to get them. That's my prediction.
Also, like what you did there with keeping an eye on it, because Ice Storm is what kills people. Didn't go over my head. Got you, Doa.
Very subtle. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I noticed it too. Yeah, it was great. Ha ha. Well. Yeah, you have to watch out for mana worms too, coming from behind. That's something. I think, did that get evolved? I think that was one of the things that was that them that was doing the first boss and then accidentally pulled the pack of mana worms.
That was,
or maybe not accidentally.
Yeah,
exactly. That room is so annoying though, because you do have all those packs moving around slightly, and it is easy to kind of walk a little bit too close sometimes. So I feel like that entire dungeon, it's very easy to walk into things, isn't it?
Definitely. I do think the other side is also one of those dungeons where we've seen multiple just ninja pulls happening as well, because there's so much trash you want to skip, and then you walk a little bit too far back, and then you pull that mob that you actually wanted to not pull, and then some of them just have global combat, which is something that means one member pulls it, and then everyone just kind of is in combat and has to die, which can cause a huge time loss for those teams.
Mm-hmm. We are starting with the other side, as we talked about, Baldy versus Evolved. That I didn't expect the eagle to be quite so smooth underneath the feathers there on top. You can see. That's interesting.
They try to get it as close to the real thing as possible.
I guess so. It's very accurate. Yeah. Well, Mozala, he be wanting them souls.
Can't argue with that.
We've heard that dialogue about 1 billion times in this expansion. I don't know about you, but I've heard enough. Either way, enough of that. Let's get started. Baldy versus Evolved. On that note, dungeon number 1, go.
Alright, so it does look like they're both playing the same comp, but we've already seen Baldy play this dungeon. They did 22 minutes 41 clear, but we haven't seen Evolved at all. So yeah, we'll see if they're adapted any of their strategies. Knowing that Echo had that faster clear with the 18 minutes 42, there's some really cool things that I've seen Echo do, and no one else adapted to it yesterday. So I wonder if they actually changed it for today. Like for example, this CC in the the Hakar wing and then get in the Woe later, so you have the movement speed buff, like these tiny small things to manipulate the relics properly. But both teams actually are going to that right side, it looks like, with the Woe relic getting the movement speed buff. We're going to see a lot of Woe relics being killed in this dungeon.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is already a change from Baldy. I believe in their run earlier this weekend, they went to Ardenweald first. So looks like they saw, wow, Echo went 3 minutes faster than us. How did they do that? Let's go watch their VOD and see if we can do that. And it looks like they're all trying to go for it. Evolved also going for a similar pull on the right side, so both teams neck and neck going for this massive triple pack pull on top of the urn. Urn is bop stuns everything for a solid 8 seconds. Now, the big thing, like you mentioned, are they going to be able to get that extra relic back into Hakar?
Yeah, that is actually the question, because getting that relic pack plus the priest in later on is going to save you so much time, because you just finish off the relic with the boss and kill the Woe Drifter with the boss, and then you don't have, you basically save 1 extra pull, which can be a big time save. So I do assume that they probably adapted to this, as they both skipped it going in. So now we're gonna keep an eye on the rogues, possibly. It might go back and get that done. Yeah, there we go, Shakib, you can see on the left side, doing that very same thing that Fragments had done in Echo's run. So yeah, they are adapting to this strategy.
Yeah, making sure he was actually in combat with it as well there. That's why he was standing on top of it. So that should bring that in with the relics once that blind runs out. We'll see in about 45 seconds here. Already onto Hakar within seconds for both teams.
Wow.
Neck and neck already.
And that's crazy to see. They're so close to each other in this first wing here. Both of them also committing the Bloodlust immediately as soon as the boss is being pulled. You see Lit, though, already had the Infernal available as they popped Blast, while Shallow just got it back now. So a little bit of a damage difference, or cooldown difference here between the 2 teams. And you can see it fired up, just completely popping off for Baldy there at the start.
Yep, just going absolutely insane with the bomb damage at the start there. I mean, there is a little bit of RNG to Survival Hunter, right? I wouldn't necessarily say it's a skill-based thing. Sometimes you just get more red bombs than the other hunter, and that's the way she goes. But the RNG evens out over the course of the entire dungeon, so shouldn't be too big of an issue. The single target damage is the focus here, though. Look at the damage on the boss for Evolve. Even though they had the late Infernal, they're doing more single target damage here. Hakar is lower for them.
Yeah, but Soda going down for Evolve. They do have a battle rest, need to get him up immediately to get back to it. They also got the Woe Drifter in now. They also have to finish off the High Priest as well. So the High Priest plus... oh, Soda going down again.
Oh,
so the issue actually is that they... there's just so much AoE damage with that Son of Hakar that they are up and they didn't focus down. So lots of issues for Evolved here, unfortunately. Even though they were quicker up to this point, now because of those 2 deaths, they still haven't finished off the boss. While Baldy's already done with the boss, they just have to finish off the Drifter plus that Priest.
Yeah, that was my mistake there. Baldy was actually ahead the entire time. They've just gotten a much earlier blood barrier, whereas Evolved had done a little bit more boss damage beforehand. So Baldy was in the lead that entire time, and they had already dealt with their Drifter and the Priest. Those deaths from Soda costing a lot of time for Evolved here. Baldy, pretty solid advantage here. Already 20 seconds in the first wing.
Yeah, and it does look like they are using that Woe buff now to just skip past all of this trash here. We'll see if they also do that same pull that Echo did, or they basically just pulled those Warlords plus the Enraged Spirit all together. That seemed like a very dangerous thing, so we'll see if they adapted to it or not. And it does look like they're walking to the Spirit. But yeah, we'll see if they can execute it as well.
The timing is nice, the Spirit is down and coming in. The question is, what's the plan here? So using the Relic to help heal through one of those Enrages is pretty useful as well, but they might just kill the Spirit before they even worry about the Enrage damage here. They'll get the 1 Rage Cast going off in the group. This is probably the one major dangerous moment for the group. But check out the help that Woe Drifter buff is giving them. Remember, that's a damage reduction on the entire group as well. That plus an AMC, and everyone is chilling. Shashak's a little low, but remember, he has that cheat death to back him up just in case he gets a little bit too overzealous and takes too much damage there. And just like that, everything is dead except for these 2 major mobs here, these Warlords. Gonna go ahead and bring them into those skeleton patrols right before the Enraged Spirit gets there. Just pretty much great execution there from Baldy. Over on the Evolve side, more problems for them, however, as their Priest goes down. Has to release.
Yeah, so because they had the issues on the previous pull, their Woe buff actually ran out a little bit early, and the last 1 or 2 rage ticks from the Enraged Spirit happened without the damage reduction, and that's when Basuk went down, unfortunately. They had to commit the battle rest to get him back up. and now they're finishing off the rest of the trash with the Warlord. So again, doing the exact same strategy, which is the Echo strategy, but just executing it a little bit worse on Evolved side, as Baldy is now skipping to the next boss, and you can see they already aggroed those sentient oils. They're gonna be snapping them to the boss in just a second, which is a very dangerous pull, just because there's so much going on at the start of this fight.
There was a lot of really quick hits for information there as they pulled off that skip with the Will Drifter there. Getting aggro on the sentient oils to get them snapped up to here, but also the Warlock gateway through those oil flows prevents you from getting knocked off by them. She evolved doing that on their side now too. Nice little quick tip for your live keys so you don't have to wait for those oils to go past.
Yeah, definitely very nice to do, as Baldy looking pretty good at the start. The Sentinels are about to go down on their side. They also finished off the relic as well, so they do get that cooldown reduction there, and they did soak all of those beams from the crystals too to make sure there's no AoE going out. So yeah, really well executed by them. Let's see if Evolved can do the same thing on their side too.
Yeah, both teams opting to go for the Dismantler buff here just to get things off cooldown and get them back up to the boss. Yeah, I think that makes a little bit of sense on Tyrannical, right? Like, you want to make sure you get an extra usage of cooldowns on this boss here, and then they'll be up again by the time you finish traveling to the next pack after this boss. It's going to be a while till you get there. Actually, both teams still have to deal with that Arfarf pack, which will give them their next Will Drifter relic to move on to Ardenweald. So this route, I mean, you can see how perfectly planned out the relic kills are, right? I think the big thing that these teams really needed to pick up on was that very first Woe Drifter that you got in the Hakar wing, the blind and pulling it into the boss. That seems like it's a massive time save for anybody that wasn't doing that earlier this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. That seems like a really cool adaptation that Echo started doing, and everyone else just like, yeah, that makes sense. We're just gonna be doing the same thing. And now Baldy is, of course, already on that second boss, and Maleficent not even getting that AoE to go off at all, with that stun, of course, going off. And yeah, if you look at the single turret damage, they're of course running the exact same composition. And this time Shell is also playing Night Fae for this dungeon, not playing that Kyrian Covenant that we've seen before. So I think the damage output of these teams is going to be very similar. So it's not like on a boss you could say, oh, maybe Evolved is catching up because they do this and that differently in their comp. They're just running the exact same thing across the board.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just pure player skill plus group composition comfortability, right? That's what this is going to come down to, and I actually love the thought of that. Just two teams playing their best neck and neck, no major differences between them. And so far, Baldy is putting on a clinic here. 0 deaths, just very far ahead on the bosses here. Probably going to open up about a 30 to 45 second advantage here once we get that boss split on the screen at the bottom there, and looking pretty. They're going to have 2 battle roses as well coming up in about a minute here. And Evolved still doesn't have a battle res up, but they'll be getting their 1 battle res back in about a minute as well. So things are looking pretty good for Baldy here, but there's still easily another 8 to 10 minutes of this dungeon left, so can't let up now.
Yeah, definitely has to still play good, especially now that they move into that Ardenweald area. There's just so much time you can save if you manage bolstering properly. And some people underestimate how much time you lose if you bolster mobs a little bit too early. Because the Ardenweald mobs, they don't necessarily do that much other than tank damage. So some people are like, oh, it doesn't really matter if you bolster one of those mobs a little bit. But it's a big time loss to do so. So the better your bolstering management, and maybe even sometimes doing a little bit smaller pulls instead of just deciding to pull the whole dungeon and then getting like a million bolstering stacks on the mobs when they're low. We'll see how Baldy handles that wing as they're on their way there.
56-second advantage for Baldy as the boss goes down for Evolved. They are opening up the lead here. They are putting their gas pedal to the floor and just, man, opening up that advantage here as they move towards the Ardenweald wing. This is the power of that Will Drifter buff. We've kept saying it all weekend, especially in this other side, though, where there's so much travel time. Having the extra 150% move speed is so useful. You don't even have to worry about mounting up. As a matter of fact, it's faster than running on a mountain. It's just a huge time save over what we've seen in previous seasons. I mean, we're going to see probably faster dungeons in this season compared to previous seasons just because of how powerful the Drifter buffs are alone, let alone 4 set increases as well as double legendaries.
Yeah, I agree. Baldy now gearing up that first pool in the Ardenweald area. You can see this looks like the Hunter pool, but the Warlock is catching up in just a second as Infernal hasn't even been used and still doing 100k DPS already. So yeah, just insane damage coming out of those two specs here. And bolstering management looking okay, but there's definitely some mobs that are a little bit higher HP. Need to make sure they're focusing them down. They don't lose too much time. You see Lepan already has to start kiting, and yeah, one of those rune stacks is still alive. But Lepan has no debuffs on him right now, so he can just keep going.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy what you can do without just the regular Infernal as a Warlock, right? One of the nice things about that big travel time as a Warlock you can do is you can start stacking up your 4-set procs as you're running. You can just cast your Rain of Fires while you're out of combat, and your shards will naturally regen back to 3 out of combat. So you can pretty much start any pull, as long as there's travel time in between, with the 4-set proc ready to go. And that's exactly what that was there. You just no Infernal just doing 90k DPS. The Infernal is up for this pack, and once the ramp starts coming out from Lip, he's going to be catapulting into the lead here. Watch him go up the meters here, already past the Survival Hunter, and he's going to keep going. The only reason he won't go any higher is because the trash is already dead.
Yeah, that trash is dead for sure. But on the Wolf side, as they're now also in the Ardenweald area, they have a little bit more issues with bolstering here. As you can see, one of those blade beaks, they are pretty high, so they have to make sure they're finishing them off. As they also they're focusing the Vi relic, so they're getting that haste buff on their side. Baldy though, they're already done with that pool, and now they're moving on to their third Ardenweald pool, and their Bloodlust is about to come up, which I do assume they're going to be using for the Dealer's Axe trash plus boss in just a second. This death pool is very dangerous. There's just so much damage coming into the group. Plus you have all of this trash, plus the boss mechanics. So committing Bloodlust for that makes a lot of sense.
And if I remember correctly, in their previous run this week, this was the one spot where they had a little bit of a hiccup, right? I believe Fired Up died right as they pulled the boss here, and Lip just had to solo most of the trash. Lepan did get a res on Fired Up at some point during that, but by that point the trash was already dead, and the Warlock had just soloed the trash. Cost them a lot of time, cost them a lot of focus boss damage. So let's see if they've made that change in their route. Having the Bloodlust here is very useful, though. That'll help them out a lot.
Yeah, Valve's having some issues again as Bazooka goes down, and the Battle Rest came up, but he goes down immediately again, just as he got rest. So that's gonna cause some trouble for them, as Alex is trying to just kite out this trash. And again, it looks like another issue with bolstering management. Just a lot of mobs that are still like half HP or 40% HP as the other mobs go down. So you can see just how highly bolstered these mobs are. And of course we also have explosives, so explosives are spawning all over the place. But yeah, Baldy now gearing up to do that Dealer's Axe pull with all of this trash. You can see Bloodlust has been committed. Let's see if everyone can stay alive at the start, because that's the most important time where all of the cooldowns plus all of the damage is going to come out from these damage dealers.
Yep, and as those mobs start to die, remember, everything else will be bolstered, so those Blade Beak pecks are going to do a lot of damage, especially with Lepan having as many stacks on him as he does. That is dangerous, but no issue for Baldy here, as pretty much everything is dead, minus one last Blade Beak that they have to deal with. Yeah, for Evolved, I wonder what the issue is. I mean, it definitely could be something along the lines of just standing in those comets on the ground. You kind of forget that they tend to do a lot of damage once things get bolstered like 5 or 6 times, even getting into one-shot range. Really unfortunate they have those spot deaths, but they are able to get through the pull. Unfortunately, they did have to kite back through pretty much half of the zone in order to get it done.
Yeah, that's the issue with bolstering into Ardenweald area, right? Just not having really good management, especially when there's 20 mobs. Sometimes it's just really hard to focus down specific mobs and kill them evenly. But Baldy did a very good job doing exactly that. And now they are on 18% on Dealer's Axe. They also have that woe buff, which I do assume was a mistake. They probably wanted to kill the plus Vi, and then ended up just having the woe plus but that's fine, because there's still another relic pack that they're just going to be killing after this boss. The one that they left up at the entrance of Ardenweald to the left. And that's when they just get their next woe buff to move back to the boss, to the last boss.
You know, honestly though, I don't know if I hate woe on this boss, right? 21 Tyrannical, Dealer's IX, I mean, we've seen teams just wipe to Tyrannical boss in the MDI here a lot of the times. It's a lot of damage. That debuff, if one person keeps getting the bomb over and over again and that stacks up, they could just be unhealable. So a little bit of extra damage reduction, I don't hate it so much, but I think you're right, obviously.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Plus Vi would definitely be a higher damage potential. Though they're just skipping that relic pack. Oh.
Is that a mistake? Are they going to turn around in just a second? Because they still need a lot of trash too, right? You need 14% trash, which
I
they
think
did
they
skip
have
a lot
enough
from the middle area, so it could be enough, yeah.
they have both speaker packs still, right? So I think that should be enough percentage on its own. And I mean, if it is just straight up copied from Echo's Red, I trust Echo too, as well as the Baldy guys with all the experience they have to get their trash count right.
I think Echo did kill that trash pack, that relic pack. But maybe Baldy thinks it's not efficient because this path is really not that far, right? Because if you want to kill the relic in the Ardenweald era, you even have to you have to move to that pack and then backtrack again. So maybe it's not even that efficient to get that last woe relic there. Baldy decides it's not very efficient as they're moving to that Death Speaker pack here, and they did kill Vi, so they have that haste buff. Shakib actually proccing his cheat death there. Did manage to survive though.
Looks like it was one of those Dark Lotus pools that they just accidentally stepped into. And fortunately, playing a rogue has the cheat death available. They're going to be finishing off this Vi Interceptor here to get a little bit of extra boss damage in as they go into the boss, and then probably pick the herb up just to help them out with a little bit more boss damage. Remember, even though the boss does take 80% of his health just from doing the intermission phases properly, you still do have to do 10% of the boss's HP on its own. So, getting the damage in here is just as easy as getting the damage in later. So, very important to make sure you're focusing as much as possible. They're actually going for double Vi though, that's interesting. I wonder if they'll just try to extend the buff right at the end.
I think I like that, yeah, just having the haste buff for the intermission is really good. Because if you look at the cooldowns, they can't really, Shakib can't really use his cooldowns here if he wants, even is not going to help him to get his cooldown back up for the intermission, and Lip is going to get his Infernal up anyway for the intermission. So I think it makes sense to just stack the Vi buff here, as you can see they're not necessarily focusing Vi down, they're just leaving it a little bit to make sure they get the buff before they go into the intermission. So I like this.
Oh, you know what I really like about this actually, is if they kill this Vi Interceptor right as they go into the intermission, not only will they have that haste buff up for the entire intermission platform, but they'll also have the last 15 seconds or so of it up when they get to the other side where they have the other Death Speaker pack. So they're actually kind of double stacking their buffs, and then there's still a relic pack in there, so they can get another Vi buff or an Herb buff if they want to get cooldowns back on cooldown. I really like the way they're playing this here.
Yeah, I like this too. This makes a lot of sense by Baldy. And you can see JB and the Pan, of course, on the same platform. Now they just need to make sure that all of them kill those Vestiges. We see Lit actually didn't commit Infernal here. Interesting.
I don't know
if
that's possible, or if it's just.
Well, maybe it's just out of range. Yeah.
It's always hard to
range. Yeah.
Well, we'll see right away when they get yoinked up to this last Death Speaker platform if he has the Infernal available. He'll pop it right away. If he was able to solo his platform without Infernal, I think that's pretty impressive. Looks like it's not off cooldown though, because he hasn't popped it right away. He would have popped it right away here if it was off cooldown.
Yeah.
So there we go. They have the Dismantler to help people get their cooldowns off of cooldown after using them on the platforms, and we are ready to get going here. Baldy only has to finish this trash pack plus do 5% of the boss's HP, and they are up 1-0 in this series, and probably what is the most important series of this tournament here. Remember, the winner of this tournament is guaranteed a free pass all the way to the global finals of this season, whereas the loser of this series has to battle it out in the last chance qualifier later on this season, and that is a bracket that I would not be wanting to play in if I was these teams.
Yeah, and in typical Baldy fashion, they are showing up when it really matters, right? Just playing such a clean dungeon, having 0 deaths, and really adapting their strategy from their previous run, where they almost had a 23 timer, and this time it looks like they're gonna get a sub 20 minute clear here if they get those last 2% off from Zella as well. Yeah, just really clean by Baldy compared to Evolve, just having some issues here and there. So yeah, I mean, very well deserved first dungeon.
Just a couple extra percentage left here, and it's pretty much all she wrote. The trash is dead. They've got their buff going. Only have to do 1 more % of the boss's HP. As Mazzala goes down, Baldy is going to be going up in this series 1-0 against Evolved, and we're going to be heading to Court of Stars in our second match for these guys. That's a tough prospect for Evolve, because remember, that's the dungeon that Baldy beat Evolved on earlier this tournament.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit grim for Evolve for sure. I mean, but if you look at the screen right now, 0 deaths to, I think it was 8 going into Mazzala for Evolved, and that kind of is a big part of the story, right? Just a very clean run from Baldy, and on the other side, if you're running into a team that's having that clean run and you have those deaths, very hard to make up the time.
On the other side, indeed, was the map we were just in that Baldy did take the win. And yeah, I think that the thing about this is, clean run versus scuffed run. But it seems like Baldy is more frequently putting up the clean runs than Evolved. Evolved they've been all over the place on these different runs. We've seen brilliance, but we've also seen a lot of, double-digit death counters at the end of maps from Evolved. So this is going to be something that they are now out of extra lives. They have to win the next 2 maps or else they are going home. And if they want to get to Global Finals, the only other path would be that last stand tournament. So vitally, vitally important that they win this Court of Stars that will be coming up. Here's a look at where some of the things started going wrong. Really, even the first boss here on Hakar, we started seeing these deaths coming in, just a lot of raid damage coming out. That flash heal, heartbreakingly milliseconds late there to save Soda's life. But then we have the res into dying again, because resed into a bunch of damage as a hunter. Fairly squishy once you're out of that turtle. Once you don't have turtle up, not much to just reduce lots of incoming damage like that. Then we had the Ardenworld wing, where things went really well in here for Baldy. Baldy got their pulls looking great. Unfortunately for Evolved, more deaths followed in this area, and this was actually one of the most brutal insult to injury combos I've seen here. Bazook going into Angel form, doing some healing for a while, then comes out of Angel form in a sec here, gets the res almost instantly as well. You can see the Soulstone coming out, but while you're casting Soulstone, you're not killing explosives. Bazook instantly accepts the res, and then the 2 explosives go off that were, behind there, and right back into Angel form. Just brutal turn of events there for Evolved. Meanwhile, things for Baldy were looking great the whole way through, right? These pulls, these onto boss pulls, the way that you can do this now with bolstering active and not live in fear of that affix anymore on boss encounters is so refreshing. And I mean, look at Lepan just healing himself for 30k HPS there as well in this pull.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, just DH things, right? I mean, or not DH things, DK things, right?
Yeah.
But that's yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, so they take more damage, they heal themselves for a lot of it, but still 30k. Yeah, that's a big number. I can't count that high.
At least you know the number exists. I mean, you know what it means. That's the important thing. Yep. And the other important thing is that Baldy is up 1-0 over Evolved. Remember, the winner of the series goes on to the Global Finals. They still have to play that final match to declare the winner of Group A against Echo. But the big story, I think, the big story for Baldy and Evolved is getting to that Global Finals, right? The final match against Echo is going to be fun. It's going to be, like, hard fought because everybody wants to be the winner. But ultimately, you're just hyped to go to the Global Finals, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a really cool story as well to battle it out, to have the deciding match be that Court of Stars that they already had played before against each other, right? The last time they played this dungeon, it was actually Baldy that won, but it was really close. Both of the teams having some issues here and there. 7 deaths on Evolved side, and I think 11 deaths even on Baldy's side, right? So definitely had some issues. So if they cleaned up those issues, I do think both of the routes that they were running were really fast and really close to each other. So I do think this is going to be a very interesting one.
Yeah, whoever runs it cleaner will pretty much take the victory. That's the kind of the story for most dungeons, right? In MDI, but especially because of how that Court of Stars went, where it did get a little bit messy at that one point when we saw them play last. It does become all the more important here. But I gotta say, like, nothing says going into something like this with confidence than finishing a run with 0 deaths, which is what Baldy just did, Zyronic.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can get away with a 0-death dungeon in the MDI, you're really happy with that. I think we kind of we understate how hard that is sometimes. Playing cleanly in these ultra fast-paced dungeons where there's so much going on requires a really big group effort, really great understanding of exactly who needs to CC what, when, and where, and exactly where the damage needs to be allocated. These teams have practiced this for hours upon hours in the past couple of weeks, and it always feels good to see a team just show up and pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, at this key level, you're well into the range of many, many things in every dungeon killing you in one shot. So it really does take perfection almost to be able to get through a run like that with no deaths on your team. It's not just a matter of good healing. It's more a matter of, like, good positioning than anything, isn't it?
Yeah, the positioning, just the management of the things that are slightly different from one run to another, making sure you're aware of exactly, like, which abilities are free to use at your discretion versus what you're going to need in 35 seconds for some crucial stop on some mob that you have assigned, right? And that you can't afford to use on something weird going on. Those sorts of decisions are so vital, and it's such a different skill set than you usually have in M+, where things tend to be on the live servers. I mean, you still do have a plan. Things are still choreographed, but it's a lot less scripted down to really every single individual kick on every single mob in the dungeon. You want pre-planned out, and you want everything all coming together exactly according to plan. And then, of course, invariably, as soon as something goes a little bit wrong, you're trying to mix and match the adaptation versus sticking to the plan.
Well, here we go. Baldy trying to win it, trying to go to the global finals. We'll see if Evolved can force a mass 3.
It looks like none of the classes have changed. They are playing the same comp that we've seen them play last time around as well. We will see if there are any sort of adaptations to their strategy, to their route afterwards. But yeah, it looks like they are at least sticking to that class comp. And yeah, we do have the Infernal affix here too, which is a different 4th affix, seasonal affix that we have in the other dungeons. So we have the Infernal affix, which is basically you get a wave of mobs on each boss encounter. And it also helps you out a little bit as it gives you a buff if you stand in those circles on the ground. We're going to be talking about it as they get to those bosses, though.
Yeah, we'll go over that a bit when we get there. The big thing here is, man, we're back in Court of Stars. I missed the other Court of Stars runs this weekend, and I love this dungeon. This is one of the bread and butter dungeons for my team back in the day. We loved Court of Stars, so it's great to see it back in the MDI.
I agree. This is one of the greatest dungeons. I really loved doing this. The other thing that I really liked about this dungeon was also like the toys that you have to help you out, disabling those constructs or using a trap to get rid of one of the mini bosses as well. I thought that was a really cool addition to this dungeon as well. As Baldy and Evolved are already on that first trash pool, they did skip that initial mob that is basically standing down there at the stairs. That is something that most teams have been doing so far. And look at the kill speed. That was basically at the same time as they're already gearing up to the second pool.
Yeah, important to mention things about Court of Stars for those of you who didn't play back in Legion. One of the major things in Court of Stars, one of the themes of the dungeon, is that there are different usable items throughout the dungeon that'll give your teams different styles of buffs. On the tournament realm, we have a static seed for that, so the teams will both have the same styles of buffs. The main buff that we see teams that is kind of the big focus for a lot of these teams is that engineering orbits just off on the left for Team Baldy here. What that does is that disables all of the constructs throughout the dungeon. And one of the strategies that teams will use over and over again is to stack up as many of those constructs as possible, then disable them so they become neutral, and then you just get a bunch of free count while you're dealing with other trash packs. They probably won't enable it right away. They'll probably wait until later on in the dungeon to do it. Looks like both teams actually have enabled it right now, so they're just going to be cleaving them down one at a time instead of doing large packs of 5 or 6 of them like we used to see back in the day.
Yeah, and Evolve did already commit their bloodlust here, as they did activate the beacon here for the Infernal affix. You can see those swirly spawning on the ground, them soaking them up, and they are engaging the boss now as well. So doing this part of the dungeon a little bit quicker in compared to Baldy, as JB is running around disabling those beacons, because the more beacons they're active, the more like extra mobs you basically get during the boss fight. And it looks like Evolved did either manage to deactivate the beacons a little bit quicker, or they're just fighting the mobs on top of the boss. And I do assume they just managed to disable them quicker, because you kind of want to avoid those extra mobs, because they don't give count either.
It did look like they went a little bit quicker for them as well. Now, the thing to mention with this Infernal affix, as you can see on the side of Evolved there, all of the mobs that they're hitting have a stacking debuff on them as well. You can see it's at 9 stacks right now. Whenever you kill one of the Infernals that spawns from the Infernal affix, it'll leave a green circle on the floor. If one of your players soaks that circle, it'll give you a pulsing buff that then applies a damage taken increase buff to everything it hits. So you really want to make sure that you're catching as many of those circles as possible and stacking that debuff on everything you hit. It's a big buff for damage on all of these bosses.
Unfortunately, Evolved has 2 players go down here, both Maskin and Bazook. They do have only 1 battle res available, so I assume they want to get up the healer to make sure this is safe. They also got Dispel as well. On that ability, you can see Shellen jumping there to get rid of it. But maybe they're not using a battle res at all. Yeah, the boss is really close to being dead here, so maybe they just decide to hold on to that battle res. because there's many more moments in the dungeon where you would want to have that battle rest. So saving it if you don't need to use it makes it a little... Actually, they just committed it now at the end. I guess because Bazook is the one who needs to go through the building to activate, to open the door, and with Shadow Meld, right? So I guess that's why they use the battle rest here, to get that done quicker.
Yeah, another one of those little cool nifty items that you can use in the dungeon is you can poison the flask of the Solemn Night that Patrol Captain Gerdo will go to take a drink of once they get to 25% HP. If you don't poison it, the boss becomes supercharged for the last 25% and does a lot of extra damage and has extra swing speed, and it's really not something you want to deal with. But if you poison it, the boss will just die from 25 to 0. So that's what happened for both teams. That's why the boss just kind of fell over. And we're on to the second section of the dungeon where it really opens up here. Now, Baldy have already engaged and Evolved have as well with probably the most dangerous mob in the dungeon, the Watchful Inquisitor. Cast to look out for. That Ice Storm cast, it's a cast into a channel, and if one tick of that channel goes off, it will kill everyone. The Searing Glare cast, however, will also do that, and you can see Fired Up North instantly got one shot. That mob is nasty.
Yeah, thankfully though, if you die in this area, you're really quick to get back as the release point is just right there. So not having to commit a battle rest here for Baldy, really good. As Shakib gets hit by that Enforcer cast that you can line of sight, did manage to survive though. It's the initial that does a little damage if you get hit by it, and then it also leaves behind that dot, the damage over time effect. So Shakib thankfully surviving that initial hit and being fine. But yeah, the way you want to handle this usually is when you have those Enforcers. They cast their fell detonation. You can see everyone walking around the corner, line of sighting that spell so they don't get hit by it.
And of course, the reason they're dealing with these Enforcers in this section of the dungeon is you're trying to unlock the second boss. Basically, the way this entire section of the dungeon works is there are 3 mini-bosses that are all standing next to the second boss. And if mini-bosses are standing next to either each other or the boss, they give each other a stacking health and damage buff. So, you kill an Enforcer, which then causes one of the mini-bosses to go, why did my Enforcer die? And it'll run out to your group, you'll deal with the Enforcer, rinse and repeat until all 3 Enforcers are dead, and then you can go ahead and deal with the second boss. The first one has already been dealt with for Evolve, but you can see Baldy is now dealing with that very first mini-boss here. We've got I'ma Cut Ya standing right on top of them. Pretty simple boss, just don't want to be in melee range of it whenever it does that little Blade Storm. The second one has already been dealt with, I think, for Evolve. They're already on the third one, right? Oh no, this is just the second.
It looks like they have both of them.
Do they have both?
We did see both mini-bosses. I saw a cast go off from that Watchful Eye on Alex there. So I'm not sure if they're just like taking them apart and dealing with them like that, or if they somehow managed to finish off the Watchful Eye already now, and it was just like the last couple of seconds of the cast going off. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they did finish off the Watchful Eye too. So yeah, very fast clear for the mini-bosses here by Evolved. As Baldy is now getting that last mini-boss on their side as well, and they are just moving it in to those constructs that are disabled, just because they want to cleave them down passively and get those extra percentage on the board.
Yeah, that was really fast. I wonder if they just got really good Enforcer spawns. I blinked and I missed what happened for them there. Actually, do they have the Bazaar goods available to use? I don't remember what our seed on the tournament realm is, because that can be used to lure one of the mini-bosses on its own as well.
Yeah.
We'll have to check.
Yeah,
okay,
I wonder too, because that was really fast.
Well, either way, they still need to get through their trash percentage, right? Remember, there is, I believe, 4% trash that you will get guaranteed from killing the very final, what do we call them? The like Legion Dreadlord at the very end of the dungeon? The one that you have to play the original Among Us with? But problems for Evolved, as they stacked with the Quaking trying to line of sight behind this Enforcer, and 3 players died. Actually, 4 players died. That is not exactly what you want to see.
That is very unfortunate. Baldy also having some issues as they just engaged the boss, it looked like, on accident. They kited it down to this entrance area here, and then the boss reset, and it also reset at the mini-boss, because they still have 1 mini-boss left. And I'm not sure if they maybe engaged the mini-boss too early and then pulled the boss, or if they tried to pull the boss and reset the boss and keep the mini-boss. I think that's what they're trying to do. Okay, so Shakib did just aggro the boss again, and they're trying to just let the boss reset and then finish off the mini-boss.
Yeah, there you
But
go.
the last time, unfortunately, the mini-boss did reset too, so they had to do it again. But this time they managed to get it, and now they're pulling it to this like Bay Area here, and they're going to be able to finish off this whole trash pack with the mini boss too.
The dock here is probably one of the most dangerous trash sections of the dungeon. Back in the day when I was doing the MDI, this is where we committed our first bloodlust. Because this pack, if any of the extra casts go off, you're in for a world of hurt. Fortunately, with the comp, with the way that Warlocks work right now, they have so many AoE stuns through just summoning all of their Infernals and Blasphemies that you can probably get away with most of it. But the thing you have to look out for here is that they have Sanguine too, and you can see some healing going off onto the mini-boss, plus one of those guards here. Not exactly ideal. You also have to make sure you're watching out for all of those frontal strikes from Duskwatch guards too, and because there's 5 of them, it is so difficult to get through it. If those Fortify casts go off, that is very bad because they take reduced damage. Looks like they got the AoE grip off them at the last second, but that Mortal Coil is forcing the Duskguard to go through the Sanguine. That is not ideal either. Definitely not a perfect pull, and you can see all of this going wrong for Baldy has set them further and further behind Evolved here, as they're already 30% of the way through the second boss.
Yeah, and I now saw that they actually still had the third mini-boss to do, and I think what happened was they maybe also pulled the boss and somehow managed to only get the second mini-boss and reset the third?
Oh no, this
something
is
like that?
This is the Infernal FX. That's what that eye is.
No, not now. I mean earlier when we were not sure about the mini-bosses, you know?
Gotcha.
But maybe we get a replay from that later from Dreadnought, so we can see what exactly happened there with those mini-bosses. Maybe it was also just like a different model and we thought it was JB going down on Baldy's side. They do have a battle rest, but he goes down again. There's just so much AoE going on, as you can see, all of these casters and all of the damage on the whole group. We do have another battle rest now committing. He is up again. But it's hard to recover in this boss fight because there's just so much AoE happening. You can see those flame imps being spread out a little bit and casting all of those firebolts that are going off. So let's see if they can recover. But Evolved, they're already moving on to try and find the imposter here among the guards.
Well, fortunately enough for them, they have a Demon Hunter in the group. Both teams have a Demon Hunter in the group. All you have to do when you have a Demon Hunter in the group is just click on one of the clues, then your Demon Hunter can go ahead and use their Spectral Sight, and that'll let you know exactly who the imposter is right away. Problems again for Baldy as 2 players go. Well, actually, only JB went down. Fired Up ends up bleeding out as well. I think that was just a quaking damage. Very weird. 2 more deaths on the board. That kind of helps them close the gap as well for Evolved because they were looking kind of dangerous there with the extra deaths they had on the board.
Yeah, now it's only a 5 seconds difference in favor of Baldy at this point when it comes to deaths, as Evolved is now enabling that last mini-boss they have to do before they can engage the last boss. And yeah, it's looking really good for Evolved. As they're just waiting for that boss to spawn, there's nothing else you can really do here. Usually you don't want to, in the MDI, you don't want to wait around and just hope the boss spawns in a second. Usually you want to just do something more efficient, but there's really nothing you can do in this last boss area, so they are just waiting. And you can see they have a lot of damage to finish off this mini-boss here, committing a lot of offensives, as Baldy now also managed to get to the mini-boss too, but just, I would say like 30 seconds behind maybe?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ground to make up here. Of course, you have to be careful of the Carrion Swarms here. It is fortified. If you get hit by 2 of them and your debuff doesn't run out on the second one, it absolutely could just one-shot you. Don't think they're going to be worrying about getting one of those second casts on the group here. That first one just now going off for Baldy, and you can see the Shadow Ball Volley hits pretty hard.
Look there, you fool.
There's still some issues that Evolve could have on this last boss because of the Infernal affix here too. That last mini boss that spawns here from the Infernal affix, that one is actually one of the most dangerous ones. There's just so much damage going out in the group if you don't deal with it properly. So it looks like Evolve might even just be dealing with this affix before they engage the boss. Okay, no, they're just waiting for the RP to happen. They are immediately engaging the last boss here. But yeah, you have to play really clean. They have saved Bloodlust as well for this moment, and you can see Baldy is right on their heels as they now also reach this last boss room.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big advantage for Evolved here, right? Look, Evolved pulled the boss at 13:45. The boss is now just being pulled for Baldy at 14:07. So a 22-second advantage for Evolved minus the 5 from the deaths. Actually, the deaths are even now, so there's no death advantage here. It's just a single target damage race, and Evolved is 40% ahead. Are they going to be able to close this out here? Are they going to send us to a game 3? They have to play it clean.
Yeah, I mean, the Bloodlust really is helping Baldy out here as they're just nuking the boss, but Evolve is getting closer and closer to just finish this off. Everyone dropping a bit low here on this last Maelstrom, but Melanders is going down, and it's gonna be Evolved winning this Court of Stars, so we are going to a game 3.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Well played.
Missed our chance at the Grand Magistrate.
No kidding. Bringing it back. Like, they were behind for a little bit in this dungeon. It was by the slimmest of margins for sure, as you see Melandris falling for Baldy as well. But we are going to that 3rd dungeon now. And I think it's anyone's game at this point. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, such a close game and series between these two teams. Another Court of Stars as well that was really quick from both teams, but also so much room for improvement still. So many volatile spots in this dungeon where multiple deaths happened for both teams. So I'm sure that, you know, if you ran this Court of Stars dungeon with these two teams against each other 10 times, you get like five winning each for each team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was probably, would you say that was our closest dungeon yet of the weekend? I think it may have been.
Definitely was the most back and forth as well as we got through towards the end there. I mean, it seemed like Baldy had the lead throughout most of the mid part of that dungeon, but then that second boss just really cost them quite a lot of time.
And look at the damage done for Evolves. Alex out DPSing to Havoc Demon Hunter on the TK. Wow.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, so here's where Evolved, they had a lot of trouble with this boss yesterday as well, but this time they also end up not being able to either land the Master Spell or all start jumping even before that first tick of that nasty dot on this boss. And that led to some deaths here. They were able to recover this, unlike yesterday, which was crucial in how they got the victory in this, and able to kill that boss. Another really cool piece of tech they actually drag the boss and the mini-bosses out over towards the edge over here. So both teams ended up doing this, and that lets you fight. So this actually wasn't that. This was just before that happened, right? But this is Imakutya for the, which is a great name for a mob there.
I can't keep a straight face with that one.
Yeah, for Baldy. Then here's the Enforcer. The Enforcer, unfortunate overlap, and anybody who played in Legion will remember that happening, right? The quaking overlapping with just the brutal fell detonation there, and then again, trash coming from the side here. JB off doing that, right? Ends up going down, comes out of angel form with the instant res, but then dies again as all those imps are over there, and this was something where Baldy did recover from this, but the process of that recovery ends up costing them quite a bit of time on this boss encounter. So yeah, again, I mean, back and forth game. If either team had made one more or one fewer mistake, this thing could have absolutely gone either way.
Yeah, it really did just come down to a little bit of damage lost from some of those deaths to cause the extra, seconds. And we are saying seconds. I think it ended up being like less than 10 seconds between the two teams. It was very close to that. So definitely the closest run we've seen yet this week. Definitely closest series, I would say, we've seen this weekend. And that means we're not done yet. I believe we're going to Halls of Atonement next. Is that correct?
Oh, no.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
There it
Halls
is.
of
HOA.
I thought for some reason we had Gambit here. I was thinking in the back of my mind we had Gambit.
It's a fun one.
Up, but Halls of Atonement as well is definitely something that is just as dangerous as any of our other keys. Maybe not as much as a Gambit would be for Evolved, but it's still up there, right? This Sanguine Halls of Atonement, there's so much that can go wrong when you bring that Sanguine affix into play. We saw Sanguine problems for Baldy in this last key, so hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him in this dungeon too.
And we haven't seen either of those teams play Halls of Atonement this tournament, right? We've seen two other halls. The fastest time we have is 21 minutes 14 by Incarnation. And we do know Incarnation just kind of, went slowly, pulled back pack by pack kind of, because they didn't do anything super crazy. So I wonder if Baldy and Evolved have something special in planned for this dungeon, if they thought this is going to go to a 3-game series as well.
You've got to have something planned, right? This is it. Like the final dungeon to decide if you go to the global finals or if you have to go and play in that last stand tournament, which is just going to be like a grand melee. Like it's going to be so hard to make it through that tournament because there's so many good teams that are going to have to drop out of these next couple weeks, right? Only 2 teams make it through from each group, and that means there are 6 very good teams that could potentially end up in that tournament down the line. So yeah, you don't want to mess with that. You want to go to the global finals right now. Anybody willing to make any bold predictions here on which team will go through? It's ironic. You look like you want to make a bold prediction. You're stroking your chin there. You're deep in thought. Dratnos as well. Okay,
I'm thinking.
I'll
You know
think about it
what?
as
We
well.
had a clip at the start of our hype intro for last season, which was Shelly doing over 300k DPS 2 seasons ago on a triple shard pull in Halls of Atonement. So you know what? I'm going to go with Evolve taking this Halls of Atonement. Shelly's going to do some stuff
okay.
on World Deck that we just haven't seen before. He's going to do some massive DPS.
Oh, I see disagreement in the face of Nagura, though.
I just wanted to say that I think I want to go with Baldy because we saw some problems with the bolstering management in that the other side earlier from Evolved. And this time we have Sanguine, which is not quite as bolstering, not quite the same, but we have a really hard time dealing with the shards and Sanguine doing like really big pulls in Halls of Atonement. And I think if you can manage bolstering really well, like Baldy did, then I think they also have a good time managing that Sanguine. So I do think it's going to go to Baldy.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough too, because if you don't manage the Sanguine well, those pulls go long times. You know, Grievous becomes more of an issue. Dratnos, you look deep in thought there for a moment. What do you think? Break the tie. Who's going to make it through?
I think Zyra's argument was compelling, but on the other hand, I do think Lip has learned the intricacies of that Destruction Warlock AoE rotation. I mean, it is a complicated set of maneuvers that you have to pull off there, keeping track of multiple different things, pressing all kinds of different buttons to be able to do that damage as a Destruction Warlock in AoE, keep up with Shelly the Master, but I think he might be able to do it, so I'm on Team Baldy for this one, so I think Baldy are going to take it down here.
All right. Well, we'll see. I think it's hard to call. I could flip a coin, but I don't have one with me at the moment, but I think it will be down to that. You know, it's going to be close either way. We're just giving the teams a moment here to load into the dungeon and get set, because again, this is a huge one, right? I mean, it's a global finals spot on the line, and of course, you know, it'll be fun to play against Echo, right? Because it's just good to play against.
It's so fun to play against Echo.
Yeah.
You just love whenever you're in the bracket and you see Echo as your tournament opponent, and you're just like, this is going to be fun.
If you are a true gamer, you want to play against the best, right? Because if you can't beat the best, how can you ever call yourself the best?
Well, actually, getting through this and winning this match is actually a really big thing, because I don't know exactly what our rule set was last time around or what our rule set for finals will be this time around, but last time our 1 and 2 seed from the same group were on opposite sides of the bracket. So if you're the 2 seed from this bracket and with the bracket with Echo in it, you don't have to worry about fighting Echo until potentially the upper finals if we go with the same style of seeding.
That is potentially a good
pretty
point.
Nice.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm pretty sure that's in the seeding rules this time as well. So guaranteed opposite side, or not opposite side, but at least not round 1 opponent Echo. I think in the global finals.
Nice.
It is as fun as it is to play against Echo. I keep hearing.
It's a ton of fun. I would love to.
Equally as much fun playing somebody else.
You want to take on the best? That's just how it is. Yeah. This is the way.
Taking on the best in one of these tournaments sounds good. On the other hand, if the best have a freak accident and lose to somebody else, and then I get to take on somebody less good, I'd be even happier.
That's okay too. I mean, you're not going to be unhappy per se. Yeah.
It's not that they don't want to fight the best, right? Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about something completely different, so finish your thoughts.
Calling it a thought may be generous.
I was going to say, you know what? The thought's gone. Let's carry on.
Wow. All right.
I wanted to just talk about the comp, because we haven't seen either of those teams play Halls of Atonement, and the typical comp that we've seen them play in most dungeons, they don't have a Curse Dispel, right? And I think Curse Dispel is pretty important in Halls for the trash at the start, and also for the second boss. So I wonder if they're going to be adapting something to get a Curse Dispel.
Fire Mage. Fired up Fire Mage.
Yeah, maybe Mage.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Calling it now.
Wouldn't be surprised as we get ready to get going here in Halls of Atonement.
We've seen some Rest of Shamans as well, right? We saw some
Rest of Shaman is a great choice.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
I think I'm still standing by my thought of Ellie Shaman being the best choice for this dungeon. You keep your Priest in, you keep your Power Infusion in for your Warlock. Ellie Shaman is just such a good DPS class right now. I don't know why you wouldn't want to run it.
Well, we're not going to see it. Not a bad idea, but interesting stuff though. Let us enjoy.
All right. I like the Resto Druid here, I think, because of course we do all know JB is a Resto Druid main. He loves his Resto Druid. So having that Curse Spell from the Resto Druid, while Evolve decided to go with the Resto Shaman on Bazook, I do definitely think that Resto Shaman is going to provide more damage from the healer himself. But if JB is playing Kieran, which it looks like he's playing Kieran, and he's going to be buffing possibly the Warlock, empowering that Kieran bond, getting some extra stats, some extra damage. That will also be really valuable.
He did use it on the Warlock. Have to hold that thought for a second, because problems for revolved already on the very first pull here. Had a death plus a pod tender pop, so not exactly ideal. Wait, that pod tender's been on cooldown for 7.5 minutes. When was that pop? Maybe the pod tender wasn't. Maybe it was just a death. Still not exactly ideal to have a death early on here. And yeah, I think you're 100% right. You can see that Carrion bond going on to Lip Lock right now, so he is getting that big haste buff from their Druid. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that was nerfed in half this patch, right? So it's not quite as effective as it used to be, but it's still a solid haste increase for the Warlock.
Yeah, it's still really good. But yeah, losing that Ankh and having that 5-second timer already on the board for Evolve, definitely not a great start, as both of the teams did commit Bloodlust for that very first shard pool. As Baldy is now moving on to the second shard pool, you can see the L'Oreal Stoneborn being mind-controlled by Shakib. Of course, both of those rogues are playing Venthyr, but you can see a difference in Covenants also for the Warlocks. Charlotte playing the Kyrian Covenant again, and Kyrian just to get some extra, maybe extra boss damage, because you can pull some trash on top of the bosses, right? While Lip decides to go the Night Fae.
Well, the important thing as well is Lip kind of has to play Night Fae, right? Because if you played Kyrian, he would get a different buff from the bonds. You really want to have just haste as a destruction warlock. That is your main stat. Also, the thing about haste as a destruction warlock is you just kind of want so much of it that you run double passive trinkets right now. If you look at the trinkets they're running, most warlocks have been running Celia's trinket, giving themselves haste, and then a changeling with haste. So they're going for just as much haste as possible to spam out those rate of fires in that completely complex rotation that Darkness was talking about earlier.
Yeah, and additionally, it's also the fact that unused trinkets don't actually get the cooldown of the unused trinkets don't get reduced by and if you do a dungeon so quickly and you constantly get those cooldown reductions, but your trinket doesn't get reduced, then it's just gonna be a mismatch of those trinkets plus cooldowns, and that is definitely something that can cause issues, especially for warlocks getting that extra cooldown reduction on their infernal anyway as they go. But there we go, Baldy killing off that Woe relic. Making sure they have that extra movement speed to gather up the next shard pool.
And actually a little bit of a different choice coming out from the Warlocks here. Lip electing to run Elegy from Prototype Pantheon instead of running the Changeling, so for even more passive haste increase. And that makes sense because the percentage haste scales multiplicative with the haste you already have, right? So that 8% haste is going to be an extra multiplier on top of whatever passive haste you already have. But Shelley, this is even more interesting. He's running First Sigil instead of one of those passive trinkets, which is a really interesting choice. It gives 1300 versatility, which is about 40% damage whenever you proc it, but importantly, it's essentially an extra giant damage reduction whenever it's active, right? 20% damage reduction for some of these big pulls, especially when you have shards thrashing on your group, is pretty nice to have.
It's also a 5-minute cooldown, right? So you have to make sure that you use it very effectively and get a lot of usages out of this dungeon too, because we did see the fastest time was Incarnation with 21 minutes. So if it's going to be around 20 minutes, then you can get technically 4 usages out of it, but or 5 even. But yeah, we'll see. As Evolved and Baldy both struggling a little bit with their pulls there. Just Grievous, plus all of this AoE damage is causing so many issues for those healers. And I would say though that when it comes to only throughput, only healing, then I would say that a Restorer probably has an easier time dealing with that Grievous affix compared to a Rest Shaman, right?
Yeah, you're probably right? You can do a lot more passive healing on the group just through hotting everyone up and then going into whatever damage form he chooses. I'm not really sure what the Resto Druid damage is. Are they doing more of a cat weaving, or are they spamming out the spells?
I think it was commonly known that the Moonkin form would technically be the better damage form, but cat form is just easier to execute, and at the same time you also get this extra ability like a stun that you can use with your combo points, right? And that really, really helps you out to just get a little bit more single target control, because then you have so many single target stuns from your healer to help out with interrupts and stuff. So that is more of the meta now that I've seen from most Resto Druids and higher APs. But I don't think JB is going to have that much time to even switch to cat form, probably, considering the huge pulls that they're doing here, back to back to back, just pulling these insane trash packs together, and also trying to manage Sanguine perfectly. So maybe going Moonkin Affinity makes sense just to get the Typhoon as well, right? For Sanguine, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely just Typhoon for Sanguine makes the most sense out of anything. So useful to make sure you deal with Sanguine. I mean, just one extra tool is very nice. It's definitely more useful than what you're going to get from the Resto Shaman for Sanguine, right? So,
Yeah.
still pretty nice to have that in general. Now, how much of the damage here is actually coming from the Moonkin form? Because everyone loves boomboxing, but is that just like his Resonant Reservoir doing damage? Because he's pretty much doing on these big pulls about the same damage as the Resto Shaman, which is very surprising to me, because Resto Shaman is one of the better damage-dealing healers, is it not?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think JB is probably just, you know, as you said, just from the proc from activating the bond, which by the way is also a little bit of a disadvantage if you put that bond on a ranged DPS if you're playing Mechanicals to get that proc plus cooldown reduction on the bonds, then whatever you're bonding to needs to be in melee range to get that extra AoE damage on activation of the bond. So having that on a ranged DPS class and they need to stand in melee can cause some issues, but of course they're communicating and JB is going to say, I'm activating the bond now. So, and you can see just how little cooldown there was on it. It was basically back-to-back bond activations from JB onto Lip there. So yeah, really a lot of value from that bond.
It actually seems so cool. Imagine if it wasn't broken in this patch. I think it would be
then it would just be broken.
It would be way too good. Because that'd be, what, 16% haste every, like, 35 seconds or something, and then 8% haste every other. That'd be nutty. It's not surprising that it got nerfed. But regardless of what they're doing it right now, because they are so far ahead of Evolve. They have 8% extra trash. They are almost done with the very first boss here. I would say that they're probably a good minute and a half ahead right now.
Yeah, I think so as well. Evolve just decided to do a lot of trash pulls before engaging the boss, while Baldy is doing the riskier play. Just engage Halkias, and then they just kill a lot of the trash with the boss. You can see she keep proccing that sheet death there, unfortunately, from presumably a frontal from the Dark Blade, but still alive, so no problem there. But yeah, just Baldy playing very efficiently with this boss. You have to be incredibly careful with Sanguine, of course, to not heal Halkias all the way up. But they're handling it very nicely, and yeah, just really efficient trash percentages being dealt with as they fight this boss.
This is probably one of those first sigil uses coming out from Shelley here, if I had to guess, looking at the damage meters here. Surprisingly enough, Rogue doing a ton of damage here as well. I guess if you're spamming Black Powder, it's probably going to do that much damage, right? I'm not really used to seeing Rogue being up that high on the meters. You usually want to have your Warlock and your Hunter just kind of carry the AoE damage while your Rogue just does the single target, but still, good to know that it can do the damage if it needs to, but they have a lot of ground to make up here. Baldy already done with the first boss, already has all the trash that they need in this dungeon. Going up to the second boss, all they have to do now is go on this little last boss rush here. They're going to be dealing with this second boss, moving straight through, pulling all the trash with that third boss, High Adjudicator Elise, and they're pretty much home free at that point. So Evolved have to come up with damage out of nowhere, or Baldy has to make some pretty significant mistakes, which is going to be a lot to ask considering they haven't even used a single battle res this dungeon yet.
Yeah, and I do quickly want to say as well that the damage meter is updated now for Evolved. So Shella is not playing Kirin like we thought earlier. He's actually playing Venthyr. So that's something we've seen a lot for this dungeon. A lot of the Warlocks were playing Venthyr for this one. Oh, JB actually going down for a Baldy. They have to use that Battle Res, but no problem. They have two Battle Resters that can immediately get JB back up. So they are fine and recovered now. But still 36 seconds on the next Battle Res to come up. So don't want to have any more mistakes here. And yeah, again, JB on that Resto Druid, really helping out for the Dispel. And you can see him there in Moonkin form, casting Star Surges on Echelon as well. So utilizing that affinity to its full potential.
All right, well, that one death is definitely something that is a little bit dangerous for them. They are only going to have that one battle res left coming up in a few seconds here for the rest of the dungeon. Perfect play is going to be needed from Baldy to close out this series and punch their ticket to the Global Finals later this year. Let's see if they're able to pull it off here. Already 70% of the way through Echelon here. Evolved still dealing with that Woe Drifter after the first boss in order to make their skip ready towards Echelon, but looks like they have a little bit extra trash count, Nagura. Do you think they're maybe going to be skipping the first trash pack after the second boss and only dealing with the 4-pack as they go into High Adjudicator Release later on?
That is definitely a possibility, because we've seen a lot of teams just kind of split up that pool. Just do one pool first and then pull the rest of the trash on top of the boss. Right, so if Evolve can save one extra pull there, because of that 86%, it's very likely they're going to do so, and then that is a lot of time they can make up in comparison to Baldy. But Baldy is already basically done with that boss. You can see Echelon is on 5%, they just have to finish it off, and then we'll see what their plan is as well, Baldy's plan. If they just decide to pull everything on top of the boss, which is incredibly dangerous, or if they decide to split up this pull as well.
Well, let's see what the plan is here. Are they stopping in this room, or are they continuing to go? Looks like they're stopping here, and they're going to be dealing with this trash pack on its own here. Just going for the safe route. Probably know that they're pretty far ahead right now, so they can go for the safer route. I think what we see from most teams would be the normal route of just going all the way through. But check this out. Also going to be killing off the Vi Interceptor here, and that will allow them to pretty much pick whichever buffs they want from the next 2 relic packs. They might go for a double dismantler, they might go for another Interceptor to stack the buff or keep it going. But problems for Baldy here is Shaq goes down to the rapid fires from those Houndmasters not being stunned. Are they going to commit their battle reses here, or are they going to finish off the trash pack and just hard res them afterwards? They have a little bit of an advantage to pad them here, but it's very quickly evaporating as they have to do the rest of this trash pack with 1 less DPS.
Yeah, they just saved their battle res, hold on to it. We saw a little bit of a Sanguine tick go off on some of those mobs as well, but Lepan immediately gripping it out, so not too bad. Yeah, the Sanguine management has been really good by both of those teams, as we've seen other teams have lots and lots of issues there. So really well done by Baldy and Evolve dealing with Sanguine so well, as Baldy is about to finish off those 2 Gargans, and then I would assume they are resting up Shakib, and then they're going to be pulling the rest of this trash that they still have in this room onto the boss, which can be another very difficult point in the dungeon, and I wonder if they might commit Bloodlust as well to this.
Alright, gearing up to go. They do have that battle res saved in the back pocket. They probably have the Bloodlust available, probably going to be using it on this pull because this is the most dangerous section of the dungeon they have left. Whereas the Bloodlust fired up, drops incredibly low from the frontal breath from that unfixated Stoneborn, but they do heal him back up. He is completely safe. And now that everything is stacked up, the Bloodlust has popped, the damage is coming out from the Destro Locks and the Survival Hunters, and they are almost home free. As long as they don't let a volley of power go off from the boss, they should be totally fine. And you can see they have another Vi Interceptor. They're going to be refreshing that buff whenever it falls off any second here. And it looks like they're in a great spot here. Most of the trash is dead. They only have that one little Obliterator in the corner. A little bit of Sanguine healing on him, but nothing that you can't fix with a little bit of extra damage from the Chaos Bolts.
Yeah, Evolved now got done with Echelon as well, and we can see that extra trash that they have. It looks like they're skipping. Yeah, there we go. The Hunter Soda did pop the turtle and just pulled everything to the right side, and now Soda is using the Feign Death. Unfortunately, the Huntsman was casting that frontal cone, and it's just now resetting. So it took them a little bit of time to actually do the skip, and now they're gonna gear up to the same pull that Baldy just did earlier. But yeah, just a little bit behind because Soda also going down for them here too.
Oh,
Unless
no.
he casted Soulstone before the wall goes up here as well.
Did he make it inside?
Just
Okay.
barely managed. Yeah, woo.
That was
Who knows,
really close. Well, everybody is alive and in the room for Evolved. Are they stable, though? They have the Stoneborn available. That damage reduction is on the entire group, but they're just so far behind now. Something that is very useful for them is that Vinthir. Warlock is applying curses to everything, so the swing timers are slower, the cast times are slower, but that doesn't really help out a lot when you're 75% behind on the boss. We need to shift our focus over here to Baldy as they engage on that last mini-boss room. This room is incredibly dangerous this pack. I don't know if you've had any issues here, but there's so many times where my groups will come into this section of the dungeon, and these manifestations of envies will just completely nuke somebody down from 100 to 0 in seconds. They are so dangerous this patch.
They definitely are, especially with Grievous too, right? And all of a sudden you just have Grievous on everybody, Fixates on everybody, and it's just so much damage going out. But they did finish off all of the neutral mobs now, so really well done to really just split up the damage there, making sure all of them are down before that next cast goes up by mini-boss. And there we go, JB again in that Moonkin form, just spamming the Rafts and the Star Surges, helping out with a single target DPS. Did activate the bond, and this time Lip was not in melee range. So I wonder, it's also possible that he's not even playing Mechanic Mode, even though it is really nice to get the cooldown reduction. But yeah, I mean, Baldy just having such a clean run so far. Those 2 deaths on the board really didn't cost them too much time at all. And they still have a battle rest available as well for the last boss in case something does go wrong. Because again, it is at 24, so a really high key level even without Tyrannical. it can be bosses can just take really long and do a lot of damage.
Lip just got trolled by Lepan there. Did you see that? He was casting a Chaos Bolt, and then Lepan pulled it up the platform behind the little banister in the center. Chaos Bolt failed. Unfortunate for them. But they are through with High Inquisitor Cigar here, and all they have left between them in the Global Finals is one final boss fight, one final mob to deal with before they can punch their ticket to the finals of this tournament and the Global Finals later this year.
Yeah, all eyes on Baldy as they are engaging the last boss. They don't have Bloodlust available, but that shouldn't be an issue at all, as they do finish off those relics and try to dodge those statues as well coming in. I think some of them even might survive a statue if they get hit by it, if they have some defensive pull-on up. So even that should not be necessarily the biggest issue. They also have a Battle Rush available as well. The intermission can be a problem because of Grievous, right? Because there's just lots of damage coming out and everybody that is soaking those beams, plus the Grievous effect as well. So that can be another pinpoint, that can be something that causes issues for Baldy. But so far they're looking really good, and now we get the intermission. The Relic is going down as well, so they have the cooldown reduction too.
They have the cooldown reduction, but not only that, they have the healing from the Dismantler buff too, so JB doesn't actually have to do anything while this is going off. That buff is going to deal with all the healing on its own. That is actually great. And then what they can do for the next intermission is they'll just have Lepan take 2 of the lines, and they'll have Shaq take 2 of the lines. Although Shaq did commit his cloak to this set, so a little bit weird. They might have a little bit of healing issues on the next one. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That'll happen any second here.
Yeah, they have so much damage. They're just going to be proccing back-to-back intermission phases here. And yeah, I mean, not having some of the immunities available, I think they're still going to be just fine though, as JB has a lot of his defensives available still, has a lot of cooldowns that he can still be using to heal everyone up. And you can see he's not even switching out of the Moonkin form, just casting Starfires. He's not concerned at all. There we go, now some healing is coming out. But yeah, just Baldy doing such a clean and good job dealing with these halls that we haven't seen them play at all this tournament. So they did prepare this dungeon a lot. And the rest of Druid pick, I like it a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense for this dungeon here.
Evolved has engaged with Lord Chamberlain, but it seems like it's too little too late, as Baldy now has Chamberlain sub 15%. They only have to get through a little bit more of that health bar, and it is going to be Baldy securing the second spot in our Global Finals, making their way into the Grand Finals later today against Echo. That'll be our next matchup, but once again, congratulations to Baldy for securing the second available spot in this bracket to our Global Finals. That's going to be a big breath of relief from JB, and you can see the reward. Oh man, the celebration there, tapping his head, showing everyone he's pulled too.
I mean, they're really showing up again, right? We saw them make some mistakes earlier, but now that it really matters, now that they need to qualify for those globals, they are showing up and beating Evolved in that 3-game series. But again, Evolved really put up a fight, right? I mean, they played really well, and most of those dungeons were incredibly close, so they did get eliminated now, but I think they are looking really good for the last 10 tournament if they want to compete there as well.
Yeah, Evolved with another chance certainly to come through and maybe make it via that last stand tournament, but now it's all about no hair, no limits. Win for Baldy as they are going to the Global Finals. We already know it's Echo and Baldy moving on. They still get to play each other in just a little bit in the finals for Group A. That's going to be sick to watch, but the pressure's off at this point, right? For both of these teams, they're moving on. Should still be a great series, though.
Yeah, the glory, the bump in the prize pool, still available for both Echo and Baldy, but the most crucial thing that was at stake here has come to Baldy. Unfortunate for Evolved, who had 3 great dungeon runs in this series. 3 dungeon runs that looked really strong and that would have beaten anybody except for Baldy or Echo in this bracket, I'm confident. But not quite enough to take it against Baldy. Here you can see some of the ways these polls were looking as well for Baldy. Just a little bit better, although again, not perfect. We were having deaths coming out, just 2 deaths for both teams, right? Scattered throughout the dungeon, so not perfect, but very, very, very good. Very fast dungeoning. Exactly the kind of stuff we needed to see out of this team.
Yeah, there were 2 well-run dungeons from both teams, but it seemed like it seemed like it kind of came down just to route. Nagura, what do you think? Was it just a better route coming out for Baldy?
Yeah, I really think so, because both of the teams had those 2 deaths, and all 4 deaths didn't really cost either team too much time.
Yeah.
I think Evolve lost a lot of time with their trash route before the first boss, because Baldy just decided to pull the boss pretty immediately after killing the last shard, and then he just killed the rest of the trash with the boss, just constantly moving the boss around and always pulling more trash in, and it's incredibly efficient, of course, to do. Also risky because of Sanguine. But yeah, Evolve decided to not do that. They also pulled more trash as well because they wanted to skip some trash after the second boss, which they thought is more efficient, but it didn't really turn out that way for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see the lengths that teams are kind of pushed in MDI to go to, right? Because, like, normally you do those kinds of pulls that Evolve did, and it's like, yeah, you're still moving really fast. You're, like, blazing through it for the key level. That'd be huge on live. But in MDI, like, you've got Baldy, right, pulling the boss and everything else. So if you can't match that, it's difficult. And ultimately, looking ahead to the match against Echo is ironic. Like, Baldy is going to have to take that and step it up one more time to be able to match what Echo can do.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the position that Baldy's in right now, right? You get through you get through the lower finals, you win your lower finals, you punch your ticket, and then you're like, oh wait, we have another match to play. So honestly, I don't know if I would be expecting too much from Baldy here. They're probably just happy that they qualified, but you know what? I don't want to just say that they're straight up going to lose this match. Echo's been playing insane, but Baldy's been playing well too. So maybe they have something prepared for this last grand finals match for us here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Baldy roll over or something like that. I mean, that's you're going to put some effort into it, right? Because like I said, there's a little bit of prize pool. There's a little bit of pride on the line as well, but the pressure is certainly off. So to a certain extent, I'm sure it feels like a victory lap for both teams. Andreanos.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a absolutely victory lap for Echo and Baldy. But that being said, it's an even victory lap for whoever wins the series. So
yeah,
both teams really hoping that can be them, and especially in this last match of the series, Echo coming in with such a big advantage because they came from the upper bracket. They've had time to look at this and prep this, whereas Baldy have been fighting for their lives down here in this series against Evolved. Right, that was the most crucial match for them. So I do think Echo would be the favorites just based on team strength, but especially based on the texture of the way this day has gone so far, have to be super duper favorites. Yeah.
Well, we won't have to wait long to find out. Just one minor short break that we got to take before we get to our final match of the day and of the weekend and of Group A. Both teams moving on, but it's still a battle to be number one. Echo versus Baldy coming at you in just a few here on MDI. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. That's right. Doe's back along with Dratnos Ironic, Nagura. No, wait, that's not Dratnos. Wait, it is Dratnos.
I'm
Never mind. Anyway, surprise, we've switched personalities a little bit here and there, but don't worry about that because we're going into the Grand Finals of Group A. It's going to be Echo versus Baldy. And there's a random cat as well. Everybody's showing
It's
up.
not a random
Tell your
cat.
friends, your grandparents. I mean, it's random to me.
Hey, have you not
Don't
seen the
listen to
cat
him,
in the
Bert.
background of Tettle's shot like the whole weekend? He's been
I've
chilling.
seen it, but I don't know the cat personally. That's why it's a little bit random to me, I guess.
I
Sorry,
see.
cat. It looks very angry now.
Yeah.
I'll take blame for that.
It's listening to you.
I guess so. It understands human speech. That's like a first for cats, I think. There you go. Well, on that note, we're going into the finals for Group A. How about that? Echo versus Baldy. I mean, everybody thinking Echo here, obviously. Echo has played phenomenally, as they generally do, but Baldy's put on some good performances here, and you never quite know. Do you, Dratnos? You just never know how things might go, huh?
No, you never quite know, and Baldy is a very good team. You know, this team came in.
Yeah, of course.
They've blasted the competition throughout the weekend, and that being said, Echo have to be the overwhelming favorites coming into this, right? They're a team that is just so good, back to back MDI champs or something like that, and they've come through the upper bracket. They've been well rested. They've been well prepared. They haven't been caught out by surprise in any dungeons. I think that this is going to be very likely to be Echo's series. That being said, certainly do not count Baldy out just yet.
I did think that in the upper finals, Baldy's Streets was winnable versus Echo. Obviously, it's gonna take a really big.
Not bannable
That's a
either.
tall.
Yeah.
It's a tall order, but I did think that Baldy, if they had a very clean run, they had 6 deaths in their series earlier. I did think it was winnable. They would need basically a perfect run, and then Echo to make maybe like 1 or 2 mistakes. If they have like 1 or 2 deaths, any deaths to like skips or weird mismanagement whenever they're backtracking and stuff like that, I do think that it could put Baldy in a position where they would be able to take this first map.
It's Echo banning Gambit again, right? So
Yeah.
still wanting to kind of hold on to whatever they have on Gambit that gets them, a sub 10-minute time. No reason to even chance them having to kind of do that this weekend.
It's smart. I mean, why even take the risk? You know that, you've got a good strat on it. You don't want people to see it. It doesn't matter if you can win or not. Like, you just hide it, right?
It's crazy, though, that, we've got 23 teams in the MDI that ban the worst map for them, and then we've got Echo that just bans the best map for them in the series so that they can save that info for later, which is...
That's a flex.
It is absurd, yeah.
The Streets in their last series, it was actually close until I believe Baldy had a wipe in the mail room on the mailbox boss. I
That's
believe
right.
they kind of got like a bunch of overlapping mechanics at once that are just really unfortunate. Otherwise, it is actually a pretty close game.
I'm
It's one
glad
of those
we
things
get to
that
see this again.
Quaking is so bad during the money order.
Well,
Yeah.
Like we've seen teams just wipe to that a couple of times now.
That just happens. But that's why I just said I'm glad we get to see it again, because we have a chance to see, what could have happened, right? It's almost like an alternate universe take of Echo versus Baldy from earlier in the day. It'll be neat. It'll be neat. I enjoy watching Streets anyway, so I'm glad we get this map one more time.
And we haven't seen a ton of Mist this weekend either.
Yeah, this would be the 3rd time total, I think.
Yeah, like maybe,
Maybe?
like 2 or 3 times at most.
Yeah.
Where that'll be an interesting map as we go there. And then for the other side, we actually just saw, I believe, that Baldy play that in the last series. So we know what they're capable of there.
Yeah, exactly. And Plaguefall ban. No big surprise there. People don't want to do it too much. Hey, what do you know? Oh, Resto Druid win rate, 100%. Nagura's somewhere, like
we've got
clapping
Hang on.
and cheering. It's
Hang on a second. Apes Together Strong played a Resto Druid in their 4 Druid comp, and I do not believe they won that map.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Production.
Exposed. Oh no.
Why did
Change
you have
the
to
graph-
ruin the fun?
We need
Change
a
the
new
graphic
production.
immediately to 50% win
Yeah,
rate.
50%.
Right this minute.
We need that fixed right now.
This
You
Change
can't
it
have
right
just like
now,
fake
man.
news going out,
Also, a lot of the
So-
castercabulary they've called verbs when they're clearly nouns, so it is just multiple embarrassing failures from the production here.
That does have to hurt. I mean, yeah, there's some embarrassment going on behind the scenes, I'm sure, right now. It's tough. It's real tough, yep.
See
Even
unhirable
the Resto
talent.
Druid himself. Look at that tree. Look at that tree pointing at the 100% win rate with that expression.
Compared to the
knowing
rest of
that
the
it's wrong.
healers, though, Resto Druid's doing quite well. He did 50%, right? Holy Paladin, Disc, and Mistweaver all at 0. So 50% better than those.
Mm-hmm. I was worried that when we came back to this camera, there'd be all sorts of like mean things put on the screen. I'm a little bit relieved, but
I'm just glad I'm still here.
okay.
Yeah.
That's right. It could have been anything.
They
Could've been
beat a
anything up
Dratnos
there.
actually. The broadcast has improved a substantial
Yeah,
amount.
we come back to like a 3 box, and I'm gone.
Yep. Just 4 Dratnos maybe or something. Yeah. Give the people what they want.
I don't know if that's what anybody wants.
I didn't say that's what they wanted. I just said give the people what they want, you know?
It
Fair
doesn't
enough.
seem like either of these teams, like comp-wise, is like varied off of kind of what they've been doing. I mean, what Baldy, I guess, it fired up, played the mage on like Necrotic Wake. You know, maybe we see them kind of mess around with some other type of things. I mean, we did just see a Resto Druid, right? So maybe we do see them
Yeah.
kind of experiment with some other stuff.
True enough. Well, the market is open. It's time to go. It's time to take it to the streets one more time in this series. Echo versus Baldy. Clearly an eagle on Baldy's side. Echo, we don't exactly know what army that, what animal rather that is, but it doesn't matter because the map's getting started. Let's see who wins it.
It's dragon. Exactly. We're preparing for Dragonflight.
That's right, they're dragging that logo all over the bracket. All over the upper bracket. As we now have Echo and Baldy both starting off.
I can't breathe. Apparently, according to production, Dratnos is now muted. I don't know the legitimacy of this claim, but I will be taking over here as you do see Echo and Baldy making their way into the first boss room. This is incredibly dangerous on Inspiring. So you do actually see on the side of Echo, they did age that Inspired Mob and they Shining Force it away from the pack so they can get kicked from these Hyperlight bolts.
Yeah, meanwhile, Baldy are just cleaving it down as it's coming into the pool, so a lot of extra casts are going to be coming off here. You can see things are starting to get a little bit dangerous, but they've taken care of that Dismantler. That's going to give them a lot of flexibility, a lot of healing, and a lot of damage. I mean, look at the way their health bars instantly are stabilized throughout the 10 seconds of that buff.
This whole entire trash area is so scary, so the fact that they're willing to triple pull all of that trash and pulls that, whenever you're doing it on live, and I suspect the Dratnos routes, these are 1 pack at a time kind of pulls. Like, do not pull these with the boss or with other things. Be very cautious of making sure that multiple of these packs are by themselves.
Yeah, vitally important to do because there are just so many dangerous things that they do. But they have a plan for each of them here as, yeah, Baldy, a lot of danger. Oh, Shaq going down. They do have a res available. Lip will need to find time to cast it, though, and it has been cast. They've got him back up.
Okay, this is fine.
Right.
I mean, you're not happy to burn a battle rest here, but this is definitely
no.
one of the most dangerous points of the
He's
dungeon.
down again.
And Shaq going down! This is so bad. So now they don't have a battle rest for him. Their first boss is going to take so long. This boss is like almost impossible to reset. You have to take it like out of the room to reset him. So this is not something that they can just easily reset either. So they have to continue moving forward. JB getting incredibly low. Immediately gets meleeed by that.
He's got to find his weapon as well. He's disarmed right now, it looks like. And he's got his weapon,
just-
but
is
maybe
it
just
just
one of
in
those
the
spinning
puddle?
blades. Yeah, he's trying to get back to find that weapon, but the damage is now ramping up on the rest of the group, and he's found it. Able to start casting heals again. Really, really unfortunate placement of that. Those beam splicers also denying some real estate in the room. Although, did you know you can jump over those if you want and not take any damage
Yeah.
from them?
Did you see JB just laughing as he sat there for 15
Yeah.
seconds disarmed? He's just like, okay, well, you'll get a heal eventually. Maybe.
Yeah. At some point.
All right,
It
on
was
the left
only
side
himself
of this-
as well that was in any danger, but they are now pulling it onto more trash. Meanwhile, Echo sending Zalia ahead to start the RP in the market area. He's not actually going to do the trading. He's just started the RP of that broker walking up to the door, which does take
Yeah.
like 20 seconds, so it's nice to get somebody doing that ahead of time, and then he's going to come back and fire off his Boon of the Ascended to help heal through this bowl.
Yeah, so it makes sense that he's just going to start that RP there. Now, in the meantime, we'll be like grouping up the mobs and just everything else will be happening. Then eventually they're going to send fragments forward, and he's going to do that marketplace jujitsus where he's dragging the just like those boxes around, I guess, and that's why you see them grabbing this relic or this woe relic. So Xaylia can then, while the remaining 3 people of now Clicks and Gingy, they're going to be doing some trash. Fragments is soloing that marketplace. Xaylia is starting the RP on the other side of the map, and this is just so optimal for time. Whenever you have just like your healer running around, they don't need him for DPS or anything. And look at this, Echo has already engaged the trash in the mail room by the time that Xaylia has made it.
Yeah, they are doing such a good job of keeping the pace up here as Echo looking to even engage the boss now. They're dragging that male elemental forwards, making sure that it dies in a place that will be good for them to be, because when it does die, it leaves that nice haste bubble, which they are going to make very, very good use of during this boss encounter, just for the extra damage. Oh, they gotta watch out for that quaking, though. Good quaking spread. They are soaking the puddles that are near this area, and then they're not worrying so much about the puddles that are going to be far away. Because the way the puddles on this boss fight work is they actually leave a moderate dot on you when you soak them, but if you don't soak them, it leaves that nasty gunk on the ground in the space that you're going to want to use. So you need to strike a good balance between soaking them and not taking too much extra damage.
It looked like Baldy had another death when I'm fired up. An unfortunate circumstance. You do see Shakib on the right-hand side doing that marketplace like we were talking about Fragments doing earlier. We are getting the POV of Shakib doing it. He is getting in combat with some of the trash. You see him immediately meld off those mobs. He does still have that woe relic on him to keep himself invis, and he's going to meet back up with this party. But Echo, man, they are moving really fast through here. They're able to down that mailroom boss, and look at this. They're just walking around. They're going to Mind Soothe this mini boss. Mind Soothe is actually very powerful on that mini boss, just because it allows you to almost walk through the hitbox of it without aggroing
Mind Soothe it's crazy how much range there is. JB is going down for Baldy. Now is going down, though, for Echo. But they are going to mass res. Mass res almost instantly there. So maybe this was actually something that he got in combat or something and wasn't supposed to and just went off and died and instantly gets the mass res. So that is only going to cost them 15 or so seconds as they now make their way towards the Grand Menagerie.
Look at the damage meter. Fragments and Jinchi are soloing a pack while Xaylia now are in
It's not a pack, actually. It's just the
relic.
3 relics. Yeah. So they pull the relics absent the rest of the pack. So probably what Now is doing is pulling the pack away or something, and then Jinji and Frag are killing the relics or something, getting the Woe killed, and then they're leaving the Woe Drifter in the hallway and getting out of combat with it. They're melding off or feigning off combat with the Woe Drifter, and then they're going to bring it in to this boss encounter once they're on the last of the 3 bosses, and they'll use that to time their Woe buff with right at the end of this boss fight so that they can use it to zip all the way over to Miza's Oasis afterwards.
It's honestly such a smart way of dealing with it, because they don't really want... First off, this boss takes a long time, and so their Woe relic would not be up, like the Woe buff would not be up whenever the boss encounter does end, so killing it on this fight doesn't make sense. In addition to that, you would just rather have that Vi Interceptor haste buff for this encounter. So it makes sense that they are dropping combat with that Woe relic. It's just another one of the Echo optimizations. You guys talk about how they've been banning like Gambit all weekend. They have so much weird tech inside of Streets that it makes sense why they would also be like potentially banning 2 maps.
Oh, look on the side of Baldy! Lip is in a pod!
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, they're wiping!
Oh, the explosion! Okay, it lands. Oh my goodness.
But JB's dead.
Okay, yeah, so JB is down. He's going to be in angel form for another few seconds here, trying to top up the group. The mail order's coming in. Is he going to be able to land a heal after it lands? No, but they are going to be able to nether it, or they're just going to soak it on the group. That's fine. They're going to keep on doing the damage. The next fan mail cast for Baldy is potentially going to be lethal for them, though.
Look at JB.
Yeah.
DPS, puppets, DPS. You've had enough healing for this run.
Having a little lean back in his chair. Yeah, you guys can finish off the boss for me. I'll release once it's done.
Checks his phone and see if he's got any text about the MDI.
Yeah. Alright, so now Baldy are going to be making their way towards the Miza's Oasis music boss encounter. Meanwhile, Echo, done with 2/3 of the Grand Menagerie, they also have Miza's Oasis to deal with after this boss.
How do you feel about the 2 different routes? Because they're very different.
Echo's has so much precision in it. The reason that Echo is doing what they're doing, I believe, is so that they can facilitate that snap of the mini-boss before the last boss, onto Mize's Oasis, right? Doing it in this order lets them kind of come back across with this woe buff that they're about to kill and grab that mini boss. And then I think they snap it into a corner of the stage on Mize's Oasis, and they get to bring it down there. And they get to, that thing gives a lot of count. They got a lot of count by snapping that down and killing it during the otherwise kind of useless RP time on the music fight.
It is an efficient pull, but it is a lot of backtracking to have to like run all the way across the map again. Whereas for the side of Baldy, they're saving a lot of their time by the absence of backtracking. Echo does have that Woe Drifter buff, as you do see clicks inside of that soul shape zooming across the map. So maybe not the worst thing, but just look at how long it takes for him to run all the way across that map just to get everything started here.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of routing that, I mean, I'm sure it has crossed their minds that the backtracking is, that they are backtracking. I'm sure that they've tested the alternatives and come to the conclusion this is faster. Look at that. So now has got them snapped over these mobs that were near the middle of the area, and that is going to include that big mini boss as well. They do need to make sure that they are careful of its mechanics. It actually does have quite a few fairly deadly mechanics, those circles on the floor and those two players that are getting dragged towards each other. But a really nice thing about this boss room, you can see Zalia actually has that force pulling him to frag, but because he's on the drums, he's immune to getting pulled because he's rooted on that drum kit.
Okay, that's an interesting way of doing it. And then Clicks can also use like his extra action button.
He can use his instrument to pull it away there. Oh my goodness. The tech.
I don't know if that's the most useful thing. You could just walk away from it.
Yeah, but, you know, save you some globals.
It does save you some globals, for sure. Clicks would prefer to not be dragged towards melee, though, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. As we have now Echo engaging the second bit of trash here. Baldy already on the boss in this area, but they still have to do the Grand Menagerie boss that Echo has already killed. You can see everybody has done a good job, except for Lip, of extending their haste buff during this boss encounter. The way this boss fight works is when it grips you in the last 2 seconds of its big AoE cast, some musical notes will actually appear under it. And so if you're a DPS player, you can use that opportunity to hit your extra action button, go through those notes on the way out, extend your big haste buff, and do a lot of extra damage. It is dangerous, it's scary, but it is a lot of damage if you're able to make it work.
All right, and Baldy's going to be able to down this Oasis boss here in just a second. The suppression spark is coming out. Not too much danger. You need to make sure that you are in. You would like to stay in for that, as opposed to, even though it's like dragging you in, it's kind of a weird mechanic. You don't.
Yeah, you want to stay in until the last 2 seconds when you see your notes and you slide out.
Exactly. Dealing with it like that makes a lot of sense. And now Baldy is running over to that menagerie area. They are at 88% enemy forces count, so I think that they're going to need a little bit more trash. They're probably going to drag it into this menagerie room while the RP is still finishing up a little bit. There is a decent amount of RP on a lot of these bosses in this dungeon, so it makes sense that Baldy is pulling that trash into the boss room and they're gonna deal with it in here. Oh my gosh, the man almost dies quaking.
The Quake, yeah. He is going to be able to stabilize a bit. One of the problems with playing Quaking actually as a Blood Decay is because it's like environmental damage, it doesn't actually increase the size of your next Death Strike. So you have a pretty hard time topping yourself if you're, if you're at 20% health, you haven't taken any damage from enemies in the last 5 seconds, you've just taken damage from a Quake, you actually are kind of in danger. And they've done a good job, though, of preventing any imminent deaths there for Baldy. As I say that, Shaq going down to an imminent death on this pull.
I mean, this is so scary. This is a lot of trash that is on top of this boss, especially dealing with that Urge Dismantle. Ooh, JB going down. I think so. This is actually really scary. So they have to move out for that big.
They don't have BRES either.
And the Peacekeepers, if you don't know what the Peacekeepers do, it's because you're always standing in melee. But they'll dash to people and they'll charge you if you're standing out at range on the specific time that their cast is supposed to go off. And if you have 2 of them up at once, he's pointing the bullets on his head. What is JB doing? And if you have 2 of those Peacekeepers up at once, you immediately will die like JB. I have been a victim of the Peacekeepers before.
So Clicks now for Echo is going to take the teleport up, set up his demonic circle at the top of the stairs, and then he's going to jump back down, tag one of the mobs, and then circle back up to bring them up here with him. And you can see now we have these extra mobs coming in here, and the crucial one is that Enforcer, which is going to cast Force Multiplier. It's an AoE Enrage that increases damage done and damage taken of these enemies. So by having this snapped up here, they're going to have Soasmi taking 20% extra damage, also dealing 20% extra damage. So it's a double-edged sword, but Echo are in the business of collecting swords of any type.
Do you think that this is useful for like people on live, or do you think that this is something that you would?
I mean, it's dangerous. It's hard to
costs?
set up. It's probably not something that like you need to do at any key level, right? The kind of key level where you need the time. You probably can't afford the 20% more damage on the boss, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a cool strat.
That makes sense. Oh my goodness! And then the boss getting incredibly low, 20% on this encounter. As you do see Zalia making sure to go through those portals. You're going to want to late kick this double technique every single time. You want to kick it at like 9.5 seconds on the cast, just to make sure that you're able to optimize how long the boss is going to be doing.
The boss is already dead here for Echo.
Boss is dead.
They are going to take the 1-0 lead in this series over Baldy, nearly ready to just win this whole tournament. One more map is all they need.
I cannot believe how fast Echo is compared to everybody else, especially on this dungeon. I mean, holy cow. Streets, and I mean, I don't even know if this was their fastest time of the day, but like, it was still miles and miles ahead of Baldy. And I mean, yeah, sure, there were some deaths, and we see more right now because it's kind of over, but like, still, even without deaths, I think Echo would have been significantly ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, what, the one against Baldy the first time was 14:41? Didn't catch the time here. I think it was around
it was 14:35 or something.
The same time, yeah. It was like
might have been a little bit quicker.
And Baldy, it kind of like, it was almost like a weird like replay of the first time we saw them play, because like Baldy had the the deaths in the mailroom as well on the first go around. They had them here where, yeah, you're just pulling that much with the quaking. It's really difficult to get through.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it does give Echo a 1-0 lead in the series. Again, not super surprising. And yeah, I think that was their fastest time, wasn't it? 14:34? So faster than the one earlier today. Not sure if that was faster than the one earlier in the week, but yeah,
it's still slower than the time trials time, but those were a different set of affixes. So definitely, I mean, an incredibly fast run, and also the consistency, right? The fact that Echo are able to come into a dungeon like Streets and are able to make these runs happen every single time, basically, is crazy to me as well.
I don't think. I think that what we saw from Baldy wasn't even like a bad run. So they didn't have any like full wipes or anything. No. They had like 1 and 2 spot deaths like here and there. It ended up costing them a decent amount of time, but it didn't like completely ruin their run. And I think against any other team that's not Echo, their Streets were like, okay, so it's a brand new dungeon. It's very difficult to deal with. They looked okay here. Kind of similar to like kind of reminiscent of the Court of Stars. Oh, the bomb exploded. That's what killed Baby. That's unfortunate.
Wow. I mean, this is a boss where like basically every single mechanic can one-shot you pretty much. So there's not much room for margin of error, even if you're one of the best teams out there, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, Echo just has this down so solid. They did like have like a death or two. I think like they may have lost like now going into that room for the Menagerie boss. Didn't exactly.
I think they may have been planned though. Yeah, I think that may have been planned so that they could get the relics separately from the pack that it was attached to. So, yeah.
No, we did see. I think they're the hippo soul shape for a little bit. Gotta be running the hippo soul shape. Tettles, you a hippo soul shaper?
I'm a big lizard kind of guy.
I'm a big lizard kind of guy.
Right, but we're talking about favorite soul shapes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Like cat soul shape?
There you go. I was running the turkey for a little while. I'm currently a alpaca, though. I think I'm live.
I'm a dinosaur. Dinosaur.
You are old. You are?
You've got the pill behind you? Yeah.
Yeah. Dinosaurs are cool.
They are cool.
Yeah. Dinosa. You are a dinosaur.
Wow. Does that work?
Yes.
I guess so. Kind of does. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll allow it. Echo 1-0 over Baldy. I mean, it's again like it is kind of a victory lap for both teams, right? Both teams going to the global finals. Echo just kind of showing off at this point. We're not going to see anything new, per se, but we're going into what, Miss next, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of Miss. We haven't seen either of these teams be in Miss so far this weekend, so I'm interested. These affixes for Miss are kind of tough. The Spiteful we talked about a little bit earlier in the week.
Yeah, Spiteful and Mists is one of those affixes that we've seen teams like. The margin of error in Mists across all 3 of the Shadowlands seasons so far has been relatively low between most of our MDI teams, to the point where you need to make sure that your Spiteful optimization of like making sure that everybody is like against the door by the time that the Spiteful is coming out, and you're able to actually go through that door before those Spiteful spawns. That's like a super level of optimization that these MDI teams need to show today, just to continue to propel themselves forward. We kind of see it in Theater of Pain as well whenever you have Spiteful. A little bit less so with those portals, but Mists and the Maze, I expect these teams to put on a really good showing in this dungeon.
Yeah, making sure you're in front of the right door, too, is also crucial in the Maze, which we did see someone, I think, mess it up. I forget who that was yesterday, but happens to everybody.
It'd be very awkward.
It is.
This match, it would be surprising, Doa.
It would be surprising, yeah.
Well, if you think about it, okay, if you need all the time you can get against Echo, right? One way to get more globals is just to not look at the symbols, and it's just a 33% chance in each room that you just get the right one by running blindly into
the dice.
it. But if you think you need the extra time, right, then...
But how many times would you have a 33% chance? Because wouldn't it actually be
1 out of
lower
3?
Because you'd have to get the
Well, it gets better.
33% chance.
But then some of the
100%.
rooms are like 50-50 as well, because some of the rooms there's only like one possible path once you know where you're at in the maze. So, you know, it is 50-50, right? Either it works or it doesn't.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, hey, you take the
That's a
coin
great
flip.
point.
Yep. Why not?
So next time we do a Mist together, am I allowed to just like randomly pick a door every
Oh, I
single
mean,
time?
I'm doing that already, yeah.
Hey, it's a 33% chance. I'm going for it.
I would say the average amount of times I get sent back to the start of the maze in a Mist is somewhere between 1 and 2.
Dude, sometimes when I'm pugging, I just sit there, I'm like, I'm not waiting for this. I just run into a door and I hope it's the right one.
I would love, like, the Raider IO, we have, like, the average deaths for a dungeon. I would love to know the average, like, maze mess-ups, like, in a day or something.
There's got to be some, like, API way you can track that, because it procs a certain voice line, right? So you can maybe track the voice line activation kind of thing. I don't know. There's got to be a way. Nobody wants this, but it'd be kind of interesting.
We won't be the people that'll solve it, but maybe somebody can solve it.
We are not that advanced, no. We got dinosaur. I don't know, like, why there's like a megaphone. Oh, it's
That's
cheerleader
Titles.
That's
Yeah, he
why.
was
I
just
didn't-
saying
I
letters
didn't
in
see
the
that.
word dinosaur. So
That's right.
yeah,
I didn't see the cheerleaders at first. Cheerleader label at first. The titles, you know, I have titles turned off, you know, and a lot of times on my characters. So
I don't expect either team to do anything different comp-wise, because you just have the Warlock
Nah.
be Night Fae. I think they were
Why would
running
you?
Night Fae already for the last dungeon, so like, unless somebody wants to do something wild, just for the sake of doing it here, to put
think
on a show.
Rogue over Demon Hunter, probably, yeah. I think Rogue.
Yeah. I mean, you could
Rogue is-
skip the beginning.
We did see that.
It's been a lot less popular this season to woe skip the beginning. A lot of teams. So in Pugs, you're woe skipping the beginning, but a lot of teams, like at a higher level, you'll start just like shroud skipping all the way to those packs that are towards the first
pack.
boss area. I'm really interested to see what MDI teams do. MDI teams always do weird stuff at the very beginning. they've done
Fired up
double
Fire
villager.
Mage.
They've done double villagers some season. You're like, hey, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You decided that this is a pull.
Well,
I
it's,
don't
if you're gonna pull the
understand.
villager anyways, you want to fight 2 of them, right? Like it's just
No,
inefficient to
that's-
fight them. Yeah,
I don't know about
Disagree?
that.
yeah.
I don't know if I agree there. Yeah,
That's the
so-
move.
Yeah,
Huh.
why only get one?
Exactly.
You know, the more the merrier, they say, but that may not be true in this particular category. I don't know. Maybe. Echo. I guess it is kind of a dragon, isn't it? Looking at that logo.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think
I was like, is it
definitely
a dog,
dragon.
kind of?
No,
it
it's
could be
a
like
dragon.
a skinny dog.
It is a dragon.
Yeah.
It could also be like a Tasmanian wolf or something, you know? Tasmanian tiger.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Don't be
Tettles is
foolish.
giving
Those
you
are
the answer.
extinct. Don't be foolish. Those are extinct.
Brontosaurus? I don't know. I'll think about it. Enjoy the map, though.
All right, so we do indeed have the rogues coming in. It's going to be a shroud for Baldy. Echo, on the other hand, are going to be pulling 2 villagers, because if you're going to pull one of them, you should pull 2 of them. And there they
Exactly.
go.
Oh, it's funny how we were both right about one team skipping the villagers altogether, the other team pulling both.
Yeah,
Really?
there we go. We have a start of a pull now for Baldy. This is a much more standard kind of Season 2 strategy in this dungeon. Just getting this 4-pack, bringing these 2 bow breakers down onto it, right? Whereas Echo going with a much bigger, more aggressive first pull. But look at the amount of count that this gives them. 16% on the board already. That is going to allow them to do quite a bit of skipping at the end of the dungeon.
I don't know if I like this, though, because they lusted this boss. So it's ultimately going to come down to like how fast they're going to be able to push this first encounter. If they are still able to one-phase the boss without the lust, that's crazy, by the way. That is going to be a crazy amount of single-target DPS. However, if Baldy is able to completely alleviate and skip one full phase over Echo on this first encounter, on this Ingram Malok encounter, I think that could mean that Baldy gets the better advantage out of this trade. But Lip going down on the side of Baldy, he is their own... Lipan could battle res him if he really wanted to, but at this point, these bow breakers are so low, it doesn't really matter. You'd rather just kill them off and then manually
save that res. Yeah. Now it is worth noting that our fastest time in this dungeon came from Incarnation, I believe, at 16 minutes or so. If these teams are expecting to be faster than that, which I think that there's a good chance that there are optimizations to make over the Incarnation's plan in this dungeon, a couple minutes, right? Then all of a sudden, lusting at 0 versus lusting at 2 minutes into here might be really big for making sure you have lust on pull on Tredova at the end of this dungeon, right? So that might be an advantage of doing it Echo's way if they can make it through the dungeon so fast that the lust coming up early is relevant.
Oh, JB and JB getting lip rezzed. Looks like Baldy is a little bit slow, and Echo even pulls Ingram Malok before Baldy gets to the encounter stage.
With 17% more trash.
Wait, what? That's absolutely crazy. Obviously, they did burn their lust, and so there is going to be a discrepancy here on the side of Baldy. They're probably going to be able to push this boss a little bit faster, but if Echo can kill this encounter even close to where Baldy is time-wise, it's going to be insane. And so now Droman is dropping that 20% threshold. Droman has entered that in like phase where Ingram Malok's going to be taking bonus DPS, and now you see Ingram Malok is dropping so fast. The Infernal is coming out for clicks.
Yeah, so much damage coming out here, and it looks like that Bloodlust will not be necessary at all as they have Ingram Malok now to around 20%. So actually the Lust would help quite a bit. Would save a lot of time to not have to deal with this last 15%, but at least they're not going to have to do another phase. That's the big thing on this fight, is if the boss is like above 25 or so coming into this, then you're like, maybe we got to target the tree again, and that is a lot slower.
Look at where Baldy is. So they burned their lust on Ingram Malok. Ooh, and right out of the phase, they're at 6%. So it's not even that more advantageous to even lust this boss on this dungeon level. It's like a 22 fortified. What if you saw it maybe like on a 24 Tyran? I think that teams would probably lust it 100% of the time, but it makes sense that on a 22 fortified, you're willing to burn just like that 20% HP unbuff.
Yeah, that is, again, it is extra damage during a damage amp, so it's nice, but I actually think that Echo may have a fast enough path in this dungeon that they really did need to press Lust so that they would get a second Lust.
There was an Infernal on top of that stand. Did you see that for a second?
Yeah, those wacky Infernals, they drop in all kinds of weird places.
Something that's super interesting about the compositions this season is, so now we're running like Warlock, like a lot of teams are running Warlock plus Hunter, and so you can utilize the pets from both the Warlock and the Hunter to be able to pull trash and then group it back up on top of the packs. Last season, we didn't see Hunter be super popular, but a lot of teams ended up running that Marksmanship Hunter just so that they could use the pet to be able to continue to pull through the walls. But now this season, I expect this phase to be even bigger than we saw last season, maybe some like triple pulls. For a lot of the times, though, we only saw like double pulls last MDI.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever possible. The thing about the maze is there's this great degree of all these extra places where you can get pulls through the walls and get these extra groups in here, and making good use of that. I mean, if Echo are able to pull a bunch of stuff through the walls in the maze, and they got that 17% extra from the double villager pull at the start of this dungeon, they're only going to need like 10% from the Gorm area. They could potentially just take that onto boss. Maybe we're just going to see them go second boss, jump down, skip some stuff, and pull some other stuff onto the last boss, fire off that second lust, out of here in 12 minutes.
I mean, that's... Whatever you put it like that, it sounds absolutely absurd, but Echo always continues to surprise me. Look at this. Click's walking up to this wall. He's sending his Fell Hunter through the wall. Gingy on the other side. I think he's also pulling some trash into the pack. I don't even see where Gingy is at this current time on the side of Echo. He has to be There's a frog.
Oh, watch out for that frontal, that tongue lashing. All right, they've done a good job of getting it now onto their tank. And Gingy also returning to the party here. Let's see if he's brought any friends with him. Let's see who Gingy's +1 was. Are there any extra mobs?
Dude, he was gone for 20 seconds. He has to be bringing a lot of stuff. He was gone for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any extra mobs joining the party.
Where'd he go?
Maybe he had to take a phone call.
Maybe.
All right, they are now taking care of this. I don't think that was it. They're now taking care of this Gorge Gullet.
I don't think it was either, but it's funny to say.
An important thing to note about this dungeon with Spiteful is you can actually get through the wall if you're quick, right? Before that Spiteful Shade actually spawns, you're out of combat for a brief second. So as long as you have the last mob killed, while there are no other Spiteful out keeping you in combat, you can kind of get 5 or 10 extra seconds and not have to wait as much. As you can see, they are going right into the next pull. Again, extra mobs coming through the walls here. Echo at 61% and counting here.
All right, looking on the right side of the screen, you do see Baldy. They're pulling that Gorge Gullet. So they didn't pull the Gorge Gullet into the previous pack, but you do see I'm Fired Up. He is utilizing his pet. He's sending it through the wall to grab that pack that Echo is currently fighting. And so these are the packs that they are merging together. These MDI teams have a lot of different routes depending on where in the dungeons they're going, because all of the options are available, but the teams have the exact same path through the maze. And so there are a lot of different routes. And Baldy getting... They let the cast go off, so they all got rooted, and then there was a couple deaths as JB couldn't get out of the ground effect. Oh no!
And that's that root is when you have that shield go up on them, right? And you break through it. Yeah, that one. Especially if you're used to playing Horde and you usually just have a Belf for it, it can be rough when you swap over to Alliance for Tournament Realm. Not as able to have that available to dispel it.
All right. Looking at this, Echo grabbing a lot of trash into Mistcaller, 76% enemy forces before this trash ends up going down. I think they're going to be like 85%, and your theory of Lust the last boss with like 1 or 2 packs of trash is looking like it's more and more likely the longer that we see this.
Yeah, Echo are just blazing through this dungeon. Mistcaller already getting very low here. There's so much trash on this boss encounter as well. Look at how well they are trapping the illusionary Vulpins, though, making sure that those aren't coming into the fight. I'm sure Azalea is ready to come in with a clutch Shining Force as well, if necessary.
Fragnant's very happy that he has a cheat death there, as he got hit by those defenders' spears for a little bit. That was the spear flurry. He was just standing in it. He just immediately cheated, almost died. Again, just beautiful work there. Click's actually hardcasting Fear, but this trap is going to land on that Vulpin. And this fight is so much easier if those aren't coming into melee, especially with a comp like this that has 2 melee DPS in it. They're quickly going to take out this last illusionary clone. And let's see if they're able to kill Mistcaller from 10 to 0 without getting another cast of the guessing game. It is definitely possible on a fortified key like this. We'll see if they're able to actually make it happen. That Vulpin is actually going to be taking damage because it is in the Resonating Arrow. Is going to take a bunch of extra damage. They actually have it just almost killed off before it despawns. But here's that Mistcaller now. That push is going to be at 10%. Goes straight into the guessing game. They are going to just do this last guessing game. Sometimes if you have it starting another cast, it can be quite easy to take it from 10 to 0 during that cast. There's actually some new tech this season, so if you have a dodgeball queued up while that guessing game is going off, if you just like line of sight it around the corner, you immediately skip it. Oh, cool. Cool tech. Yeah, it looks like Echo's just decided, hey, it'll be faster if we just don't overthink this and just kill the mob. Just identify it quickly, kill it. We have so much damage. Let's not do anything too crazy here. You know what's funny? We've been talking about Echo an awful lot. Baldy is still in a pretty good position. Yeah, so Baldy, they're only behind a little bit of count, right? They're going to be behind like something like 20, 15% count once they're done with this pull. They are on the same boss that Echo just killed. I mean, I do think there's something like a minute and a half behind, but being a minute and a half behind Echo is not an easy thing to do. That is certainly very impressive out of Baldy. Let's see what Echo are going to be up to, though, in this Gorm area. They only need 16% count. They are going to deploy the sap to move past this first pack. And I think if they just ran holding W, the Shroud's going to come out. I think they only need like 2 packs, yeah? Yeah, so if they pull this pack and then the next 2, and ideally I think they want to avoid the bees, that would probably be enough to get them to 16% that they need
here on Tradova. The Bloodlust is available, and I suspect it will be popped soon. It has just come up here for Echo, so I do think that was a huge part of the reason why they've timed things as they did and popped that Bloodlust where they did, is because they have this dungeon done so quickly, and it is indeed going to be the second Bloodlust for Echo here at 10 minutes 30 seconds into the dungeon. 0 deaths so far. They have the Mass Grip coming out into that Resonating Arrow. So much damage here from Jinji.
If you would have told me that you were projecting a 12-minute Misatyr's Scythe coming into this, I would have called you crazy. But look at this, as Echo is dropping Tradova to 68% HP, already entering that first shield phase, burning immediately through it with that Lust still active. Now his Necrotic is pretty dangerous, but with the Blood DK Dancing Rune weapon, they do also have that Dwarf Racial. Now is able to just make sure that he's cleansed all the time. Whenever he's also playing that Kyrian, he does have that Kyrian file to be able to cleanse himself again. He's just making sure that he's not going to be going down. All that trash ends up getting killed off, and now is in a great spot health-wise, and Echo's looking really good coming out of that second intermission.
100% trash count as well, as they've dealt with all that trash they brought onto the boss. The last Spiteful Shade's going to fall 20% and dropping on Tradova, and this run is such a scarily fast run that Echo are putting together here.
Caller.
Yeah, I mean, Echo have just done all the trash and the last boss while Baldy have been working on this one. And 7% now on Tradova. What a dominating performance from Echo, as they are going to win this series and this weekend 2-0 over Baldy.
I am flabbergasted by what we've been seeing from Echo here. It's 11:46 miss. Like, okay, all right. So that just happened.
That was
Baldy
nuts.
guys. The Baldy guys are having so much fun. They were laughing at the end whenever they saw that Echo had finished. They look at their timer. They're like, "What in the world is going on?"
What can you do? Like, I mean, I don't know if there's a team in the world that can like take on Echo right now. It's very rare in an esport to see one team be so far ahead of like literally everybody else. It seems like. I mean, obviously we still got 2 more groups to watch, and we're gonna be checking those times as well. But
yeah,
holy cow, 11:43 on Mists.
I mean, it is worth noting we have a team with a faster time trial time than Echo's Gambit in one of our later groups.
True.
So there is brilliance from a bunch of these other teams. But the thing about Echo is they are good in every single dungeon. Every single dungeon is their good dungeon.
Why is the Rogue at 4th place in DPS for the side of Echo?
That's normal.
Why is the
life,
Blood
man.
Cake
Just
at
roguelike.
29k?
Actually, the Blood DK is winning on every single category that we track as well. There is no reason. There's nothing that the Rogue is doing better.
Number 1 in everything. I mean,
Shrouds used 1.
Shrouds used, true.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's right.
Big value.
Even the most interrupts. Wow.
Yeah.
double villager, by the way. Called it.
Yeah.
Unafraid to go the double villager route, but it did give them like a good amount of extra percentage. They didn't need to go like behind the boss like you see a lot of them go.
Yeah.
King and Dratnos. If you're gonna pull 1 villager, you should pull 2. Hey, he was right. He was right.
Dude, look, they're so scared they don't know what nouns and verbs are, and they don't want to put the wrong one up there that they've just stopped doing noun and verb now. Look at the cowardice coming out of production.
I mean,
mentally devastated.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna get muted again if you're not careful.
we wouldn't even know if he was muted right now. I mean, yeah, because when they did the double villager pack, I think they went into the first boss with like something like 27%. Like it's like an extra 17%.
I think so.
But I mean, the way they pull is insane. Noun? Question mark?
Is pull a noun?
It's a
or
good
verb?
try. It's a good try. Yeah, I'm sure you'll get it sometime.
Hey, you don't need to be great at like the English language to have a successful career in esports. Like I'm living proof of that. But verb gets the exclamation point.
I would
Verbs
say
are more
verb as well.
exciting
Yeah, it's
inherently, I
pulling,
guess.
That's the operative part of it. But what do you think? Oh, we've all got our titles now.
We've all got one now.
There you go. Stay a while and listen. There you go.
I didn't know you were. Okay, I didn't know you were Tortolid.
No, Deckard Cain, man. Come on.
Who?
Oh my gosh. Oh, sweet summer child. Like even Matt knows this. Come on, it's the Diablo franchise.
Yeah, come on.
Diablo. Deckard Cain. He was the main character this year for like all the games except for when he died in an in-game cutscene, which seems kind of disrespectful for a main character. But
yeah, I mean, I think the entire franchise.
When did
it's
Diablo
been
come
10
out?
years if you haven't played it by now.
Diablo,
Diablo 3 came out.
Diablo came out before I was born, December 31st of 1996.
Really?
Man, this game is old.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's just like, it's kind of sad that you didn't get to experience Diablo when it was brand new, you know? But you have a chance. You can go back. You can go play. They just remade 2.
Yeah,
I could buy an Atari as well. Like, I guess.
That's right. You missed so much. Production's on my side. I like it. All right, I like the show. So let's do more of these. Yeah. There you go.
Production's always against me.
It's wild how heavy they pulled on to the last 2 bosses with Mistcaller and Tredova.
Yeah.
Where, like, when they shrouded,
shocked.
it was like, all right, they need 2 more. I was like, that Warlock gate's kind of going towards the boss, and then all of a sudden, just an army behind now, just into the final boss. But even the one with Mistcaller, like, is even scarier with the Vulpin. The Vulpin just spawning up, just running around, trying to make sure the Spitefuls don't get anybody. It's that was crazy.
Yeah. Hashtag just echo things. I feel like
I mean,
gotta be a thing now.
the way that that Vulpin spawned and just instantly would have a trap on it, and sometimes it would instantly have 2 CCs on it. They know like that is something we're going to prioritize. It's going to save us time long run to keep that CC'd and not have to have it come into the pack and then have to spend a bunch of stuns and stuff on it. So yeah, I mean, just really, really great technical gameplay from Echo all the way through this series, all the way
Double
through this
Villager.
tournament.
What does it mean?
Here's a look at the Double Villager right off the rip. At the end, when we were chatting in replay, it was like Gingy on Tredova was up to like 217k, and then Doa was like, well, look at Zalia, like the Holy Priest was at like 38k, just like Boon of the Ascendant, just in the middle everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna see like a 500 or 600k DPS like Warlock pulled this season?
I mean, it's not
It would
outside
have
the
to
realm
be
of
like-
possibility, I guess.
It'd have to be like
Halls
what,
triple
Halls of
shard.
Atonement with easier affixes, yeah.
Spiteful, like a Spiteful 21 halls or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I could believe it, yeah.
That's within the realm of possibility, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, this is that
Here
big
we go.
pull onto Tredova we were talking about. The second lust
Slow
of the
motion.
dungeon. The reason they do that double villager pull at the start so that they can have a good lust right at the start of the dungeon and then get it back up for this one. Really, really impressive planning from them. And I mean, it's just
These
crazy
pulls,
how
I don't
fast they're doing this.
Yeah, now watch damage meter.
Dude, it's necrotic, by the way. It's necrotic, by the way, and they're doing it.
Yes.
Well, the rune weapon
no-
is
no
really
concern.
good against necrotic. Even with this many mobs, you have north of like 60% parry here. So
you just get to
very high
reset.
chance. Yeah, I mean, you just reset it randomly while you're fighting stuff. Especially if you're doing what he was doing was he was carefully backing away. If you watch that tank positioning, it's really great because he was staying like 5 yards away and casting his spells and still hitting all of them, but not actually getting autoed by every mob. Most of those mobs were not actually landing even attempts at autos on him. And then his rune weapon parries carried him through enough of the ones that did land that he was able to reset the necrotic. And I mean, that is unbelievably good tank mechanics from now. Yeah.
That backpedaling that Dretnus was talking about, just like how you move in relation to those mobs, is always something that's like super important, and it's like difficult to learn. You never want to you want to be making sure that you're like strafing away from them to maintain full movement speed, while at the same time not turning your back to them to get melee from behind.
Yep. Do not turn your back to mobs as a tank in M+ dungeons. Yes, that should be something everybody knows right now. But just in case you didn't, there you go. Well, Echo wins it all. 2-0 in very convincing fashion, I gotta say. And Baldy's still making it to the global finals. So again, like, happy result for them at the end of this weekend here. But man, if Echo keeps playing like this, I don't know who in the world can take them on. It's just another level. Like they've I don't know, like they need to invent like a new level of Super Saiyan for these guys or something, because it's up there.
It didn't drop a map. This is a team that oh man, these guys are absolutely insane. They just didn't even drop a map. They're going to be menaces coming into the global finals. Oh my goodness.
Seriously. Well, I mean, so looking at the teams that were knocked out here, who do you think has the highest chance of getting through the last chance tournament and making it to the global finals anyway? I mean, maybe Evolved, if Incarnation, like, shows up a little bit more, maybe, who knows, but...
Yeah. Definitely those two teams. Even teams, Dwarf this, I was pretty impressed with some of the ways that their dungeons looked. Yeppers, if these teams decide they want to make a go for it in the last stand tournament, There's a lot of scary teams coming out of this group, because before this weekend started, we were talking about this being a bit of a group of death, right? So many strong players and strong teams here. Absolutely Incarnation. If they decide they want it, if they want to go hard and go for that last stand tournament, they will be a contender as well.
I think Evolved looked really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Tedos was mentioned before the match that we were talking about them. Like they do have some landmine dungeons, but they have some time to work on those, right? And they looked really good on a lot of other different runs they were able to do. Warlock's still very strong, different set of affixes. Kind of clean up some of their routes. I definitely think Evolved can make a run. They almost made a run even in the form they were this weekend, right? The game against Baldy goes down to that final map.
I also agree that I think that there are 4 teams that were in this dungeon that could win the last stand tournament.
Yeah, I mean the other groups have to be quaking a little bit, and I'm not talking about the affects. I'm talking about the fear that comes from possibly getting knocked out and getting sent into that. It's gonna be pretty nuts. But we do have none other than someone
Meeres
with us from Echo. Meeres, I knew that. See, the thing is, when you're new to hosting these kinds of things, Meeres, you get in the position that I'm in, and you know the name. You're so convinced you know the name, but there's that last little moment where you've got that fear, where it's like, what if I mess it up? And then the entire community hates me. So I had that moment for a second. I didn't have the confidence to follow through, but I did know at the end of the day. But my question for you is, congratulations, first of all, by the way. But
Thank you.
What's the average week of practice like for Echo? What does it take time-wise to get into this kind of shape that we saw? Because it's been insane watching the team.
Our normal schedule is we start every day at 1 p.m. until around 11 or 12 p.m. depending on how much we want to practice or what is going on. We have a one long hour dinner break with some breaks in between, obviously, so pretty normal, I would say. And this time around it was actually a bit different, because now Robin was on vacation the first 4 days, so I was tanking for the team the first 4 days, and then he came back and we had to relearn all the strats with him, basically. I was making the strats in the beginning when he was not there. And then I tanked them, and then he came back and he tanked them, and then we increased the practice hour by 1, basically, or the practice time by 1 hour.
With the Tazavesh dungeons coming into this, we got to see you in streets with those really cool, the snap pulls, the enforcer for the extra damage amp. How was the process of coming up with all that stuff? How many hours did you practice in the streets to get all that figured out? And do you have any hints as to the Gambit tech you got cooked up?
Oh, I mean, the Gambit tech is obviously secret, yeah, but it involves a lot of DPS.
Gotta stay secret.
No, but the streets is actually pretty amazing, because we didn't, all of us had almost no experience in those dungeons, and we were surely Blizzard is only going to do one of the 2 new dungeons in Time Trials, and we get hit up with both. So we were like, oh, that's interesting. So we had to relearn streets, basically. And the tactics we came up with, obviously I'm not going to talk about the details in a way, but obviously everything we came up with was combined knowledge over the last 3-4 years playing MDI, how mobs interact, what you could do, and we tried out a lot of different things. And I think one of the biggest parts is obviously playing around with the WoW, running around from one boss to the other, maybe skipping something, having the opportunity to play stuff while people activate RP in the dungeon and stuff. So I think it was fairly we took a lot of time, but once it was done, the run was really consistent. I think that was something that was great about our strategy.
I have a question. Do you guys have an Angel compilation? We've seen some... most of the other teams have a nice Angel compilation for their Holy Priest this season. Are you guys partaking in that?
Oh, not at all. Ken basically never dies, so we can't, right? And if he dies, it's basically he dies, the Angel instantly cancels it. We can't even take a screenshot. So what can he do?
Smart move. That's the wise thing to do these days. One last question before we let you go. So obviously there's some time now between now and the global finals. Teams are going to be able to analyze what you were doing a little bit in some of these dungeons. The game is going to change. The meta may shift a little bit. So how it's hard to stay on top once you're up there, right? So what does it take to kind of modify things, to look at things, to make sure that when the global finals come, you're still in the same sort of shape you are now?
Oh, I mean, we're gonna probably play a lot of high keys on retail to learn, because we're not really that good in high keys, I would say. We have some people playing high keys, but I personally, for example, 15 is my max on retail, right? And obviously, we're gonna be watching all the other cups, and I'm gonna be yoinking pieces and parts of other strats, and hopefully make we mash them into one really insane strat for globals, basically.
Cool. All right. Well, I can't wait to see it. Thanks so much for stopping by, Meeres. Congrats again on the win for the squad, and really looking forward to seeing what you can do at Global. That's going to be really great.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Meeres.
Bye.
Goodbye. Well, we're back, and once again, Echo just absolutely crushing it in the finals. I mean, what can you say? This entire weekend, like not dropping a single map. It doesn't get any more dominating than that.
I think what interests me the most about that interview is hearing that they do have some kind of secret tech for Gambit that they definitely didn't want to show off.
Well, we know they
they
did
did.
something to get the time that fast.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
we don't know what.
We don't know what, but even hearing kind of the using the years of experience about how mobs interact and stuff definitely has me thinking of like, well, what kind of like shenanigans could you pull on Gambit? Which honestly, I mean, some of the other teams, right, and groups B and C don't have the luxury of Echo to kind of hide some of that. Maybe we end up seeing somebody else pull out some crazy strategy that really kind of gets adopted by everybody else.
Yeah, time will tell, but I'm sure there's some fun stuff hidden there. Meanwhile, we get to look ahead to Group B, which is going to be a whole another set of teams, of course. It's going to be Perplex, Monka, Just Reset, Dismiss, Free For All, Frog Gang, Soundproof, and Boomba Boomba. Next weekend. That's
The name.
That's great. That is a name.
That one made Tettles
That is
giggle a
name.
little bit.
It did. It's definitely a giggle-inducing name. That's for sure. But looking at this group, who stands out? Who do you expect to be a contender out of this squad? This group of 8.
I think that the Perplex team, so we saw them at last season's Global Finals. They kind of underperformed their expectations and like basically everybody else's expectations, but they've come back and they looked really good during the time trials. I think them and the Monka team, those are the 3rd and the 4th seeds from time trials. The Monka team is like kind of a mix of, it's Skylark, Mode, Crims, Maystein, and RXZ, and it's like a mix of Obey Alliance plus a bunch of like high key people. There's a lot of interesting stuff with that team, and so they don't have a ton of synergy, but I'm interested to see how they're going to do as well. I think that those are my 2 favorites coming into the weekend. Like they are the 3rd and 4th seeds, though.
All right. Anything to add to that, Dratnos?
No, I mean, I think it is just going to be about Perplexed wanting to avenge their most recent tournament, right? Going out in 8th on that tournament was really, really rough for them. So I am sure that they are hoping to not just win this group, but to win it convincingly and to show like, hey, in the past we've been thought of as being competitors with Echo, and we want to prove that we still are. So that's going to be what next weekend is all about.
I mean, I would love to see that. But you know what else I would love to see? The FXs for next weekend as well. It's time to reveal what the dangers will be faced in these zones. And we've got Eye of Visara coming in for our Legion dungeon. So that's going to be fun. If you like watching birds like kill people, that's the dungeon for you, because those seagulls are deadly.
Okay, wait. Okay, so we have a Halls of Atonement on 23 with Tyrannical and Spiteful, and then we have a 21 EOA. Are we going to see...
The EOA... The EOA is where we're going to see that 600k DPS Warlock.
On bursting?
I mean, you get
Master
40
spell
goblins.
Master spell, yeah.
Spell me.
All right. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, nothing
Chatting
to worry about
MD me.
Literally just Master Spell one time. I don't want to hear about that volcanic under you that's making it not possible to finish your cast. Just cast it.
there. Exactly. Deal with it,
Yeah, I was interested in the Gambit because I think Perplex had like a minus 10 minute one, but Fortified Grievous Inspiring there is still kind of like, I feel like anything on the Fortified there will be kind of tough. Like Tyrannical, like you would just grab like the entire, like you could just grab so much there at the beginning if you kind of avoid some of those Goliaths. But yeah, I'm kind of looking at that Halls of Atonement with the Spiteful and the Necrotic and Tyrannical. I think that's one where you could see some Warlocks doing some crazy numbers.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Looking through some of the other ones, we do have a Tyrannical Sanguine Storming Theater of Pain. That is going to be nightmarish on some of those wings as far as the knockups knocking you into the knockbacks from some of the mobs on the little platforms in the spooky ghosty wing. And Sanguine on those little platforms too. Like that's, and you got those bosses on Tyrannical. Like that one looks very frightening to me.
Yeah, mercifully it's only on the 22 key level, but still, I think that's absolutely great. It's going to be
mercifully.
Oh, thank goodness.
Mercifully, only 22.
The MDI gods were merciful by putting it on a 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to next weekend as far as the FX is. No ducks. No ducks. There we go. That's the bird we're worried about. Seagull is going to be the scary one. Everyone remembers the terror of the seagulls on Ivashara.
I'm excited to see Ivashara. Hopefully it gets a little bit more play than Court of Stars. I think we saw Court of Stars like 2 or 3 times this weekend. Ivashara, especially on the 21, I hope we get to see some more of that.
Yeah, I think there's a
for
good
me
chance it
too,
will.
like, I is just way more entertaining than Court. I don't know, like Court's kind of fun, but I really love watching runs on Eyes in MDI. Well, we had a ton of fun with it on Great Push is what I was thinking of. Yeah, that one.
I
got
love
crazy.
VOA. It's one of my favorite
There you go.
dungeons of all time. I love VOA. I hope we get to see it a lot.
Yeah.
We just might, but congratulations again to Echo, our Group A champions. Congratulations also to Baldy, our runners-up, and also the players, another team getting a spot in the Global Finals. You know what? You might not be able to get to the Global Finals, but you can compete in the Last Stand time trials to earn the encrypted banner of the Opportune. Again, you know, great to just slam down in your live runs at like the best times when things go wrong. Somebody just dips, they just leave, you just slam it down, and you're like, I'm an MDI champion.
Well, why are you always using it in failures? It should be like, you know, you just
when
like
else do you use it?
you just pug a 20, you kind of like dominate and then just slam it down at the end. Somebody asks you if you have an item that's tradable, you just bounce, you know, Portal to Orbos. Like,
No. You top DPS, you link overall in party chat, you slam down the banner, you leave, and you don't say anything else.
yeah.
The point is
There you
that
go.
depending on the type of person you are, there's a lot of different places and times to use this. So you want to go check it out. You want to get it if you can. And of course, if you're one of our teams that got knocked out this weekend, you're not just about the banner. You're about getting that shot at the Global Finals for sure. That's going to be a fun tournament down the line too.
Is that a noun, Tratus? Beneath
He just laughs. He's like, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. All right, that's where we're at. But I think that's going to pretty much wrap it up for us this weekend. I haven't gotten the okay yet, but I think that's going to be about it. So let's get into some final thoughts here. Matt, Mr. X Morello, what are your final thoughts here for the weekend? Again, you know, next week starting at 10 p.m. Pacific time as usual.
Yeah, no, I mean it was awesome to get to jump on and just like watch a bunch of dungeons. You know, I kind of do keys on live, but like seeing obviously these runs and just kind of everything that these teams do, it's just like on another level. I'm excited that with you know, obviously for groups B and C, but with the more time to really kind of experiment in some of these dungeons and really kind of like push some of these like even further, because I think after, you know, if you're a team and you're seeing how good Echo has done this weekend, you kind of have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe not for your group, right? Because you're not contesting with them to get out of groups, but for the global final, you're going to have to come up with some stuff that's really going to push it far. So I'm excited to see some of the stuff that the community at large comes up with.
All right. Well, Dratnos, it's been a long 3 days. It's been a satisfying 3 days. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, Echo good. Echo real good. Fast dungeon. Attack.
There you go.
Attack.
That was all nouns, all verbs. Not much else in between there. Tettles, final thoughts from you?
I gotta make a warlock.
Nagura's already like one step ahead of you. She's already getting like ran through things. She's getting geared up. You're way behind.
I gotta make a Destro lock. Thank goodness the Creation Catalyst is out.
Well, Nagany was a good name for a warlock. Do you have a good one, Tettles? Do you have something set up?
Oh no.
They
they had
cringe.
to do it to us one more time.
That may that may be very good. Tettles cringe. Why are you?
Wow.
Can production please stop this before I blow it in the microphone immediately? Don't test me. I will do
your
it.
threats fall on deaf ears.
Yeah.
I don't.
The bad part is you say that threat to them, but then you're giving them the opportunity to mute you. You kind of just had to just go for it, I think.
That's true.
You just had to kind of, you kind of alerted them of what you were going to do there. It's like pretty premeditated.
It's not you've lost the element of surprise. That's for sure. That's for sure. But
no,
certainly not. I think you might be muted. Yeah, I don't know.
I hope so.
We can hear you on our other audio thing, but I don't know if chat can hear you. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, I think he's back. All right. Well, anyway, on that note, I think that's going to be it. That's going to be it for this weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International. It's been a ton of fun. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks to our production crew for trolling us all weekend, but also, making things run fairly smoothly. They did a good job, too. We can give them a hand there with that. But thanks to you at home for watching. There you go. Golf clap. But we'll be back next weekend, 10 a.m. Pacific time on Friday, getting started with Group B. It's going to be awesome. Don't miss it. MDI going to be returning in a week. In the meantime, run some keys, get some gear, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.